wiggling. Down that kid, they're wiggling. Oh shit, no! Map!
The same parody this year.
And it's like a question like last time I streamed on Twitch, I think. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna pretend to be mad about it.
Come on! Hello, Spandau. How you doing, dude?
It's not the first time Dante's fought hellhounds. Got one, there we go.
Cool. I'm pretty much like Emmett, is that his name in the Lego movie? I can follow the instructions really well, but coming up with this stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be peeking into Macaw like in a little bit to see if this is the one he's building. I'm not supposed to waste my money, but this looks cool.
Despite such intense squabbling.
Well, they looked pretty happy in the end, at least. Maybe the secret to living a happy life is sharing your feelings, even when they're sort of mean and weird.
If you adopt such a strategy, I may leave for groceries one day.
Okay. Fucking hell, buddies. I don't know what to expect. I know it supposedly plays similarly to Divinity Original Sin 2, which I tried to play with you guys several years ago, and it did not work. It was a playthrough that I invested 60 hours.
Overwatch is much more watchable today. You're getting used to the poison.
It was boring, and I was like, now we didn't know because we never tried that game before, that style of game, I should say. The whole top-down strategy-based combat RPG, and after having played it and really giving it a good shot of trying to get.
You forgot the key! The key! Somebody was carrying a key!
It's Steven then. I'll rip to him, but I'm different. I'm not grabbing his shit. I'm just not taking a chance.
No!
Oh god! Oh god! You stupid AI! Oh why? This is why we can't have nice things.
If you splash me one more time, Oh, cut your hand. That's it. Bang, 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 bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends.
May your days be great!
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Well, happy anniversary, guys. We are apparently stalker weirdos for knowing this information that he willingly goes out of his way to self-dox about and also voluntarily reminds us about every single year. We're weird stalker children, stalker childs, and we're too obsessed with him. And this is a guy who talks about himself being married every fucking day, by the way. But us knowing this information and caring about what he does on his anniversary, the anniversary that he tells us about every year, this is our problem and not his problem. So he tells us information that, like, you know, we don't need to know about, and then just because we retain that information and then remind him about it, because again, he went out of his way to tell us about it, like we're the bad guys. Make it make sense, as they say. Big ups to Flippy 4-Man. The re-up 3 months at tier 1 for 5 months. And they say he almost canceled the stream because he thought it was drunk, but won't cancel his anniversary. Yeah, the divorce is coming. That's an amazing point to start the stream off on. Big ups everybody. Swollen __ Dingus here with a South of Midnight style game. We're gonna be finishing Sly Cooper tonight. I'm thinking of even doing the time trials. Yes, I'm even thinking of doing the time trials. I didn't even do them growing up. But yeah, it's the pig and the raccoon horse's big damn wedding anniversary, and Phil is celebrating by not doing anything in particular, by doing his normal fucking stream that he always does. Big Burnell over there with his big damn plans. So I think I got like 4 keys right now. I got a few more levels I gotta do. No, I got 4. But yeah, big ups D-Scythe, the 135 stream streak. Wrestling show is more important than his anniversary. What do you think he couldn't sink any lower? True. I mean, I don't even know what to say regarding today. You know, there's a lot of points to be made, but I will scroll up and say howdy do and hullabaloo. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen double _ ones who are here and now existing. And big ups to the dingas, dongers, and swollen double _ ones sure to be existing in immediate and or flung future, like UNFW1. Hello. Flippy 4-Man with the re-up yet again. D-Scythe and Delorio. Am I feeling better? It's a gradual recovery process style. Joe Blah? Hell yeah, more Sly Cooper. I know, right? And what better day to play it on than today? Of all days. Hello, Perez. Cypher 710, the real anniversary is May 1st. And we're weirdos for knowing that too, even though it's his actions that cause us to celebrate that day. Who was the one with the deep voice last time? I don't know, I feel like my voice is still fucked, but you know, when it's my voice, it's probably fucked no matter what. Sound like a fucking cartoon over here, which is perfect for the style of game we're playing. We got a few levels to do. Let's do 1 level just to start us off here. Actually, No, wait, let's hold that one, because that one's a goofy level. I was thinking of doing the chicken level, but I'm gonna hold off on it for now. We're in World 3 of 5. Did like half of the game. Literally, it says 50% down here. You see? See that? See that? I want to do the body part one, this one. Would have been just another day if he wasn't exhibitionist freaking jerked off when he turned his camera on. True. Once again, he is the maker of his own bed that he refuses to lie in. The author of his own fate. Big ups, Blam. Oh my god! Yeah, we're in the spooky world here, if you couldn't tell. We're in Haiti. I hear they eat the dogs down here. You know, that supposition hits even harder when you realize all the characters in this game are anthropomorphic animals. Oh man, 40 clues? Oh yeah, if you didn't know, it's the wedding anniversary today. The big day. He raged and seethed at his viewers for reminding him that it was his anniversary, and he just did a normal stream. It's not even the first year in which he just did a normal stream instead of like canceling it or rescheduling the stream to go be with his wife. It's very common for Phil to have his wedding anniversary and just do a normal stream instead of doing something with his wife, and then usually he makes up for that, quote-unquote makes up for it by doing something with Khet on the day off of that week. In this case, it would be Saturday. Now again, he's the maker of his own schedule. Like, he could choose to take a day off if he wanted to. He's not, you know, he doesn't have to adhere to a boss style. He is the boss. He is the man. He is the king, if you will. The king decides his own schedule. So why couldn't he take today off? Why couldn't he just move the day off from Saturday to the day? It's not like Kat's job isn't important. Khet works like 2 days out of the week. For like 4 hours apiece. She works 8 hours tops a week. A 7-day period, only 8 hours clocked in. It's not Khet's schedule fault. But he wants you to think that it is. Or something. I mean, a lot of people in his chat, dented LARPers, if you will, and actual dents, were gassing him up about choosing to stream on today. But you know what? It's true! The script was true today. Like, what kind of person does that? You make your own schedule, you know, do as you do. You already made $3,000. It would not hit as hard to me personally were it not for the fact that he already made $3,000 this week, on top of all the other money he made on the regular streams before and after that, in the days leading up to this momentous occasion. So it's like, you know, why couldn't you just take the day off? Divorce coin is truly up. And this is before getting into the Smart Guys cancellation. So if you didn't already know, but some people are saying it already, Smart Guys is canceled today. The third and final guest co-host had some issues. They could not make the scheduled date. This is the scheduled time. So they're rescheduling for next week. And because of that, Phil doesn't even want to, he doesn't even want to do Smart Guys solo tonight. He doesn't even want to do a solo wrestling show because he knows the novelty right now is people tuning in for the guest host to see if it's like a funny alt-right guy or something. You know, like Ralph or whatever. And then they tune in last week and it's some one-toothed idiot from his chat. So he doesn't want to replicate that with an even more boring show where it's just him doing it by himself. So he canceled Smart Guys completely, doesn't even want to do it himself, and he's replacing it with gameplay. So wait a minute. The dude's essentially handed a golden goose, in my opinion. He's handed a golden goose, a do-over if you will. The planets and stars align, and Phil gets a do-over from reality, allowing him to have at least half of a day, an evening, with his wife to celebrate their wedding anniversary, even if they're not doing anything important because they didn't schedule to do anything today. You can still spend the night with her, just be with her, all that, this, that, and the other. And he gets that do-over from fate. And what does he choose to do? Because he doesn't want to do Smart Guys by himself, and he doesn't have a guest host. Shut up, bitch. Okay, she's gonna talk on the intercom, but I want to hear it. So instead, I'm gonna continue like this. He gets a do-over from fate. Doesn't want to do Smart Guys alone. He has no guest co-host to do Smart Guys with. So what does he elect to do? He elects to stream anyway, regardless. but he's gonna stream the weed game. When he could be celebrating his anniversary with his wife, he instead chooses to sell weed. It almost comes off as if he doesn't want anything to do with her, or like he's even afraid of being with her. Just being in a room with her terrifies him. Counterpounding made him say that he was Polish, going on one of his Italian-style monologues. I didn't hear that part. Actually, it's more horrifying than that. David Burnell is all British. Phil is half British. Big ups Eddie B. 43. You gotta take the L for Phil being half British. Oh no. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Phil gets handed the golden goose. He can, like, it's like fate is saying, you know what? We know you're a fucking dickhead for not doing anything with her today, for not planning anything, but you get one chance. You get one chance to do something with her tonight, even if it's not anything fancy. You know, because at the end of the day, I think most people can attest. It's like, you know, it would be nice to have a big grand dinner, just sad and all that. It's like the stuff you see at the end of rom-coms where it's like, it's not about us doing anything grand. It's just about us being together. This, that, you know, the fucking moral of the story, romance and whatnot. They could just spend the night together. They don't have to do anything. You can just be there, sitting next to her, rolling for Hogan's while she watches TV. But even this was not enough. Instead, he wants to go sell weed. So it goes for the anniversary of Mr. and Mrs. Burnell. They'll truly celebrate it this Saturday on his day off, and then he'll have a cry to us about what they did on the day after, on the Sunday pre-stream. We'll talk about how he took her to Burger King, and they were not able to get a chicken sandwich. It'll be a do-over. Chicken Part 2. Damn, she called me out, and then turned me into a zombie. I'll run that back. Yeah, big ups Discord merchant. Hello, hello. I'm sure you already know. Phil canceled his night stream, but he didn't fully cancel it. He's just doing something else, even though he could be spending time with Khet. It's pretty tough. It's okay. No one wants to spend time with that fat blob anyway. Wow. Here comes Pancake Mix. Welcome to the South of Midnight style game. This game is very much like South of Midnight, obviously. Some clues down here. Oh, hello, Snow. Shame we won't find out who that guest co-host is, right? See, this is how we know it can't be Beardson, because Beardson's a loner loser. He wouldn't have any pressing emergency to attend to. That dude streams like every hour of every day. This is probably another one of his mods. Triple P, why did you lie? Why? Why couldn't it be Merchant Beardson? Guest co-host for the wrestling show. That was supposed to be today, and now it's not today? What if it was going to be PWR the whole time? Rob called in the PWR show. I haven't listened to it, and I can't listen to it because Ralph drops the hard R in it. But I hear it was very amusing. You hear that guy's doing great for himself. Now he's getting 700 viewers on stream, 600, 700, totally dominating the Pig's Day stream. Good for him, good for him. I'll leave him to enjoy his crown, however long that it lasts.
This must be the source of all the disgusting green soup.
Alright. First time we see these big turtle guys. I didn't know what the fuck they were supposed to be. But yeah, they're big, scary skeleton turtle people that toss their skulls at you. Who came up with these designs? Big up J Frosty. Eclipse them calling in. Why are they fighting? They should be on the same side. They're both pro-Phil, right? Or at least Ralph is pro-Phil because he hates everybody else that hates Phil that much more. Very manufactured. They should be buddies. Ralph don't know who he should be loyal to, bish.
These codes are nothing before my righteous analytical ability. The combination has to be 571.
When is the combination gonna be 220 so I can make a very unfunny joke? Do we know who the co-host is yet? We don't. He's not. The show's not happening tonight, so we don't know.
With this move, you can slow down time whenever you want, not just while jumping. Hold down the triangle.
Oh, just an upgrade to an ability I already have. Hey, Chrono. If Khet was a thief, she would assault the fridge. True. Now, to be fair, at least she raids the fridge for food. Sly's a raccoon, so he raids the dumpster for food. Just like Ralph, when he digged in the dumpster. No, he dug in the trash can for a cheeseburger. Here's that slow motion ability I got. Not exactly helpful for time trials. Yeah, he canceled it. Okay, if you're coming late, if you're coming to the stream late, Phil canceled Smart Guys. But it's not because of his anniversary. You think he would have canceled Smart Guys for his anniversary because he loves his wife so much. He listened to all his chatters telling him, Phil, take the day off, Phil, take the night off. If you're not going to take the whole day off, take the night off and be with your wife. Phil listened to the fans and canceled the night stream, but not because he wanted to. His hand was forced when the guest co-host had an emergency. That's how I know it's not Beardson, because Beardson would never have an emergency. But the guest co-host canceled on him, and he doesn't want to do Smart Guys by himself because he knows the novelty of it right now is that he has guest hosts that people don't know who they are, so they tune in to find out who it is, and then they leave when they find out it's like a boring dent mod or something. So he doesn't have the confidence to do Smart Guys by himself, so he's replacing it with gameplay of Schedule 1. The weed game. He would rather sell weed than be with his fat horse wife on their anniversary night. And I was saying that it's like the planets aligned to give Phil a second chance. You know, he had scheduled a stream, but for impromptu reasons, the stream's canceled. So it was like life gave him a second chance, and God was like, Phil, you have a second chance. You can go spend it with your wife. You don't have to stream tonight. The chatters are all saying, hey, Phil, go spend the night with your wife. Go spend the night with your wife. Even if it's a bit disingenuous because they're just making fun of the fact that he didn't already want to spend the time with his wife to begin with. But whatever. He gets a second chance and then decides to just still stream games anyway. Thank you, DJ Filthy Rich. 38 months at Tier 1. They say, hello. Hello, DJ Filthy Rich. Didn't know the turtle cook and a Khet driver was a Sly one. They were. You just don't play as them. Bentley's your tutorial man, and Murray... Well, Murray is playable, quote-unquote, in, like, minigame levels.
But yeah, guys, that's the situation. There's no Smart Guys tonight.
Sofa. So right now I got 5 keys. Yeah, just a bunch of minigame levels left. Let's go for the shooting level. More solid evidence the birdie has as a cockatiel early today. Oh, really? Did not hear about that. Too much discussion about his anniversary. I didn't know that there was any other revelations today. No notifications, they didn't pay for the dinger tariffs? No!
You gotta click on the bell, man.
ESP did more for the Derek's birthday. and that's considering the fact that he never played the birthday video. He still did more than he did for his own anniversary. Yeah, they're both playable in 2 and 3, true. This level, I want to do this one next. And I think I'll do a few time trials. I never did the time trials. I was about to say, was Sly, you bugging out there? Yeah, you bought him a delicious cake and dim sum. They never talk about the PS3 one for good reason. Ack.
That vehicle seems to be outfitted with some sort of high-energy cannon. Use the left analog stick to move, and aim the right analog stick in the direction you want to shoot. Remember, you can always shoot in one direction while moving in another.
You Sucker Punch trying to tell the kids at home how to play a twin-stick shooter. These levels were fun. There's one in this world, which is the one I'm playing now, then there's one in the next world. Haiti and China, the next world, have more minigame levels than actual platforming levels. And we got this little goober right here. Dingus afraid of down home cooking. It's an iconic level. Oops. It came from the side. I was looking at chat. I didn't see him. Another little known thing is that Sly 1's got anti-piracy protection. So if you're playing this game pirated, you know, without any fixes or whatever for that shit, you go to this level. After about like 2 minutes, your gunship stops shooting bullets. So you're hard locked right here. You can get up to this point without shooting anything, but right here, you get blocked. Good place to grind coins too, in case you need any lucky charms.
Look at them. They just keep flying out.
Well, Sly 4 wasn't developed by Sucker Punch. That may be why it felt off. It was developed by Sanzaru, who up until that point of developing Sly 4, all they did as a company is they remastered the original trilogy, and they ported Secret Agent Clank to the PS2, which was that PSP game where Clank's a spy or whatever. I liked it, but nobody else did.
Wasn't real Ratchet and Clank.
Oh yeah, of course, the plot twist with that one is the one everybody always talks about, because it kind of feels like a certain character is rewritten. It's like fan fiction. Feels like she feels out of character with the plot twist that is in that game.
That flowing soup is really highly charged ectoplasm. It's just got to be the source of power for those headstone generators.
Thank you, Bentley. I'm not sure how that works, but thank you. Like, what is Sly supposed to do with that information? DSP desperate enough to get Khet preggers to save the marriage. Well, first of all, Khet can't leave him because she hates moving around. So I don't think he has to worry about that. She's anchored, tethered to that house. Phil will be fine. Yeah, Secret Agent Clank wasn't by Insomniac. It was by High Impact Games, who also did the other PSP game, Ratchet & Clank Size Matters, which was also ported to the PS2. That was the era of, like, they would port PSP exclusive games to PS2 for an extra buck. But yeah, the issue with Sly 4 is that after Sly 3, You know, Bentley teases a time machine. Spoiler alert. So people are like, oh, I want another Sly game to like answer the question of the time machine. It's like, I want another Sly game, guys. And then they get a Sly game and they're like, oh, no, not like that, not like that, not like that. Nah, I had Secret Agent Clink on PSP. The PS2 versions of those games ran buggy as shit. Eddie V's beloved Lost Frontier was on PS2 and PSP. I think the Siphon Filter games on PSP were ported to PS2 as well. Oh, that Twisted Metal game on PSP, also ported to PS2. I guess the PSP and PS2 had enough similar architecture that, you know, double dipping just kind of made sense. Alright, easy peasy. Big ups, Phrasad son. We're continuing the Khet Raccoon chill on this beloved, glorious wedding anniversary evening. Oh shit. Oh! Ah! Hey, you guys really want to see the chicken minigame? Well, I was saving it, but I guess we can do it now. The last level I gotta do. And then if you haven't seen the boss fight for this world, if you somehow have existed for the past 23 years without seeing this boss fight, consider yourself lucky. You're in for a treat. Why did I think I could hit him? What did he just... Was he playing golf? He was teeing off. Rip T. Oh yeah, the GTA games were also ported to PS2. Listen to that music.
Here, just looking at this place has got me breaking out in hives. But we've got no choice. That ghost over there contacted me on Spectre Wave Radio, and we've cut a deal. He's promised us a key if you can whack 50 chickens. I guess he needs them to
chicken jockey.
But he's scared of the bob-toting roosters. Be careful, or they'll blow you to bits. Think you can do it?
What a setup! You love how Sly said absolutely nothing to that. He just he accepted the entire premise that Bentley can talk to ghosts on the radio, and there's roosters with bombs, and there's chickens, and the ghost is making gumbo or whatever. You know, let's fucking do it. So we gotta whack chickens. 50 chickens! We gotta whack 50 chickens! There they are. Sofa Dingus. There's really no other gimmick to it. You just hit chickens. Alright, I had a lucky charm. Alright, that's how you get rid of them. You gotta have the two bomb roosters run into each other. It's like Pac-Man. Yeah, it's Pac-Man, except you're whacking chickens. But again, this is another issue of sentience and sapience in the series. So, like, we have Sly, who's a walking, talking anthropomorphic raccoon, but we're fucking with chickens here. But the chickens don't have, like, the chickens are not anthropomorphic. They're just chickens. Like, they're chickens from our world, but put into Sly's world. But Sly's world is the world of anthropomorphic animals. But the chickens are, like, the chickens have sentience, but they don't have sapience. They're just chickens. Like, is this... I don't even know. It's not cannibalism, because Sly is not a chicken himself. But it is kind of like... It's like the Goofy and Pluto question. Gotta try that again. This is how the Slyverse deals with dents. True. If they can't talk, they're dinner. That's what they go off of. When we play Slide 3, you'll see why I'm so fucked up about this, because there are anthropomorphic chickens in Sly's universe, and we'll see one eventually. Yeah, imagine being fucked by God this hard. It's true. You live in a society of animals, but you're just a regular animal in the society of animals. Imagine if it was like that in Zootopia, which is a movie I did not watch, but I assume there are no just regular animals in Zootopia. Debatably, the roosters have some level of sapience because they know they're supposed to go after Sly. They're carrying bombs, whereas the chickens have no intelligence whatsoever.
They can't form intelligent responses.
Oh shit. Wrong turn. 35 seconds. Will I make it? This is how Tevin makes his gumbo. It's just missing the shrimp. No, the shrimp is special ordered. You don't gotta run around and catch the shrimp. More. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna try. No! Thankfully, this one doesn't have a time trial associated with it. So I won't have to do it again later on. No Kino Casino today. Kino Casino streams tomorrow. I've missed out on like a week of restreams from them because every day they're on is a day where I'm not feeling well enough. Which I apologize for, of course. No! Yeah, I can go for some gumbo right now. Gumbo style. The shows have been great too from them this week. So JF Garepi, the guy who killed his potato tart wife, so he's now been put on a list. There's a coalition of wine aunts on YouTube who have created like the League of Super JF Detractors, and they managed to get him on like a show with them. So it's like a show of them just roasting each other over the allegation that he killed his tard wife. So they went over that yesterday and Monday as well. There's like a complete isolated community of JF detractors, except they're all cougars. It's a super civilization of cougars detracting JF Garepi for his crimes against women. I'm making good time so far. Got it. Oh yeah, I was about to say, yeah, the God of War PSP games didn't go to PS2, but they did go to PS3. Which is probably for the best, considering the graphical style of that game. Probably would be a bit more appreciated with the power of the PS Triple. And Daxter never got ported. Although it is now emulatable on the PS5. Yeah, it's a bunch of Karens. For a comparison, think like the Amber Lynn detractor community and how it's just a bunch of women and gay guys, except without the gay guys. Alright, so we're ready for the boss. So we got 7 keys, we'll do this, and then... Oh man, I really don't want to see him play the weed game though. I'll probably fuck around and do a few time trials, because I want to do the time trials now. And see if I can... Because I never did it. I could never do those growing up. And not all of them, not all the levels have time trials either. So some I don't even have to do again. But we'll do the boss first at least. I got some videos that I want to watch too. But here we go.
Try jumping on the lid of that cauldron to build up steam pressure. I'm sure it'll work to launch you up into Ms. Ruby's Skull Temple.
I know how it works, Bentley.
Now PWR is banned from Phil's chat. That ain't never happening. Here we go!
The boss fight of a millennium, a deadly dance.
That groove, that vibe. Got that Cooper vibe, Cooper groove.
Yeah, well, you give me the creeps too, lady. Cooking up an army of ghosts isn't a very neighborly pastime.
Oh, Sly.
I see your mouth moving, but all I hear is
Blah, blah, blah.
well, if jaws need to flap, then let them flap. See you in the next world, Slag Hooper.
When I was growing up, I thought she was talking about like the next world of the game, and not. She's making an afterlife analogy there. Dented. I can only think in video game terminology. Alright, so it looks like a standard boss fight. Look at her go. Because we gotta whack this big bitch. It's Khet if she was a reptile instead of a horse.
Come back here. You can't run away forever.
Quite true, quite true. Why don't I have my servant Chumley escort you over here?
All right. What's the catch?
Not much. Just a little game I like to play with all my annoying guests. I want to see how well you pay attention.
What do you mean?
Well,
Yeah, she's got an army of cocks.
unleash my mighty mojo magic upon you. If you repeat what I do,
You'll dodge it just fine.
if not,
You'll get that.
A little voodoo, Simon Says, huh? Sounds easy enough.
Now on the PS3 collection, Eddie V knows. Eddie V knows. This shit's fucked on the PS3 version. Let's see if they fix it here. They did. Dig, that, dig. It's supposed to be dig, dat, voodoo.
Do. I pressed it too early.
I got too excited. The Parappa ports are fucked too. On the. No way! I can't even talk to her in this. I can't even talk to her. I'm gonna fuck up. But yes, you brought up Parappa. Parappa ports are fucked on PS5 as well. As I was trying to say, the music for this is off-key in the PS3 remastered collection. But it seems fixed for PS4, PS5 emulated version. Those two deaths are on me, it's not because of the game. Alright, there's 3 phases to this. Voodoo.
Voodoo.
Dag, dig, dag.
Voodoo. Dig, dag, dig. Voodoo. Dag, dig, dag. Voodoo.
Last phase. Stupid ass mosquito. Alright, we're going quick now. A little bit much, don't you think, lady? Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Belted.
You certainly got some rhythm, Raccoon. But it won't help you none if your fist may go after Panda King.
Ooh, the Panda King.
He's tough, with a capital T. You go poking around his stronghold in China.
You're likely to get poked back.
Yeah, well, if he's anything like the rest of you, I think I'll manage. Ms. Ruby's section of the Thievius Raccoonus held notes from my pioneering ancestor, Slighton Common. His invisibility technique
black!
allowed him to steal from corrupt pharaohs and greedy noblemen. Right on schedule, Inspector Fox's arrival cued my exit. The production of zombies, made illegal in the
They
World
took the
Peace
chicken.
Accords
They
of
arrested the
21,
chickens.
earned Ms. Ruby a life sentence behind bars.
Big bad voodoo mama.
While the gang and I enjoyed a few weeks in the tropical sunshine, working on
We
our
have Murray
plans in
with his
preparation
fucking
for our next
floaties.
takeover.
You heard what I said. He's black!
Travel plans to China have all been worked out.
Alright, so we're going to China. We got Murray with the paddle. Look at him go!
Okay, I'll stop soon.
He's just having fun. That's the last world right there. Big ups Red Animator. UNW, thoughts on the new Genesis games? I didn't know they existed. Let's see what they are. So go to the sub box here. Oh, I love the sub box. Oh, here it is. I see it. All right, live Dingus P reacts. They don't often add games to the Genesis library. Streets of Rage, really? Damn, you would think this would already be on the service. Pretty good. Oh, was it 2 that I was thinking of? I like what they got going with the waves in the foreground there. It's like they're really at the beach. Super Thunderblade. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't really remember this one. This was not a Genesis game that we had in the Dingus household. Makes my eyes hurt. Yeah, it looks like Space Harrier, but worse.
What?
I don't know what this game is. E-SWAT is good. Main character looks a bit dopey though. Sega allegedly does what Nintendo don't. I know we got the China world next. I want to try some of the time trials first, which I'll do while listening to amazingly relevant videos. You know what that means? He says, uh-oh, stay away from the Piranha Plant Switch 2 camera, I guess.
Oh, hello. Hello, my lovely, lovely
Hello, my
friends.
children.
I hope you're doing
Hello,
well today.
hello.
When Nintendo announced that the Switch 2 was going to have a camera that goes with it, and not built into it, I was sad. Happy for the new functionality, but sad that there was a new thing I would have to buy, in addition to all the other stuff I'm going to have to buy. Nah, I don't like buying stuff. Who likes buying stuff? But then it was revealed that Hori was
buys
making
stuff
their
so
own
often
version of the
that
camera,
he
an
apologizes
officially
for it.
licensed camera, you know, not just some random third party. Hori makes a lot of controllers and whatnot, and they revealed this Piranha Plant camera, and then I was happy again because I love Piranha Plant. I love a lot of Mario baddies, but there's something special about Piranha Plant. I don't know what it is. I love it. It's probably a top 5 Mario baddie. Maybe top 3. I don't know. I really do like Piranha Plant. So now I was like sold. 100%.
I'm a Monty Mole
boom,
kind of
done.
guy,
I mean,
personally.
it's one of love at first sight. I see it, boom. If I'm buying a camera, it's gonna be this Piranha Plant camera. Cause look at it. It's so cute.
Well, what's the catch, Arlo?
I am here today to deliver the sad news, just in case you didn't hear it anywhere else yet. I know not everybody, you know, a lot of people get their news through YouTube. They're not necessarily reading the articles and whatnot. So I really just want to
YouTube or Twitter,
spread the word.
The
I
absolute
do the right thing here. Spread the word to everybody. Don't buy this camera.
Why?
Do not purchase. This is the opposite of a sponsorship. Hori, if you ever wanted to work together,
you can still buy it as like a neat little collectible.
I apologize.
You don't have
for
to
what
actually
I'm
use
doing
it
here
for
in
its
this
intended
video right
purpose.
now. But yeah, don't buy it because apparently the official Nintendo Switch 2 camera, it's like $50 here in the US. And it's a 1080p
All right, check that
camera.
out. That wasn't too bad.
And this Piranha Plant camera, it is cheaper. It definitely is cheaper.
You unlock bonus commentary for the levels that you beat the time trials for.
It's sold. Yeah, it's because the thing is a 480p camera, which is like
yeah, Rencheck. I think it's got to be
like
licensed shit,
you know, 1080p,
like licensed to work with the
full
Switch 2.
HD down to 480p, like old school SD. Yeah, really a quarter the size of the resolution.
480p.
Like 1080p in this day and age is already not a lot, especially with these games where they're trying to grab the whole room and then like just isolate your tiny little face and blow it up to like so you can see it in the game or whatever. So I feel like 480 is it's not gonna do the job very well. I can imagine that the faces it grabs when you're across the room, it's not gonna be good. I mean, like, sure, there's always the idea of paying less money for slightly less of a product.
As if the Switch 2 could even handle 1080p.
It's just too much. I don't think.
Imagine like you're in a call with
product here.
You're in a call with 4 of your friends, and they're all using 1080p cameras. It already looked like the bit rate for the videos we were being shown on the Switch 2 Direct for that game chat service. The video bit rate was already trash to begin with. If all your friends were using 1080p cameras, it would be so fucking over. The Switch would not be able to handle any of that.
It's just too much. I don't think this is a worthless product.
Yeah, you're not going to ever video chat with Arlo ever because of this, because you don't want it.
It's not, you know, it's a quarter of the resolution, but it's not a quarter of the price. And it's sad because it actually does have some extra functionality. Apparently, it can like detach from the base and clip onto your Switch itself, which is something that even the official one can't do. And its mouth opens and shuts, so you can like block the camera by shutting the mouth. Like, that is cool, and that's such a shame. I have to wonder how much more it would have been for them to manufacture with a bigger camera, because even a 1080p camera now, I'm surprised they still make cameras at a lower resolution than that in this day and age. would it have really cost them that much more money? And especially because,
hey,
like,
Carl.
with the added
Carl, I love you
functionality,
too.
with it looking like a Piranha Plant, they could have charged the same price as the Nintendo one. If it was $50 for both, but one was the Piranha Plant, like, come on.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
not getting the
already
camera for the
gonna
Switch,
spend
too.
my money on it. So, like, really, you couldn't have put that extra? And so, yeah, the price here, I don't think we have an official price yet for the one here in the US, because everything is just pulling up UK prices. But in the UK, if the official Nintendo
gonna be
one
$70
is £50,
for 480p.
but this is like £34. So it could end up being somewhere like $34, $35, or
Nah, I'm
maybe
not,
40
Carl.
something
Are
bucks
you?
if you directly translate the pound amount. Oh, whatever. Point is, though, it's not going to be that much less.
Why did you think I would
It's
sweep for it?
certainly
I
not gonna
didn't.
be a quarter the price. So I feel like this is just not worth getting. Which is
Even
such a bummer.
Arlo can't sweep for the
Who's
Piranha
gonna,
Plant
who's gonna be
camera.
the first person to mod these cameras in Take-Two and like put the Nintendo one in the Piranha Plant one? Can we do that? Or, I mean, if you're already opening this thing up, maybe a better one. But yeah, I can't tell you how to spend your money, but I wanted to make sure that if you are like me and you immediately fell in love with the Piranha Plant, you thought that's it, done deal, that's the one I'm getting. I thought I'd
Hey, Catsper,
I'd
gonna
let
stick
you
with the
know.
Switch one.
It's
Yeah, you don't need it right away.
Not worth getting,
If you weren't
which
impressed with the
is
game shown, there's
so
no reason
sad.
for you to get
Look
one
at that little
immediately.
thing. I love it. It's so cute.
All right, that's the first video. Whenever you tick off the alarms, whenever you're doing a time trial, the countdown on the bottom left ticks faster. So I gotta try not to alert those guys. Okay, here he's talking about Mario Kart. There's definitely something about Mario Kart World that Nintendo isn't telling us. It's Trump's
Well, I
fault
keep
for
going
the
on
tariff
and
things.
on about how Mario Kart World is like the Mario Kart game that a person would need to create to capture my own personal interest. This whole idea of one big, huge, connected world. Like, suddenly I'm just like, I'm so eager to get my hands on the game, to get behind that. My voice keeps cracking. It's still a little tired. It keeps cracking. I'm feeling a lot better, though. Thank you for asking. The idea of the big interconnected world.
askers?
I want to explore it. I really do. I want to get behind the wheel. I want to. I want to see what it has to offer. But I will admit that, like, the more footage I've seen of the game, you know, they had a lot of different presentations over the course of 2 days. Their treehouse stuff, and they did play the game a lot of times, and it showed them kind of going off the track and going between tracks, and you know, knockout mode, going seamlessly from track to track, and all that stuff. And the more I see, I'm like trying not to look too closely, which I know is funny. Spoilers for a Mario Kart game, but more just like, I don't know, I'm trying not to look too much, because the more I look, the more I start to kind of worry. What if it's not that big? You know, like, what if it's like, I don't know, what if it's big, like, when you consider that, like, an open world Mario Kart game is weird, but, like, I don't know, I'm trying to actually imagine. I've got the game in my hands, and I'm roaming off the track, and I'm going between, like, sure, it seems like a pretty big world, but if you're just dedicating yourself to just driving around.
No, right
is it
there.
really
It's
that
'cause I
big?
hit the alarm.
Is it like right now I'm completely enamored by the idea of it, but like once I get there, I drive around for like 2 hours, and I'm like, okay, well that was it. I mean, it's no Breath of the Wild, clearly. And if there are no like objectives, nothing to do, but just kind of explore and collect
Thank you, Sarah,
burgers
for
or
the
whatever, I
hand
mean, that's
check.
still pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. It could be that this, you know, on the surface at the beginning, when it was first marketed, the first big trailer, it's like, wow, this is the kind of thing I could just play forever. I want big games. I want big, meaty games. But what if it's not? What if that's just kind of a novelty that will wear off after just a couple, like what if literally a couple hours? Just like,
They
I don't know,
already
I've
do
kinda
mongering
cruised around,
about this
I've gone
game?
everywhere. I've looked at everything, and that's it. And I don't know. I'm just saying, I'm kind of like, this is starting to
If
get
you
worried
know
that
Arlo, you already know he
it's-
doesn't like Mario Kart
you
to
gotta
begin
fill
with.
it
He's not in
content.
love
It
with
can't
it.
just be
So this is why
the
he's
map,
acting like
you know?
this.
Now here's the thing, though. The people in the treehouse, they
Don't know how to play the
point out
games?
This is not all of the content. There are still other surprises to enjoy down the line, and then really like. We've got a direct coming. We've got a Mario Kart World specific direct coming on the 17th. So, like, they wouldn't do a big direct if we already saw basically everything.
See, Sarah redeems Ancheck. You're looking at me on Discord right now. Big ups. I just beat World 3 of Sly, so I'm going back and doing some time trials while listening to the Muppet ramble about what he's decided to ramble about today, which includes the Piranha Plant camera for the Switch 2 only outputting 480p, and his worries, possibly imagined worries about Mario Kart World not being that good. Sitting and loafing as I have finished a long workday and very lazy. Yeah, I saw you complaining about working in Baby Park. Yeah, big little baby.
Here, right? Because that's the point of a treehouse, is to really
PS5,
show off
Carl.
a game. So if they've showed it off a lot here, then like what else could they have? You don't have a direct unless you've got a lot to talk about. So it really does feel like there's got to be something that this game is hiding, you know? Some big secret they're not letting us in on, and I will admit it is completely possible that it's really just online stuff. You know, Switch 2 is all about connectivity. They're going hard.
So it's not that he's talking about a rumor or something, or like a leak about what the content will be. It's just him feeling like there's content that we're not being shown or told about, which, you know, speculation. He's probably right. Did this really necessitate a video? Okay, I gotta reinsert because the hourglass disappeared.
On the online features, and with a multiplayer game like this, where really all you do need is ways for people to play together. The open world thing, that's just, I don't know, that's just icing on the cake. That's just a bonus there. I mean, look at Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It had like no single player content. It was still just a bunch of tracks, and that was fine. Nobody but me complained about it. So here, like, sure, you're getting the big open world, but like, who even cares if they give us enough just online features, especially if they really go hard. I would not be surprised if during that direct they reveal just a whole slew of online modes and a ranking system and all this different stuff to make it feel like you know, maybe other cool online stuff. Obviously, you can play with your friends. Maybe there'll be some other way to play with people and like share this world.
I'm choosing it that way.
I don't know, and that still probably would be enough.
Welcome in.
Just as far as like priorities go for like Mario Kart players, like that, they'd probably be all right, and that could be all that they're hiding. But at the same time, it is a little hard for me to look at this big world and imagine that there isn't more stuff to do, or at the very least collect.
An open world Mario Kart.
I
think there's stuff. Okay, here's my little
shame.
additional commentary. They're hiding stuff in free roam. Free roam mode, where you can just drive around the tracks without a race taking place. They're hiding stuff there. And whatever that stuff is, I feel like it's going to be missions. Like, you talk to a character and it's like, do this, do that, do that. There's a part in the Treehouse gameplay footage where they swim up to a Bulber, which is a fish-like character in the Wario level, and they drive up to him, but they don't want to talk to him. And he's turned around, he's facing away from the player, which gives the impression to me that he'll turn around once you approach near him, and then he'll have a little mission for you to do, whatever that mission is. Probably go collect this, or go hit a button for me, or something. Okay, see, I have the right idea, but the dude saw me. Saru for the 25 streak. Thoughts on the empty cart? The empty cart for what? Or the empty cart in the game footage?
To create this whole big thing and then not really, I mean, come on, it's Nintendo. It's got to be fun. There's got to be kind of
You're suggesting that you're going to be able to get out of the cart?
I know you can look at like the depths and Tears of the Kingdom. There's not really that much of a point, but like there's still stuff to do.
Hidden character?
You still have the things
I think there will be
collect,
DLC
the
characters
to light up or whatever.
And it's going to be the characters people
feel
care about,
it
like
can't
Diddy
just be
Kong
the
and Funky
food
Kong.
that you find. You know, that can't be the only thing. And when Bill Trennan was doing the rounds, doing a bunch of different interviews the day after the big reveal, the big direct, for the most part, he was just kind of like addressing the whole pricing thing, and we already talked about that. How, you know, talking
we didn't
about
see that video yet.
Nintendo looks
Arlo
at each thing, and we're just
defending
looking
the
at the amount of
pricing. He doesn't
content that
defend
each thing offers, and really the point is not the price at this moment. I want to point out that in the
For most people, it is the
IGN
price.
interview, when asked about all this, he mentioned Mario Kart specifically, and I want to read his quote here. This is a game that is so big and so vast, you will find so many little things in it to discover. And there's still some other secrets remaining that I think as people end up buying and playing the game, they're going to find this to be probably the richest Mario Kart experience they've ever had. And you'll find variations on this whole thing. You know, obviously he had all of his answers.
Obviously this would
prepared for
suggest
certain
they're hiding
questions,
something
so
from us,
various
Arlo.
publications,
Yes.
you get slightly different versions of this. But like multiple times he's like, I don't want to, you know, there's still some surprises in Mario Kart, and I don't want to give them away. Basically, it seems like there is some kind of secret. There is something that they're showing us, especially when it comes.
They don't ever reveal
to the open
their
world,
hand
because it feels like from what we've seen of the open world,
shit.
it's really just not that much in the way of like really, I don't know, like specific stuff to do. It's mostly just kind of going around and looking at stuff, which is cool. It's fun in its own way. But I don't know, he's kind of basically saying like, you're seeing what you're seeing here, and there are even some people who have played the game and gotten to like drive around or whatever. But he's like, just give it a bit. You know, he really does seem to be planting the idea in us that like, give it a second. We think that you will find that this will be a very content-rich game. Now, of course, this could just be corporate talk. This could just be like, we think that when you play it, you'll find that it's very much worth the price. Well, yeah, by the time you play it, you've already paid. So, you know, maybe he's just trying to talk the game up. Maybe he's not referencing anything specific, but he does keep saying like, I don't want to spoil anything. It really does seem that there is going to be some more stuff, and it could just be that in this early stuff, the trailer footage, the treehouse, the demos, there could just be something out in the world that has not been turned on.
No. That
will be turned on in the full release. Maybe it is another series of collectibles or something. You know, maybe it is something very small. But again, I just cannot help but look at that April 17th Mario Kart Direct. I don't know. All the like online features, is that enough to justify a whole Direct when we've already seen so much of the game? We've already seen
like a,
Grand Prix
anywhere between a 15 to 45 minute Direct
mode, or like we've already seen people exploring the map
30 minutes
and doing these main
probably 30
modes.
minutes.
I don't know. I just feel like there's got to be something kind of major that they're not telling us. Some way to utilize the open world. And I could be wrong. This could just be me just hoping, because you know, especially
you're
if it's
onto
some
something.
sort of,
It's
like,
just
cool
so obvious. I don't know why you need to make a whole
thing.
video about
That is
it.
what I'm looking for. I'm really looking forward to just driving around. That seems fun in its own way. But if you want to like package all of this in some way where you give me a bunch of stuff to do, a bunch of goals to meet, then I will be very, very pleased. So here is what I'm thinking. Here's my prediction, my vision for what like an additional big game-changing Mario Kart World mode that they're not telling us yet might be. I'm thinking they turn the whole entire map into one big single-player mode. It's a little bit like a campaign. But it's also just kind of like a series of challenges. Basically, you take
So basically
the whole
what I
map,
just said.
you fill it with
You do
like
missions for characters that you find on the
and
map.
NPCs and things.
Like little
and
fish,
basically you just
that they saw on the
split up
Wario
every
map
little
that I was
piece
talking about earlier.
into its own little challenge. You know, maybe every single track has like a speed challenge, but there could be other challenges too, different stuff you have to do in the tracks. And of course, I'm thinking of Mario Kart DS challenge mode here, where you take the tracks
the one
and you
everybody
just
liked.
give the player some little thing. Pop all the balloons, you know, there's something there.
Oh, wait,
and,
no,
and
I know what I
you
gotta
could do this
do.
on the tracks themselves, but you could also do this in those like connecting areas. You can basically just create these little mini games, these little challenges, and put them anywhere. You're in Moo Moo Meadows, collect 100 coins before the time runs out. Chase the bunny. There's a bunny running around. I hope the bunny's in a car himself.
Bill String coming up.
But
Well,
everybody
that,
else
but also,
can be in a car. But whether or not the bunny's in a car,
I need
catch
coins,
the
that's what I
bunny in the
need.
time limit. Paint the ground. It puts a paintbrush on your car, and you know what I mean. really anything. Jump through the hoops, any basic stuff. They can put these challenges essentially anywhere. And you take that world and you just fill it up with all of these things where you have these smaller challenges and then probably like the bigger challenges tied to the tracks themselves. And now you have provided an ample amount of single-player content without having to do the whole like story mode thing with cutscenes and bosses and whatnot. I mean, I'd like that too, but I'd also be fine if it was just I mean, it's a theme park at that point. You know, you just turn it into a big playground, and that completely follows with Nintendo's recent design philosophies. You know, Zelda went super open world, although like super duper open, go anywhere, and then Mario didn't go open world, but they brought back sandbox places. They want you to be able to just kind of like explore at your leisure. And so now with Mario Kart World, they're bringing that idea to it. And of course, even just as it is here, the way that we already have it, even just
Zelda went open world, 3D Mario went open world, even Mario Kart goes open world, baby.
But I feel like to really utilize the space, you have to turn it into a playground. You have to turn it into a theme park where you can just kind of cruise around and do whatever you want.
I'll show you what my cheat
is,
what I'm thinking of.
To utilize what they have already shown us here and provide a single player with a lot of content, and maybe
yes, sir.
Maybe even
no
this
complaints
can
on my
be
behalf,
shared
baby.
with your friends. You know, you're occupying the same space.
Yoshi open world,
but
hopefully
everybody's
never.
own
We're getting
records are
DK
still
open
like
world.
their own. So like you're driving around and you're like, oh, look at that like obstacle course there on the hills. Like, oh yeah, here's my record.
You got some logic going there, Chrono. Get an Aku mask so that you don't get hit. The thing is, when you start the time trial, they take away your Aku mask, or in this case, your Lucky Charm.
Then they're like, oh yeah, my record is this. So like you're still using the same world. It's not like this consistent world where you're like changing things. You know, it's all, everybody's world is the same thing. So you could very easily share that experience with other people. Maybe you could even be running, you know, if you're running around on the same map, maybe even running around doing
there we go.
The same challenges at the same time, or maybe not at the same time, but simultaneously you are doing challenges around the map. So it really is like visiting a cool Mario Kart theme park with your friends. And personally, I would be very happy
there's an actual Nintendo theme park you can go to, Arlo.
The challenge mode in the DS version. I've been waiting for something like that to come back. But if it comes back in the form of this, just this big open world where now I can just kind of like go around and find these little challenges and kind of just work through them at my leisure, you know? It's not a Grand Prix, or it's not like a list you gotta go down. It's still freeform. It's still just kind of go around and do whatever you want. And because it creates that social experience, now it's not even just ticking the box of completing each thing. It's like,
that's how it's
challenging your friends who can get a better time on this course. Maybe you're even watching each other. You know, you're watching your friend do the course and seeing if they beat your time. That's just really
That's a valid
cool.
strat, completely valid strat. That's how the speedrunners do
You
it.
could even just challenge each other. Just kind of like, hey, I bet you can't get 80 coins on this thing. I just, you know what I mean? I personally would like that. And yeah, and I don't know exactly how they incorporate it into the main game, because if you were just trying to like just drive the scenic mode or whatever, I suppose it's that. If you select that mode, it kind of turns all that stuff off, so you can just kind of cruise around, and then maybe you somehow
that's
turn
right.
it on,
We're gonna
and
cheat.
now all of these things are
Not
there,
like
and
that.
there's NPCs everywhere. I don't quite know how they would handle that, how they move between the two modes. But whatever the case, though, that's what I see, and I think it's a good enough idea that I think I'm kind of getting my hopes up.
I need the roll.
I think I'm kind of I'm getting my hopes up that that's going to be a thing, because it is.
We don't need the time trials for 100%.
Perfect.
But I'm doing them anyway because I've never done them. I always skip them. That's why how many times I've done playthroughs of this
an
game.
idea to not do. So I really am setting myself up for disappointment.
So I showed this shortcut
here. If they do not
earlier,
reveal
last
such
time I
a thing
played this
during
game.
the April 17th direct,
Right there.
then I'm
Easy.
gonna be kind of. If it's anything less than that, yeah, I'm probably
Little
gonna be a
strat
little
for the
bit
kids
behind.
at home.
It's not the right attitude to have going into a presentation like that. But we'll see. Hey, maybe there's some other cool thing that I haven't considered that they are putting in the game instead.
What is this guy
I
talking
don't
about?
know.
He's rambling about Mario Kart.
Either that, or it's just going to be a bunch of online multiplayer stuff. I don't know. It's also technically possible. But yeah, we'll find out in a week, I guess.
The entire video is how he feels like there will be extra content in Mario Kart that we don't know about yet. He has nothing to base this off other than a gut feeling. And you know what? He's probably right. I just don't think that mandated a 20-minute video talking about it. Okay, so for this one, we need this. So you can skip this segment with the mine ability. I was wrong when I said this had no use. Oh no. There we go. And then if you do this... Oh, come on! And that's how it's done with 31 seconds to spare. Yeah, they're gonna show more stuff in the direct. I just feel like it, guys. Well, yeah, obviously. Now let's break up the Muppet with the Kong artist. This is why we got Donkey Kong revealed instead of Mario.
The Nintendo Switch is upon us, and in the lead up to the true unveiling of the system, everyone told us that we were going to hear about one particular game.
For Nintendo, you go back to the tried and true, launch it with a 3D Mario game.
In my opinion, I think it's going to be the next big 3D Mario.
Oh my god. Mario. Wait, oh, dude, he's lighting everyone on. He's putting everyone on blast. Okay, first of all,
game.
In my opinion, I think it's going to be...
These are the Kit and Krista fellas. They were official Nintendo of America spokespeople. They did a bunch of silly videos on the Nintendo of America channel. Yeah, they're Nintendo adults. They're not dating either. I think the white one friend-zoned the Asian one, if rumors are to be believed.
The next big 3D Mario.
New 3D.
And then he calls out Arlo, the guy we were just listening to. Mr. Kong Compendium. Putting Arlo on blast for being wrong.
Mario, we're just due for it.
Now, my next absolute lock for this presentation, no doubt about it, it's going to be there, is the next mainline 3D Mario game.
So how did Papa Catrillo somehow accurately predict that a Tokyo EPD-developed 3D Donkey Kong game would debut in 2025 ahead of
anyway,
a 3D
all those
Mario?
E-Sleds were wrong.
My uncle works at Nintendo.
No, but seriously, DK Vine and Did You Know Gaming did an incredible job following the story of Donkey Kong Freedom, and I'm just following the banana breadcrumbs. It's been right under our noses for years. I mean, sure, Mario is a safe strategy that has been utilized many times before, but Switch 2 is new territory for Nintendo. They have an incredible challenge ahead of them to convince new and old users alike that this new box is worth buying. While Mario has been a go-to in demonstrating new experiences in the past, that hasn't been the case for a while. Mario hasn't
never listened to Roger's
behind
Days
in a console launch, but Luigi introduced us to the GameCube, Wii Sports convinced us motion controls had potential, and the Wii U...
Oh yeah, Mario was not a launch title on the
Mario's
Wii
such a
either,
known
or the Game Boy.
commodity. Like, of course Mario is in this box, he's on the last 18 boxes too. What makes this Mario in this box special? When Nintendo was launching the Switch, they needed something truly new to show it off. Enter Zelda Breath of the Wild. By the year 2017, the 3D Zelda formula had been utilized to the point where sales were starting to taper off. Skyward Sword showed Nintendo that if they wanted Zelda to keep growing, they needed to think outside the box.
That is
While
true,
Breath of the Wild
unfortunately,
was
for 3D
destined
Zelda.
the
I
Wii
like
U,
Skyward
It got
Sword,
delayed
but
so many times
I
that
can't
they
ignore
used it
that
to
about
launch the
its sales.
Switch. And boy, are they glad they did. While a new Mario game is always welcome, the complete reimagining of 3D Zelda as a formula was a phenomenon that took the gaming world by storm. The
And it
game
paid
was
off.
getting incredibly high scores from nearly every outlet. The fresh experience Zelda gave along with the new system was truly unique. The whole industry shifted as the whole Nintendo is doomed and going to get bought out by Apple commentary ended real fast as the Switch broke records. As much as I loved Odyssey, and believe me, I loved it, I don't think the Switch would have taken off
lot
in
of people
quite the
didn't
same
love
way
it.
with that in instead of Zelda. As surely as the sun will rise tomorrow, we know that Mario is going to get another 3D outing. It will be an evolution or a fresh take on Mario's 3D formula, and then it'll be back for the next system. While the games are excellent, something feels pretty normal about another Nintendo system with another new Mario. The other issue Mario runs into is just how much Mario content there is at any given time. Even in the launch of this system, Mario Wonder is being demonstrated as a Switch 1 to Switch 2 native experience. Mario Party Jamboree is being positioned as an upgrade pack, and oh yeah. You know, Mario was originally a spin-off of Donkey Kong.
It's Atari
People forget about that.
With Mario from Donkey Kong. Mario from Donkey Kong.
It's funny in retrospect because Mario got way more popular over the years. Similarly, over the last few consoles, Mario's spin-off has become way more popular than his main games. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on Switch outsold the likes of Mario Odyssey, Mario Wonder, and Mario 3D World combined. Putting two Mario juggernauts so close
You know what
together
also
runs
sold
the
out
risk of
Odyssey?
cannibalizing
Outsold
the
Odyssey?
numbers of either
Breath of the
release.
Wild.
And this isn't just any new Mario Kart. Honestly, when I saw this game for the first time, it looked like a gradual improvement of 8, and World looks like an absolute system seller now that they've shown off more of the features. It's the first time I've ever been hyped for a Mario Kart game in my entire life. And I'm old. This game is ambitious. It's been being worked on for almost a decade at this point, and it will be a defining part of the Switch 2 experience. For multiplayer, that is. Splatoon 2 did the same thing for the early Switch's life, but we also need a good exploratory single-player game to sink our teeth into. And that's where Donkey Kong comes in. It's been over 25 years since we've had full 3D control of the Great Ape. Much like Zelda, 3D Donkey Kong was an old formula built with the limitations of the Nintendo 64 in mind. Areas had to be somewhat confined, and the game's frame rate chugged in certain areas and boss encounters. Donkey Kong can be redefined and expanded with the leaps and horsepower on the new system.
He's a fan.
Scalable walls, destructible elements, and the sense of speed we're seeing in the trailer simply wouldn't have been possible on any system before this. DK has always been a demanding franchise to make work, as well as a showcase of the system's power. Nintendo finally has a chipset worthy of a follow-up to the ambitious 64 outing. But wouldn't Mario still be a better pick?
No.
No, I don't think so. Imagine we're having a conversation like this in 2016. If you would have told anyone that the next 3D Zelda should launch ahead of 3D Mario and would outsell it, they would have told you were crazy. But here we are. Breath of the Wild sits right above Odyssey in sales. It was an immense risk to totally reboot the conventions of Zelda and put that up as a launch game rather than Mario. But sometimes, risks pay off. You have to take them every once in a while. And that's what we're looking at here. Now I know this game could bomb, but as I've covered in other videos, Donkey Kong used to be Nintendo's #2 franchise. The 8-bit
What else
had
are you gonna play on the
incredible
Switch
mass
too?
market
Ports?
appeal, which has led to DK's historical success. As far as his future, this is the literal perfect moment to push Donkey Kong. Super Nintendo World nears completion in Universal Studios Orlando with Donkey Kong in tow. This is a huge hotspot for
Wii Pro
international
controller?
tourism. So while
I usually
you can
hear that
visit
sentiment
these
about the Wii
properties
U
and other
Pro
locations, the foot traffic here is going to be incredible.
But you're right.
This will be a great means to re-engage both new and lapsed fans as they did with the Mario movie. In the span of a few months, we'll have a new theme park, system, and game launch for the Donkey Kong brand. Now, DK has fallen from his #2 pedestal over the years, but this is a moment where he can return to his spot among Nintendo's premier franchises.
No!
As a longtime fan of the
No,
character
I was
and
right there!
franchise, I'm absolutely ecstatic that Nintendo has cleared this space for the series to shine again. And for all you folks who would have preferred Mario, I wouldn't worry about it. There's a second Mario's
gonna happen no matter what.
2026, and they're gonna want a big game to sit alongside it. It'll be the perfect time for 3D Mario to make a comeback. For that matter, that Zelda Ocarina of Time remake we've been hearing about will probably hit in 2027 along with that movie. Nintendo is very much still a games company, but they're acutely tuned into how much money you can make from the merchandising and licensing parts of your brand.
Yeah,
And they're
brand
part owners
synergy
of the
shit.
Pokemon company.
It makes sense.
As we go forward, don't be surprised if you see a little more brand synergy. And that's
Mario
what this
Wonder
is all
released
about.
alongside the Mario
Nintendo
movie, remember?
continues to invest in their properties,
Or
not
at
as
least within the
games
same year.
only, but IP in general. The sky's the limit for what we can see from Donkey Kong as well as other Nintendo franchises. Mario's everywhere.
You're crazy
He
if you
takes
don't
up
think we're
like
getting
half
Zelda
the aisle
movie,
in Target.
Zelda game to go along with the
movie was
movie.
a huge moment for the brand, but what more is there to do with this one character? Sure, they'll continue to make Mario stuff and the brand will grow, But you also have to build up other IP along the way. Look at how big
Yeah, it can't just
Splatoon
be
has gotten
Mario.
over a very short period of time. Can you believe that there was a time in development where they wanted to turn it into another Mario game? Sure, it might have sold better in the moment, but it's hard to imagine a greater outcome than the one we have, where another top-tier franchise.
Yeah, if it was just another Mario spin-off, Splatoon would not have become a big IP.
Through the Switch, Animal Crossing, Zelda, Metroid, and even Fire Emblem have all significantly grown in popularity. This multiplies the opportunities for Nintendo to make more games, movies, and merchandise alongside Mario. Maybe we'll even get like a Paper Zelda or a Splatoon Sports, as fresh new franchises can offer new experiences to old concepts. Donkey Kong getting a chance to re-enter the public consciousness on the new Nintendo platform at a time where the lineup will be relatively slim will let Nintendo see if the old ape still has it in him. After all this time, we're finally getting a new DK game. No more wondering if the franchise is abandoned or decaying. While the wait has been agonizing, the truth is that Nintendo never wanted there to be such a lapse in Donkey Kong games. They were trying to get a game in our hands for a long time, but they finally got
Yeah,
a developer
Retro was
onto the
fucking up
project.
working on that
If you haven't seen
music
it, I did a video
RPG for 5
explaining the Donkey
years.
Kong gap
They
and
couldn't
how we
work
got
on
here.
DK. Is that it? Oh yeah, okay, that's it. Very, very, very good video. A lot of points he made there that I had not even considered for myself, and I lost. The end is right there after that segment. This Sly game kind of reminds me of Conquer. I was saying it was an evolution of the classic Crash gameplay. Like, if Crash had continued to be a Sony IP on the PS2, this would be the natural evolution for his gameplay, because it is that same corridor style gameplay. You know, Sly dies in one hit, Crash dies in one hit. Sly gets the mask to take an extra hit. No, Sly gets the Lucky Charm to take an extra hit, and Crash takes the mask to get an extra hit. Both of them have time trials. And both are very much about like the set pieces that you platform in. It's just Sly has a more involved story than I would say any game in the original Crash trilogy. So that's why I'm saying like it feels like a natural evolution. Like had Crash continued being a Sony IP for PS2, his games probably would just be like Sly 1. I know they continue doing Crash stuff, but you know the reason Sucker Punch won Sony over is that after Crash left Sony after the PS1, they had a Crash-shaped hole for that action-adventure kind of platforming niche that Crash filled. So Sucker Punch won them over with their Sly 1 pitch. And that's a lot of why Sly succeeded. And then the success of Sly 1 is what allowed them to branch out and do their own thing with Sly 2 and 3, instead of just aping the Bandicoot. But as for the video, I do agree with all the points there in the video. A lot of points that I hadn't even considered. I feel silly now for ever thinking that 3D Mario would debut alongside Mario Kart. If you really think about it, they do just kind of cannibalize each other, and this is like the perfect storm for Donkey Kong to come back. The comparison too with how Breath of the Wild was relied on by Nintendo to be the launch Switch title, when it could have just been it could have just been Odyssey launching with the Switch. But he was right. For a long time, 3D Zelda was not selling well. 3D Mario would consistently outsell 3D Zelda, and they took a risk there. But not just by putting it as a launch title, but putting it as a launch title as an open world Zelda, kind of refreshing the formula, and it definitely paid off. Still to this day, as he showed the numbers, but Breath of the Wild outsold Odyssey, as much as Phil wants to cope about it. Odyssey is a great game, but it cannot be denied that Breath of the Wild did more to revitalize not just its own series, but how pretty much every open world game that came out after it operated. They all just stole from Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild itself isn't really original either. They took a lot from Witcher, The Witcher 3. But to make that comparison is something that I hadn't even considered. Not every Nintendo platform that comes out opens with a Mario game, Mario platforming game. So like the Wii, for example, Reggie relied on Wii Sports. Reggie was confident that Wii Sports would be the pack-in game to do, and not a Mario game. Same thing with the GameCube. GameCube gave us Luigi's Mansion. A lot of people were concerned that the GameCube was launching without a mainline Mario game. Said you're getting like Luigi's Spooky Adventures and shit. the Game Boy as another tale with the Game Boy here. The Game Boy launched with Tetris as the pack-in game and not Super Mario Land. They wanted it to be Super Mario Land, but the fellas at Tetris put up a real strong argument as to why it should be Tetris instead, because Tetris is just more appealing to like everybody. It has a more ubiquitous appeal, and I would say that paid off as well. And like he says, they're gonna do 3D Mario no matter what. It's just a matter of when. Like, Mario fans never need to be concerned about Mario content, because there is always Mario content to consume. He was making the argument about how you're never in a drought for Mario shit. Even within this Direct, we didn't get a 3D Mario game, but you got a Mario Jamboree update, Mario Party getting DLC for the first time ever, even if it's not more boards or whatever, more characters. It's still getting a update, which no other Mario Party game has ever received. And then you have Mario Kart World. Come on. Got it. But I think they're making the argument of that they don't want Mario Kart and 3D Mario to cannibalize each other. Nintendo tends to space out its first-party releases, and I think that's why they're not having 3D Mario launch. They're not having that at launch, because it would just take away from the spunk of Mario Kart. If you want your Mario content, you got plenty of games to do that in. Whereas other IPs like DK hasn't had a game, frankly, like a decade, because Retro Studios was too busy with their music RPG, and no other studio was really assigned to do Donkey Kong games other than Retro. Activision had a pitch for open world 3D roaming, open world free roaming 3D Donkey Kong game. They had a pitch. It was called Donkey Kong Freedom, and Activision had the pitch. It was going to be helmed by Vicarious Visions, who did the Crash Trilogy remaster for PS4, and then it got ported everywhere else. But Vicarious Visions had that, but unfortunately, Activision wanted to send them to the Call of Duty mines and also work on Destiny shit. So they were banished to doing Call of Duty and Destiny forever, and thus the pitch did not succeed. We don't even have gameplay of it. Like, we only have mock-ups of what it would have been like. The smoothness of animations in a Sly Cooper game is really nice to look at. It's such a great game. If you ever do PS Tuesdays, I would recommend this and Jack and Daxter in Ratchet & Clank. For sure. They want us to buy the Welcome Tour. Yeah, the $10 paid digital launch day game. I'm not gonna sweep for that one. That one should have been a pack-in game. The GameCube had the best overall Rogue Squadron game at launch. Yeah, it had Rogue Squadron, Luigi's Mansion, I think a sports game that nobody cared about. Oh, and Wave Race. Wave Race, a very underrated franchise. I gotta buy the Mario Jamboree update. I gotta see if it has anything else besides the side modes that require the camera. I think the mouse control side mode could be a neat little gimmick. But I hope it doesn't require the camera, because it doesn't look like it should require the camera, but if it requires the camera, I'm gonna cry. But yeah, like I said, great video for Mr. Donkey Kong Man. In fact, I will link his channel, because I think he does do good stuff. He is the resident Donkey Kong autist. There's no bigger Donkey Kong fan than this guy. He's very happy that DK, the big monkey, is being brought back. Now, you know who isn't as happy that DK is being brought back, and isn't as happy with the Switch 2 in general, is our good friend.
Well, that's gotta be one of the worst console showcases I've ever seen.
Gaming is dying, and Nintendo is killing it, is the video title.
It's been a while since I made like a gaming is dying style video, and I don't really talk about Nintendo a lot on this channel. Believe it or not, I used to be a huge fan. I grew up with a GameCube and a Wii.
He was
and man,
a
I'm just
GameCube
one of those
baby.
people who really loved my GameCube. Not as much as my PS2, of course, but Nintendo had such great exclusives back then. Super Smash Bros. Melee, Super Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, which is probably still the best Pokemon game to this day. Kirby Air Ride, the most underrated party game that has ever existed. Oh, and how could I forget
He's
one
a
of my
big Air
favorite
Ride
games
fan.
of all time, Metroid Prime. And this is all without getting getting into third-party exclusives at the time, like the Resident Evil 1 remake or even Resident Evil 4 for about a year. And the list goes on. There were so many great games I played on my GameCube.
You love the Nintendo.
And yeah, I ended up liking my Wii as well. Yeah, the whole motion controls gimmick is aged like milk, and the exclusive game selection definitely wasn't quite as strong, though I think Super Mario Galaxy is still one of the most visually impressive games that has ever
Speaking of visually impressive, this is visually impressive for PS2.
And it will forever stand the test of time, proving that aesthetics are far more important than graphic fidelity. Oh, and of course, it also has one of the greatest original soundtracks in gaming history as well. And then, of course, we got the Wii U, which was the biggest Nintendo bomb since the Virtual Boy, and I'm not going to get into that, but I will say I think people didn't quite give the Wii U a fair shot. The whole consumer confusion, whether or not it was even a new console, kind of just speaks to how dumb the average person is. But I will admit that the gamepad was probably an even dumber gimmick than motion controls. And then finally we got to the Switch, which I have always thought was overrated since fucking day
Let's see what
one.
he thinks.
Now, yes, I think Breath of the Wild is an amazing game.
He loves
Honestly,
Breath of the
I do.
Wild.
I don't know if I would think that on a second playthrough, because I think you guys already know by now how I feel about open world
Tears of the
games.
Kingdom, though.
But the first time playing it, it really felt like I was playing a very well-polished, huge sandbox where there was constantly new exciting things to discover. Yes, some of the shrines sucked absolute dick, but I'd say for the most part, world exploration was actually kind of exciting. Now, personally, I hate Super Mario Odyssey, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I'll just say that Joseph Anderson's review pretty much covered every single problem I had with the game. It truly
Joseph Anderson's review. I think I watched that one on stream.
I don't understand.
It was like a 2-hour Mario Odyssey video blowing it the fuck out.
Designed for children. Nobody ever had a problem beating Super Mario 60.
Basically, the issue he had with Mario Odyssey, the Joseph Anderson guy, the video that Synthetic Man is referencing, is that the game hands moons way too easily and just rewards. It rewards you doing any little thing with the moon to the point that it diminishes the feeling you get when you accomplish something. Like, there's no feeling of achievement or accomplishment. I ran out of time.
64. Why the hell is Super Mario
I want to play
Odyssey
Slide 2, Joe
so
Blanc.
fucking condescending, and how frequently and often it rewards the player for doing literally nothing of value? And look, I'm not going to give you a brief history lesson on the past 7 years of the Nintendo Switch, but let's just say that I wasn't truly impressed by any game on the console except Breath of the Wild.
Oops.
Yes, there were quite a few good games I played. I really liked Metroid Dread. I thought Shin Megami Tensei 5 was good. Although Pikmin 4 wasn't exactly what I wanted, I still liked it as well. But if I had to sum up the Switch's library, I would say a third of it was just sequels to long-running franchises that didn't really impress or innovate in any significant way. Another third was literal re-releases and ports, either from the Wii U or of current-gen console games, which I have no idea why the hell you'd want to play significantly graphically downgraded games that probably run like shit just because you can do it on the go. And the last third I'm simply going to refer to as weeb games, which is completely fine. I don't care if you really like anime games, at least they have attractive women in them. But I won't say that most of those appealed to me personally. So yeah, obviously
he says this as the Fuda guy?
I can definitely acknowledge that the Switch has a better library than, say, the PS5 or the Xbox One X, but the bar is so goddamn low at this point. The Switch definitely did not impress me. Actually, I was pretty fucking disappointed. If you think about it, Nintendo completely canceled their handheld line, and all of those development studios that normally made these like bite-sized budget fun games. I grew up with a shit ton of great ones. All of those studios then were supposed to make games for the Switch, right? So you'd think we'd get like twice as many games, since now all the console exclusives and the handheld exclusives are combined onto one system, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Now, I know a lot of this is just due to the fact that games take a lot longer to make now, and I'm not going to get into that because this video has nothing to do with that shit. But no, I don't think the Switch has even as robust a library as the Wii, certainly not like the Nintendo DS. And just because maybe those games have high...
If they're porting everything to the Switch, wouldn't that mean eventually the library would be identical to the Wii's? Almost identical, on top of having even more shit, Switch exclusive shit.
Budgets and better production values than Wii or DS games doesn't mean they're actually better games. They absolutely are not. Honestly, I think the only Switch title that will be considered one of the greatest games ever made in the long run is probably Breath of the Wild. And if you name anything else, that just says to me that you haven't played enough video games, that you didn't actually grow up with the Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, because I guarantee you there's an equivalent game from 20 years ago better than anything you could name. I don't care that Smash Bros has 100 characters. I don't care that Mario Odyssey lets you turn into random ass like enemies and use their ability for some fucking stupid gimmick. I don't care that Tears of the Kingdom added a bunch of stupid ass Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts mechanics. None of that stuff actually fundamentally improves the game. Well, I guess you could make a case for Smash Bros being better, but either way, it's not exactly one of my favorite series anymore. So you may be wondering, why am I starting off with this huge introduction when this is supposed to be a video about the reveal of the Switch 2? Well, essentially this whole thing is just a setup to show you that I wasn't exactly impressed by the Switch 1. And so Nintendo is now having their huge Disney moment. And what I mean by that is they're trying to milk the customer for everything they're worth. They've got our childhoods by the balls. They know that we're attached to their core IPs. And for the most part, they're no longer interested in making new ones. They know the type of power they have over millennials, and now they're going to test just how willing the customer is to empty their pockets. Nintendo truly is the Disney of video games. The difference is, unlike Disney, Nintendo hasn't made their political propaganda so blatant just yet. Now, if you know where to look, you can certainly see it in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That was some of the most obvious cases of DEI I've ever seen, and the Pokemon Company literally has a DEI page on their website before one of you morons says
able to do
something
their own
stupid.
thing, for better or worse.
For the most part, they have stayed out of modern cultural Marxism, wokeness, whatever you want to call it.
It's woke!
But Nintendo has truly jumped the shark with the Switch 2. I don't want to repeat the opinions of what many other YouTubers have already said, but just know, obviously I agree with them that these prices are absolutely fucking ridiculous. But for me, it's not necessarily about the number itself. I don't think a $450 console is that insane, even though Nintendo has been known for being the affordable option until recently. And I'm more mad about the price hike of physical and digital games, more because of what it represents instead of the actual number itself. Games just got standardized to $70 like, what, 5 years ago? And
Well,
now
thanks,
Nintendo
Sony.
seriously expects us to pay $80 for digital, $90 for physical.
They got debunked.
Well, a small important correction here,
Alright,
as
he's
it turns
correcting
out the whole $90 for physical thing technically
That's
is
not
not
true.
confirmed. It's based on a price conversion from Spain, so honestly there's
There we
a
go.
pretty good chance that part isn't actually true. But regardless, at bare minimum,
He's spreading
the standard
misinfo
price of video
willingly.
games is going up another $10. Physical has basically been borderline dead for about a decade now, and I think this is pretty much going to kill physical games for good. Why the hell would you pay $10 extra for a tiny little case on your shelf? Yeah, sure, some people will do that, but given that you're paying $20 more than the standard price of a video game, yeah, I think people are just going to stick with digital. Another thing that people are bringing up is the fact that Nintendo games very rarely go on sale, at least the first party ones. So it's going to be sticking to that price for a long time. You can't just be a patient gamer, wait a year, and then pick up Donkey Kong for $20. No, that's just not going to happen. But again, like I said, it's not necessarily about the money. I have the money.
Alright,
I
second
can
World Time
afford to
Trials up
buy
next.
these games and the consoles, no problem. And I will, because I'm a game reviewer. Even though I probably won't make videos on a lot of these games, because most of the people who come to this channel don't come to see Nintendo games. Even though I do love baby
Just like
games,
DSP
as people
Junior.
like to call them. Hell, the Croc remaster is utter dog shit, and yet I was having a great time playing it. So I'm sure I'll really like Donkey Kong Bonanza.
I gotta play the Croc
But like I said,
remaster
it's more
too.
about what this represents. If Nintendo gets away with this, that means the standard price of video games for everyone is going to go up to $80 or $90. Now, let's say hypothetically it doesn't, because Sony and Microsoft don't think they can sell games for that price. Has Nintendo proved to you, to anyone, that their games are worth $90? As I was just talking about a couple minutes ago, they certainly haven't proved it to me. me, I definitely was not that impressed with most of the Switch's exclusives. And just judging by the gameplay footage they showed in the presentation, the new Switch games don't really look any better than the Switch 1 games. I mean, what are they using the new power of this console for?
I don't think the Switch 1 would be able to handle an open world
Switch 2
Mario
really has
Kart.
any interesting gimmicks except maybe being able to use a Joy-Con as a mouse. That's something I would actually use. But nothing else I really gave a shit about. What, you gotta buy a special Nintendo camera peripheral and then use their discount Discord app? Which of course
think you can use it
requires
without
the
the
Nintendo
camera.
online service that you gotta pay every year for just to use. And this is
You'll
Nintendo
buy
we're
it
talking about, so
anyway,
you're probably
buddy.
gonna get banned for saying slurs. Likely using AI in some fashion to detect your speech. Not to mention the
Unconfirmed
elephant
schizophrenia.
in the room of all of the grooming that no doubt is going to go on. I wouldn't be shocked if this turns out to be the Omegle of Nintendo and people just start flashing their genitals at children. You know the type of people Nintendo fans
Alright,
are.
easy.
Don't even pretend for a fucking second that I'm pulling this idea out my ass. Honestly, this just seems like...
There's always going to be that concern. That's why Nintendo has been so strict when it comes to communication. If you remember the Nintendo 3DS, it had an app called SwapNote where you could like send drawings to other people over your friends list and whatnot. And that eventually got shut down because people were using it to send no-no pictures. Well, drawn no-no pictures. So that got taken down, and I think they tried to replace it with like something else, but it wasn't as funny. It wasn't as good. Miiverse was used for a lot of the same shit. So the entire Switch generation, you just had no way to really communicate with your friends on your friend list. I think the argument he's making here is that he thinks that it's going to be, you can just talk to anybody. They've already confirmed it'll be with people on your friends list. However, with the accusation that like fucking Discord rumors are going to use it to target children, you know, that doesn't, that could still happen. Like Discord rumors can like request that they add people on their friends list. It's not going to completely prevent this shit. But it is good that, you know, Nintendo's restricting it to only people that's on your friends list that you trust. At that point, it would be up to the parent too to know who their kid is talking to a degree. You know, it's not realistic for them to like constantly stalk and helicopter their children whenever they're playing games. It's like the same argument when you see them play like an M-rated game, but it's like you're the one responsible for like you if you don't want to see them playing if you don't want to see them playing GTA, why did you buy it for them at Target in the first place? Oh, was it actual pictures? See, I had a 3DS and I used SwapNote for like shitpost drawings. I couldn't remember if you could send actual pictures. Yeah, it was like SwapNote was like an evolution of the PictoChat thing. I think the camera function is regarded. Don't worry, everybody does. Yeah, I know I missed the Glover remaster too.
Like a horrible idea. I mean, this shit is a fucking joke. They even showed in the enhanced version of Mario Party that it had like Connect functionality with the stupid ass camera. So now Nintendo's copying off of Microsoft, which copied off of them. Not to mention another thing with the physical games
That's kind of funny to think about, though.
carts don't even have the fucking game on them. So you're paying $10 extra for some worthless plastic, which then you just insert the card in your Switch and then have to download it online anyway.
Well, first-party games won't work like that. We already have the confirmation. That's only strictly up to third parties at their discretion. Like Square Enix is already doing it with the Bravely Default remaster. And I will say, we already have games like that on the Switch. For example, Resident Evil Origins on Switch, the remaster of Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil GameCube remake, that only includes Resident Evil GameCube remake on the cart. You have to download Resident Evil 0 through a download code that's in the box. But this hampers the game's resale value. Like if you trade it in at GameStop or any of these other mom and pop stores that do game trade-ins, if you use up the code to get Resi 0 on your Switch, it's a one-use code. Whoever buys that used version only gets Resident Evil GameCube, even though the product label says you're supposed to get both games. So this is a solution to that. The game key cards will allow you to resell these games. So in future, in the future for the Switch, Switch 2, same scenario. Resident Evil Origins. Although you may still have Resident Evil GameCube on the cartridge, you download Resident Evil 0, but it's no longer a one-time use thing. It's multi-use. so you're able to resell it, and whoever buys the used version is not cucked out of content. Objectively, I think that's an improvement over to how it worked previously with the one-use codes. Now, do I wish these third-party publishers would just stop being fucking cheapskates and put their entire game on the cart from the get-go? Obviously, yes, that'd be the solution. But this is better than what we had before. And it's like first-party games aren't going to do this, which will be the games that you'll be buying for your Switch 2 anyway.
Whole thing is just fucking ridiculous,
yeah, what
man.
Pancake
And
Mix
I've
says,
heard some people
4, 5, and 6
give some
Resi
kind of
are
weird
affected like that too.
excuses for the prices, saying like, well, realistically, things like free gacha games are way more expensive because over the course of years, you'll probably spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars if you're a whale, so that you can jerk off to your favorite slut's ass on screen. Which again, my counter argument is, gacha games are not fucking video games. I don't really care what these coomers do with their free time. It's not exactly the same market. Another excuse is that if you adjust old game prices for inflation, video games should actually cost like $100 or more now. But that never takes into account if the wages have inflated at the same rate, which they haven't.
The
People
wages
are fucking poorer than ever. And again, you guys know I'm not a socialist or a communist or whatever the hell. But it doesn't matter if games should cost $120 or whatever ridiculous number. The only thing that matters is the value proposition to the customer. Yes, you can deceive people into spending more money with microtransactions or shitty copy-paste DLC, the type of stuff we've been seeing since the PS3 era. But ultimately, they still have to convince you to buy the game. I would unironically pay $100 for a masterpiece because a game that is truly a 10 out of 10 is extremely rare these days, no matter what journalists or shill YouTubers tell you. I don't think I've played a single new game release that I'd consider a masterpiece in the entire time that I've been making videos on this channel. So over 5 years. So yes, with Nintendo games, typically you just pay one time and then you enjoy the game, which is better than most other AAA releases, if we're being honest. But this shit is still scummy no matter which way you try to spin it. Another good example is that they're fucking selling you a tech demo that teaches you the features of the Switch 2. Yes, it costs money. This is something that would have been free software on the Wii. And even if we just take the presentation itself at face value, the show was fucking ass. Half of it was literally just ports or slight upgrades on older games that they can sell to you again, though I guess you pay less money if you get the upgrade. Oh, and did you guys notice that they slipped in that the Switch 2 isn't entirely backwards compatible? It's only select games, not that we know what the full selection is.
So he's wrong here. We do have the full list. The only games that are incompatible is stuff like Labo, Ring Fit Adventure, the stuff that you would expect. The stuff that's heavily dependent on the Switch 1 Joy-Cons, because the Switch 2 Joy-Cons are bigger. And there is compatibility to it. Like, the games will play, but it won't be the same experience, like especially with the Labo cardboard stuff. Like, the games boot on the Switch 2, but the experience won't be one-to-one. It's not a problem of, you know, emulating the games, because that's what it is, it's emulation. The Switch 2 hardware, you know, despite what it may appear to be on the surface, on the outside, Switch 2 hardware does not have the Switch 1 hardware. Like, it's completely different from the Switch 1 hardware. This one wasn't that bad, unless I fuck up the next couple of seconds here. Oh yeah, I may fuck up. 10 seconds. It's over.
And to touch on the wokeness subject again, they're
like
fucking
the
developing
emulation.
a wheelchair basketball game. Are you fucking kidding me? This had its own trailer during the show. So what does that leave us with that's actually exciting from the Switch 2 reveal? Well, we have Mario Kart World, which I have to admit does look pretty damn good. Even though I'm not a fan of sandboxes in general, the way that it looks like it's being handled in this game is really interesting. There's Donkey Kong Bonanza, which again, I have to admit, does look good. It looks fun. I love when you can destroy environments in video games. Though I hate the new Donkey Kong design, and I know I'm far from the only one.
He hates
I just
it.
can't stop thinking of Seth
It's
Rogen's
woke.
obnoxious laugh, and I just hate how friendly he looks now. The Rare design was perfect. Now he just looks like a harmless goofball. Of course, there's Metroid Prime 4, but that's also on the Switch 1, so you
Why
don't
would
need
you
to buy
play
a
it on
Switch
the
2
Switch
for
1
that.
though?
And I'll be honest, it really doesn't look that great. Metroid
There's no
Prime
X
1
Factor.
is
He
in my
hates
top
it.
10 favorite games of all time, but the Metroid Prime 4 footage just didn't show anything interesting at all. The psychic gimmick doesn't really look fun. It was just used to open doors and shoot a homing shot. Oh wow, do we even know if we can switch beam types in this one? Because that was my biggest problem with Prime 3, that they got rid of the whole switching guns feature, which made Prime unique in the first place. And of course,
also
the
hates
final
Prime
interesting
3.
game they showed, which I, sort of implied that I was interested in at the beginning, is Kirby Air Riders.
Oh,
Guys, Kirby
shit.
Air Ride 2 was in my list
He's a
of
Kirby, bro.
games that are never getting a fucking sequel in a million years. So honestly, I am a little excited. I never thought I could get excited for another game release, but yeah, I'll be honest, I am. I actually really wanted that game to get made. Now, obviously, I'm not that excited because Dragon's Dogma was another game I thought would never get a sequel, and well, you saw how mediocre that sequel was last year. But between this game and Okami 2, at least there's a couple things I'm looking forward to in the future. The thing is, out of these 4 games, only one is actually releasing on launch day, that being Mario Kart World, which is also bundled with the console. Donkey Kong Bonanza is coming out just a month later, so at least it's a launch window title. But Metroid Prime 4 still doesn't even have a fucking official release date. I can only assume it's coming out at the end of this year unless it gets delayed yet again. And as a game that was trapped in development hell for like 7 fucking years, because you might remember it was revealed with the Switch 1, I don't exactly have high hopes that it's going to
not
be as
with
good
the
as
reveal
Prime
of the
1 or
Switch
2.
1. At
And
E3 that
supposedly
year.
Kirby Air Riders is also coming out this year, but we didn't see any gameplay, so I wouldn't be surprised if it gets delayed. And some of you might be thinking, well, I'm forgetting a game, that being the From Software game Dusk Blood, which has to be the worst title they've come up with yet. It reminds me of Dustborn. And look, I was as hyped as everyone else when I thought this was going to be the unofficial Bloodborne 2, but as it turns out, it is a PvPvE game. Like Hunt Showdown or something to that effect. Yeah, I'm fucking out, dude. I don't care. From Software had their last hurrah with Elden Ring and Armored Core 6, and it looks like now their golden years are finally done, and they're gonna sink into the abyss. That is just my prediction for the future based on Elden Ring Night Rain, and I'm sure as soon as influencers get to touch this, we're gonna hear similarly worrying feedback. I don't think anyone buys From Software games for a shitty forced online
And is downloading
experience.
around
We
us,
play
too.
because they're awesome single-player games. Or at least they used to be. I'm kind of sick of them now, but they're still high quality at the end of the day. I can admit that. And another thing, too, that I'm sure like 5 people are excited about is that they're adding GameCube games to the Switch Online Plus service or whatever the hell. Have none of you people ever heard of Dolphin? I guarantee it's gonna fucking run better than Nintendo's
Same
own
argument with
emulator.
Worski.
And it's for free.
You can emulate
no
the games
less.
for free.
You have
That
to
means
pay, like,
Nintendo should never
$50
re-release their
a
old
year
games
just to
ever.
play
They
a
should
few
just tell their fans to
GameCube games
emulate.
on Switch 2. So yes, I realize I'm rambling a bit here, and there's plenty of other things I could cover, like the fact that the Switch 2 only comes with 256 gigabytes of storage, which is pitifully
Still
small
somehow
in this day
8
and
times
age,
the amount of
especially
storage the
when
Switch 1
you're gonna
had.
have to probably download half your games anyway. But I think I more or less covered everything important. I just wanted to quickly get my thoughts out here on this. Don't buy a Switch 2 at launch. Just don't do it. Because if you do, you're sending Nintendo a message that it's okay to crank up the price of video games even further. And yes, there's probably some people who want me to bring up Trump's tariffs. That $450 price tag applies to everyone, at least, adjusted for your local currency. Or at least that's what I thought until I figured out that apparently it's cheaper in Japan for some reason by a significant
Because
amount.
the yen is so
and
weak.
yes, because of Trump's tariffs, pre-orders have been canceled in the
He's
United
sweeping
States.
for
So
Trump.
it's very
here.
possible that the Switch 2 could be even more expensive here, which I'm not going to get into real politics here. Just know that I find it
he doesn't
hilarious
wanna
that
shit
every
on Trump.
Redditor
Come
is now an armchair economist
Orange
just because
man
they hate
bad.
Trump. Either way, video games are a luxury, not a necessity, and I don't
part's
think the
true.
Switch 2 itself,
If you can't
by
afford it,
any
just don't
stretch,
buy it.
is a necessity, which was kind of the whole point of this video. You shouldn't buy it anyway because there's no fucking point in buying a modern console at launch. Oh boy, you get like 2 games. And then what are you gonna do with it? It's just gonna collect dust on your shelf, probably like your Switch 1 or your Xbox One X or your fucking PS5. And look, I'm not going to get into a PC master race rant at the end of this video, but just know that I absolutely do about 99% of my gaming on PC these days. Another thing to consider is the emulation angle. Now, yes, Nintendo has been cracking down hard on the emulation scene, at least with the Switch. Rest in peace, Ryujinx. But I guarantee people will find a way to not have to pay money
Doing great,
for these
Ferris Anonymous. Thank you for asking.
This is one of those times
Doing
where
Sly
the
one-time
consumer
trials while listening to,
absolutely needs
Synthetic Man.
vote with their wallet. Nintendo has to be taught a lesson. They cannot get away
We
with
gotta
this
teach Nintendo
because it's
a
going to
lesson.
ruin the rest of the video
Fuck
game
you,
industry.
Shigeru
Even
Miyamoto.
if you personally don't give a flying fuck about Nintendo, you need to try and convince other people not to buy this thing, just so that
DSP
every
would be
other
nodding
game
along with
publisher
this
doesn't
and
want to
clapping.
charge $90
Yes,
for their
correct.
games. This
Correct,
is absolutely just ridiculous. I know the people defending Nintendo are kind of just being contrarians.
If
This
only
is
we
one of
still
those
had
times where I
DSP
kinda
reacts
side
so we
with
could
the
send him this
left,
video.
But, you know, for slightly different reasons, because I'm not a communist.
siding with the left.
Regardless, you just have to ask yourself
He admits
if
he's
it's
a
worth the
leftoid.
money.
He's woke.
And the answer is no. If you say anything other than no, then you're a mindless consumer NPC, and there's no hope for you. Just don't buy the Switch 2. That's all you gotta do. All right, that's about it. See you next time, guys.
Well, his reactions are about what I expected. He is not a Nintendo drone by any stretch of imagination. Funny little aside. So, the guy who did the South of Midnight video that we watched on the last stream, that guy is Griffin Gaming. Now, he sounds just like Synthetic Man, but he's not Synthetic Man. So, Synthetic Man's fans hate that guy because he's a Nintendo shill. I was looking in the comments for this video. I saw that some of his YouTube members were shitting on that guy. Even though you think they're both anti-woke people, they should be on the same side. So I thought that was amusing, because we literally just saw a video by that guy. Did Griffin Gaming use to tip Phil? I don't know. Big ups Pam Pam.
Fuck Nintendo. No, fuck you. No, really.
Switch 2 should get a price drop, and they should give us DS games as an apology. But only for the people that paid for the upcharge. Oh my god, speaking of quote-unquote politics, at least social politics, Quake 2 running on AI is exactly what you expect.
Don't make me talk about AI anymore. Come on, I don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. Of course,
You don't
I'm
have to make the
speaking
video.
directly to tech companies and myself, because I can't help myself. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's a train wreck. Don't want to stare, but you can't look away. It's the subject that, oh, is just gross, and it makes you feel kind of sick to your stomach, and yet you just can't help it. It's fascinating in how horrible it is.
Yeah,
so
what Pharaoh
Microsoft
said. It's
still
not a
doing that
necessity. You
whole
don't need to
AI
switch to
thing,
now.
that thing where
Save
they
up
have
or
to
wait
just
for a better
dump
version.
Countless millions of dollars into it and pretend like it is the future. And you know, I thought maybe between the last time we talked about it and now, maybe they would have changed their minds, but nope. Seems they haven't, not yet. And now, in that way, where they have to pretend that this is something great that everybody wants, literally just pretending that it's something everybody wants to see, they have gleefully revealed to the world this version of Quake 2, very big quotes, air quotes there, running on an AI engine, essentially. Like, I mean, this...
Does that even
work? You could say, sort of, this is history in the making. We now have it. Apparently you can play
AI
it yourself.
is inevitable, Chud.
I'm not gonna play it myself. I'm not gonna contribute to this. Not sure how many trees gotta burn down for me just to play it for a minute for the video, but I've seen footage, and like, no, I mean, it really is a video game like thing. A thing similar to a video game being run by an AI, all being generated right before your eyes, not in a traditional game engine or anything. It's just this thing was trained on Quake 2, and there it is. You can play it. It's you know, it's rough. It is small. It is choppy.
Yeah, it's so
It is a
choppy.
thing though. You can move it around and you can shoot stuff, and it's rough. Very.
Don't worry, the free
very
market
rough.
will take care of it.
Seems to have a particularly hard
The
time.
market determines its
with
slappa.
enemies.
No one will buy
It
it.
kind of just forgets
hopefully.
that they're a thing. Like pretty much every time you like look away, it just forgets that it's there, or like it thinks that it's a part of the environment, because of course it's not a game. It's imitating a game. It's imitating the visual experience of a game, but not really understanding what a game is. So, you know, it has a hard time keeping track of itself. And you know, as always with this stuff, we can't just look at how poor it looks now, because it does look it's very, very poor.
Yeah, AI is
It's very
slowly
rough.
getting
But
better.
We can't look at that as, oh, well, that's why none of this is worth anything. You know,
Give it
that's why,
time.
like, look, it's terrible.
It's inevitable.
always going to be terrible. We really can't focus too much on that, because I get the idea is that, well, maybe someday it won't be terrible. I mean, we've come a long way in what, just like 3 years or something? Like, we went from like tiny little grainy images, and now we're
I didn't
getting
land on the water there.
video. Now we're getting video games. Like, obviously, this is going to keep
You'll never
advancing,
be a
and
real
maybe
game.
someday. The argument is
Arlo
that
was
someday
based the whole time.
this could provide graphics unlike anything we've ever seen. It could be photorealistic graphics, but that nobody had to code, nobody had to actually do any work to make it happen. It could just be free and wonderful forever. Now the response to that is usually, yeah, but is that important? You know, like, is it that important? Really? I don't think that it is. And I don't want to be small-minded about it. I want to look to the far future. You know, if we ever do get like Star Trek holodecks or something, then yes, this kind of thing could be very important. You know, it really could be that AI is going to be a big part of production in the future in ways that, you know, it could potentially unlock experiences that we literally
Nothing
cannot
Burger
do
Creator. That's why we
ourselves.
love him
You
so
know,
much.
I want to kind of be open to that idea. But right now we have to look at what is it going to take for us to get there? Because we're still having a bit of a clean energy problem. So even if you want to put most of the arguments
of the
aside
tariff thing,
right now for like
the clean energy
why do we
thing.
need this? Like, sure, let's assume that there is a use to all of this. Let's assume that eventually we do want to be able to produce video games that run just on an AI model. Let's say that that's a good thing. Is that worth pursuing right now? Because this little thing here, I cannot fathom how much money and time, how many resources have gone into creating this. As many people have pointed out, it is funny, the original Quake 2 was made by like a handful of developers, and so now all of this has probably taken many times the people and the money and the energy just to produce this little
That's
proof
how
of
it's done.
concept. And according to Microsoft, they estimated that this new model required more than 3 megawatts of power.
But can
to
Doom
begin
run on
achieving
AI? That's
consistent
the big
results.
question.
3 megawatts of power for this model to actually start like working. And I didn't know how much a megawatt was, but according to the PC Gamer article, a single megawatt requires 3,000 to 4,000 solar panels to produce. I apologize, because I'm clearly missing something. There's no way that's true, right? I cannot believe
I would say that AI is a tool.
that this horrid
The
little
tool will
thing,
get better over time.
this nasty
So
little
too will the
prototype
people using said tool that get more accustomed to it.
could
It's just
possibly take
inevitable.
up
But I can't
use
deny
that
that
much
there's an
time.
inherent charm
I must be missing something. I'm
with things
sorry.
that are just
sorry for this,
handmade.
folks. Technical difficulties. Let's move on. No, seriously though, it's just like
It gives
sure,
additional
yeah,
soul
maybe
points.
AI can be used for cool stuff or whatever, but like it just now isn't the time for it. We don't need it now. We're talking about a future that is very, very far in the future. You know, this is like a someday thing. And I get it. All the tech companies, they want to be the first on the scene, because if you're the first one there and you have all this proprietary AI stuff, then like, oh, we're going to be rich then. We're going to dominate. It's just how many dollars and how much energy, how many rainforests is it going to take to get us there? Because right now we're having a really big energy problem. We're having a very big environmental problem. So it's just, I don't know, not to be super duper dark about it, but yes, to be super dark about it. You're looking at this future where all of this is running perfectly and it does what we want. Is there a world left to enjoy it? You know what I mean? Like, should we maybe focus on the energy problem? Maybe let's focus on creating
that'll be our grandkids'
clean,
problem. Okay,
plentiful source of energy before we develop the technology that uses so much energy we can barely even keep up. That it takes 3,000 to 4,000 solar panels to run this horrible, nasty little hallucination of a semblance of a video game. This choppy little slideshow pretending like it's a video game. Like this right here, this is where we're at right now. All of the billions and billions of dollars.
I'm just doing
all
time
being
trials right
dumped
now.
into
I'm in gamer mode.
This is it, right here. This is the best we got so far. You might want to put a pin in it. Just for a bit. Just for a little bit. Because this doesn't seem very sustainable to me. But again, I don't know. I don't know much about this stuff. It is funny. It is worth noting. Jeff Keighley seemed very happy to, I'll say advertise.
We're gonna shit on the Dorito pole.
He's just talking about it, but clearly when he talks about this stuff, he is advertising it. I don't want to just baselessly speculate here, but golly, I have to wonder if he gets paid for stuff like this. For just, it's, you know, pretending it's good. Like, that's it. Just pretending it's good. Trying to normalize it. And I just gotta wonder, whenever he tweets stuff like this, of just being like, look at this cool thing. Isn't this cool, gamer people? Isn't this neat? It's not. And in fact, it's funny because like there was once a time when we kind of thought you were cool. There was once a time when you kind of seemed like, you know, he's a gamer. He plays games and he's really genuine. Sure, he's got to do the corporate thing. That's how you pay for events like the Game Awards. Of course, he's got to shout out Doritos or whatever, but like he's a gamer in his heart, right? But then stuff like this. No, he seems to be very, very, very purposefully, like really super on purpose, going out of his way to shill for the grossest stuff and to just put on a happy face and just play it like it's normal. Play it as though 99% of the audience isn't gonna just like groan and think even less of him somehow.
Well, you kind of get that impression already from his award shows.
Man, it's always like sci-fi. It's always like, energy problems. Oh yeah, you know, because we gotta travel through space and war has gotten so big, and so these weapons, they take so much energy to produce, and that's the problem. Like, who knew that the future, like the big energy problem, is that we don't have enough energy to produce gross, worthless imitations of games fast enough?
Wow, hard cut. I guess he cut out a segment where he had a even deeper whine. Well, you know, I said my piece on it. I think AI is a tool, and it depends on the user. The tool itself will improve over time, as is an inevitable reality. And then people using it will get more accustomed to it. And then you kind of separate the wheat from the chaff there. It's about how you use it. Like, I can see why you would just put out AI slop, because it's true. Like, some AI stuff out there is just it's literally just slop, you guys. I think an over-reliance on it and a misuse of it leads to just stuff that just feels like it's inherently devalued. Yeah, I would say stuff that is made by human handcrafted style just gets more. It gets more charm points. You get more style points. It's like when Phil hears a game's made by only one guy and he can't stop thinking about it.
Oh my god, this game was made by literally one person.
It's just stuff like that. Like, you respect it more. Versus, you type in a prompt and just the machine does it for you. I got a good clip for that too. If I can get to it. Thank you, Mr. Pun, 285 stream streak. Let me see if I can look this up. This is a classic clip.
In the future, entertainment will be randomly generated.
Randomly generated?
Randomly generated.
Randomly generated.
What better way to achieve the unexpected? I've seen the future, Bob, and the future is autotainment. Hi, Rusty. Hi, Ventrilomatic. Hi, Larry. Hi, Bob.
Greetings. Hey, those are robots.
Affirmative.
Not only that, but these guys represent the hosts of the future. Unlike us, their humor can be truly randomly generated. Right, guys?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Weed eater.
Now that's funny.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's funny because it's unexpected.
Well, whatever happened to it's funny because it's true?
2 + 2 = 4 is true, but not funny. Guys?
What is the solution to the equation 2 + 2?
I don't know. What does 2 + 2 equal?
Weed eater.
Weed eater.
That's a good one.
Anyway, I beat this level. Yes, Shroom does eat weeds. Yes, that's true. Now, this one's probably gonna be the most annoying one that we watch. Why is no one talking about the Switch 2 click noise?
I have seen barely anyone point this out.
Because they're not insane
barely
like you.
Anyone. Maybe I'm just not looking enough. I'll admit. I try not to spend that much time on the social media and the comment sections and whatnot. But even when I just search for it, I'm not finding any major articles or threads or whatever. And you know what? Maybe it's because there's just so much other stuff that is dramatically more important to pay attention to, not just with the Switch itself, but even the whole situation surrounding it. Perhaps we're just a little distracted right now, but this really stood out to me. When Nintendo first revealed the Switch 2, it seemed that they had tweaked, they had changed a little bit of the Switch branding. The original Switch, the Joy-Cons slide down, they click.
Yeah, it's a
the
whole
Switch
different system.
Click. It's the whole thing. It's at the beginning of every single trailer. Click. And it's in a Nintendo Direct. Whenever they're introducing something, they snap and it makes the click noise. Really big part of the Switch branding and identity. And it was perfect. It was really great. It was very clever. Just a really nice, snappy, easily identifiable sound effect. It's just one quick, sharp sound effect, and you know what that means. And I mean that's genius. That is just genius marketing right there. But when they revealed the Switch 2, it seemed that they were changing that noise. Because now the Joy-Cons no longer slide down and click. They now come together from the sides. So the sound in that trailer was more of a clap. I mean, it wasn't like exactly like hands clapping. I guess sort of in the way that the original Switch noise wasn't exactly like fingers snapping, but you know, very.
I would say the click noise is different, not because of marketing, but because it's mechanically different, because the Joy-Con's attached in a completely different manner. It's no longer on rails, but on magnets.
Very similar, very reminiscent of clapping. And that's what's clever.
Oh, Bill's coping about the sauce right now. That's
even
hilarious.
with the Joy-Cons, and even at the beginning of a trailer, they snap on from the sides. It's like hands coming together. I thought that was clever. I liked it. And I assumed that was it. I assumed that was the new noise. I mean, it's still a very sharp noise that it still could be very recognizable. It's more or less the same thing, just very slightly different.
Sound of
just
Nintendo
like the logo,
clapping
just
your
like
wallet.
the logo with its little animation.
True.
It's largely the same. The branding is still very clearly Switch related, but it is slightly different. It has been updated. And yet, I could not help but notice during the Switch 2 Nintendo Direct and all subsequent marketing materials and trailers and whatnot, it's the regular click noise. It's the old one. They went back to using the old one.
Now that was a marketing move.
And I'm confused.
Oh.
I don't really get it. Oh man, voice is really dying now. It's been a lot of videos. Yeah, so I really don't understand. And I've gone back and I've watched that original first look trailer, you know, a good number of times. And it's not even just something that happens at one point. It's not just like, oh, at one point they go on and they make that noise. No, it happens multiple times throughout the video. Every single time a Joy-Con snaps
Maybe they
onto
decided
the
that it
system
wasn't
or
worth
onto
changing the noise
grip
from
or
the one
whatever,
that people were so familiar
it makes
with.
that new clapping noise. Really seriously suggesting that this was going to be the new noise. And yet, yeah, they seem to have just reverted back to the original. And I don't know. I can only assume that they changed their mind. You know, like, to me, that it seems like the only likely option, that they originally intended to turn it into more of a clap noise, and then maybe they just thought, you know what, no, that original branding, it's too important. We have ingrained that noise into everyone's brains. We've just built it into their brain matter for the last 8 years. We've trained our audience like Pavlov's dog to hear that noise and start slobbering for Mario games. We gotta go back. We gotta keep using that. Because otherwise, it's just, I don't know. Why else would they use a different noise in the first trailer only, and then go back if they didn't just kind of change their minds? But at the same time, that doesn't seem super likely because, I don't know, that was only 2 months ago. That was so recently.
What happens in 2 months?
And they have been developing this system for such a long time. That really seems like the kind of thing that would have been decided pretty early on. And I don't know if their opinion would have changed like after revealing it and then maybe just like seeing it in action and seeing everyone's response. That was enough to, I mean, I get that. Sometimes you feel a way about a thing, and then once you finally like put it out there, you know,
Stephen, I'm
like
doing the
YouTube,
time trials.
Another
thing this game stole from Crash.
Oh wait, no, that was actually bad. I wish I didn't do that. Or
yeah, it's like you're doing a
realizing
Crash
that something
bonus
is great.
stage or
It could go
something.
either way. So I don't know. It's just kind of surprising and slightly disappointing. Like I said, I like the clap noise. I like that it was different. It was kind of satisfying in its own way. Just a nice, it's a good crunchy kind of sound. The Switch click was so snappy. This was a little more like I don't know, I can't replicate it, but I don't know, I just liked it. I thought the sound had a nice quality to it. I think it felt especially satisfying because the Joy-Cons are magnetic, you know? They don't slide on, they zoom, magnetic suction or whatever. Even the way they show it in these little trailers, the way they jump and they just like slap on. It just feels so good. And that noise was better at accompanying that visual, you know? That noise to me better represented the idea of these things getting sucked into the system or onto the grip through magnetism, whereas the original click was so much more like the little mechanism clicking into place when you push a Joy-Con down. Each noise really did fit its own respective version of the controllers. But yeah, for whatever reason, Nintendo went back to the original noise. I mean, there is still the possibility that they
if you ever feel like a consumer, just remember Arlo exists.
Just for that reveal trailer. I don't know why they would.
Arlo consumes everything, then writes it off on his
To
axis.
get us a look
just
at
like the rest of
Switch
us.
2 branding, and the whole entire video is about how they have taken the original and they have upgraded it. It seemed like so purposeful. Why would they only want the noise to be different there? Because with the original Switch, that click went all the way back to the very, very, very first reveal, the reveal trailer. It shows the guy playing the game, and then like moments into it, click, there it is. It happens throughout the entire thing. Click, click, click. They like drilled it into our heads. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. And it's funny because if I ever get to talk to someone really,
honestly, watching the reveal, I hadn't even considered that they had changed the
Nintendo,
click.
one of these hardware architects or producers or something. I feel like there are a lot of more important questions that I should ask
on the
them.
ledge.
But I feel like if it ever happens, if I ever find myself face to face with one of these people, this is probably the question that's gonna jump to my mind. Whatever happened to the clap noise? Why'd you go back to the click? I like the clap.
Well, maybe it tested poorly. Nobody liked it. Nobody noticed that they had changed it in the first place, so there was no reason for them to change it. Hey, Stephanie Ann. Alright, I'm not going to play the DK one because it spoils the thing that I did not want spoiled. Not that Arlo spoiled me on it, but I wouldn't want to spoil the rest of you on it. This one he's talking about the FromSoft game.
It's always hard. It's always really, really hard when something is revealed or announced and it seems like the most perfect thing in the world, and then the rug gets pulled out from under you, and it turns out it's really not what you thought it was, or we're hoping that it would be. And when it turned out that like the really big third-party exclusive Switch 2 game was going to be a FromSoft title, an original Switch 2 exclusive FromSoft
Bloodborne
title.
2, baby. Switch 2, day 1. Bloodborne 2, day 1, Switch 2.
It was such a happy day. But then learning that it's a competitive multiplayer game. Yeah, no, it hurt. It did. I'm not really in these games for the multiplayer aspect. I know a lot of people are. I was really looking forward to a pretty traditional experience, and you know, I was like holding out hope that maybe it would be playable single player, but no, it has been confirmed. This really is a competitive multiplayer game. In fact, all of the different environments that we see in the trailer, those are maps. Those are like distinct, separate maps. This is not one big world.
The outrage is going to force them to shoehorn in some shitty story mode that nobody's going to like. This
is hard to take. It certainly is, especially just because just the way the game looks, just the visuals and the setting and everything, it looked just really, really good. It really just connects with me. It's everything that I could want from one of these games, like visually. And then it's also hard for me because, like, you know, I love FromSoft games, I love Souls-likes, and Elden Ring is really cool, but it's great that it's so huge, but I'm also kind of looking forward to when FromSoft dips back into something a little smaller again, just because, you know, it's different. Big and open is great in its own way, but I also like the idea of smaller, more tight experience. I mean, it's kind of the Zelda thing, isn't it? It's not quite the same thing, but it's sort of along those lines, where I'm really looking forward to playing something just a little bit smaller and tighter in scope, and I was kind of hoping this would be that, and it is not. So yes, there is a part of me.
Yes, that's true.
That is. I feel a bit of hype whiplash here, and I talked about a lot of this in my other video on Duskbloods. Go check it out if you didn't see it or whatever. However, I really don't want the tone of this video to be overly negative, because even if I am personally disappointed, I do have to say we could still have something pretty darn special.
He's coping.
Nintendo just
No,
did
it's
their
gonna
little
suck.
developer
Nintendo
interview
L.
thing with Hidetaka Miyazaki, which is really great, and I'm glad that they talked with him because he got to clear up a bunch of stuff. And he's basically the father of the genre. One of the very, very few people in a position like his in this industry whom I trust completely. One of the very few, big video game guys who I think he gets it. Done. I think he gets it. I think he gets us. I believe in him 100%. And in this little interview that Nintendo published on their website, he kind of gave a better idea of what the game is like. And I really have to say, there really is a lot here to suggest that this could be something good. Something really special. It is immediately obvious that this is not like Night Rain, because Elden Ring Night Rain, that's coming out next month. That takes Elden Ring and kind of remixes it into this quick run based kind of thing. It's basically just a cheap roguelike mode for Elden Ring, which is fine. As always, I would say I think that's great. Sometimes it's okay to be cheap and to produce something just kind of fun, something that would not have existed otherwise if you hadn't just done the cheap thing and did it. It's a fun little experiment, seems great. But this is not that. That's cheap. This does not seem cheap. It really doesn't. This game seems to be Miyazaki's baby. And I mean, if anything, that's a reason to have faith in the project, because he clearly really cares about this. I don't know if the ideas for this and Night Rain came about at the same time, if maybe just throughout the company, everybody was kind of just getting an idea they wanted to do kind of a more multiplayer heavy thing. I really don't know, but apparently FromSoft and Nintendo sat down at some point to just kind of hash out ideas. It seems for a while now. They just wanted to work together, do something exclusive for Switch. And it's clear that he is bringing his very clear artistic vision to this. And as I mentioned before, we can see it in the trailer. This doesn't just look like a multiplayer mode of previous FromSoft stuff. There's a lot of that old DNA in there, but there's a lot of original stuff in here too. And all of these cutscenes and things, and apparently the rat character is kind of like this game's version of a firekeeper. It's like a rat with crow wings, and he jokes that this was his attempt to do something a little more quote-unquote cute for a Nintendo game, and I think that's really great. But he cares about this project. He spends a lot of the interview just talking about the lore, a really surprising amount, just talking about the lore and the setup and these people and how they got special blood and everything this. Yeah, it's like I said, this is his baby. But that's not even the best part. The thing is, even if this is a multiplayer game, this really does sound like the kind of multiplayer game I have never before seen or played in my life. And it's funny because originally it seems they were developing this for Switch, and he wanted it to be multiplayer then. But then when the Switch 2 came around and they had access to a dev kit, and the Switch 2 has way more social features, game chat and all that, he was like, well, perfect. This is even better. Now we can really dial into that multiplayer thing. And he describes the game as PvPvE. So yes, there are players fighting each other, but then there are also players fighting, enemies and bosses and whatnot. And it seems that yes, for the most part, this is you start a match with up to 8 players, somebody is going to win. He says it is generally going to be last person standing, but there are so many other factors to consider, so many other
you're falling
ways
for he's
to
hyping
play
it up.
Rather than
you're falling
just,
for Miyazaki's shill
fighting each other.
campaign.
It's not just fighting each other until someone is left. He says how players conduct themselves during a match is just as important as direct combat. he explains that the game uses victory points, where yes, generally last person standing is going to get a lot of points or whatever, but you can earn victory points
He's sweeping.
in different ways.
He's
he
fat.
mentions that you can earn victory points in ways that are not necessarily related to killing other players. You can be
just go out of bounds. Shut up,
opportunistic.
shut up,
And
shut up.
because this world is filled with enemies and bosses and such, I can
And this is a
imagine that
time
lot of it
trial
has to do
for an auto-scroller level. I gotta do what I can. Why make me do a time trial for an auto-scroller level?
with that. So it's kind of like, even though it's a multiplayer game, you could spend a lot of time just doing your own thing and potentially maybe
They
even
give you exactly enough
winning
time.
because you did it well enough. He says that there's going to be some sort of event system where in the middle of a match, something can just like pop up and like change
Plus,
the
it's
game
funny.
world, or even potentially change the objectives of the game, of the match. I don't know if that means that sometimes it will just not be about last person standing. Suddenly it's you all got to beat this boss or something. I don't know, but like that's exciting. And then roles. Characters can be given roles that just completely change what they do in the world. And
Okay,
I
now
don't
we're
mean
here.
like cleric, you know, like tank. It's not that kind of role. He describes two roles, which currently are called Destined Rival and Destined Companion, where you start a match and you are told, hey, this other player over here is your special enemy. It is of utmost importance that you destroy that person.
And that's how it's
hey,
done.
This person over here, they're your bud. Like we're just telling you, just that's how this match is gonna go. You are now friends with this person, and I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know if you have to like track them down if they know that you're their destined companion.
That is not
or if
how-
you
what
have
are you
to, like,
talking about?
convince them, or
That's
what.
exactly
I
how
don't know
it's
how that's
done.
gonna work, but I am absolutely fascinated.
That's the
by
developer
idea.
intended
And,
route.
he has like other little details too. You know, you pick a character, but apparently
Crash
there's still
Bandicoot
gonna be
wishes
a
he could
fair
have
amount
time
of
trials. Is that cool?
customization. Everybody has a ranged attack. Everybody can summon a different entity. I do really
Supposed
like
to beat
that
the level, not choose it.
dinosaur
I
one
just
we
beat
saw
it.
in the
You saw me
trailer.
beat it
Little stuff.
Tuesday.
But yeah, to me, it's really this whole, the event system and the victory points and the roles. I don't know. I don't want to embarrass myself. I don't play enough multiplayer games to know what kinds of innovations have hit the gaming scene in recent years. I know there are a lot of multiplayer games out there, but to me, this seems very unique. Very, very unique.
Did he hit me right as I was
It's like
getting
a game
charmed?
where, yes, it is competitive, and at the same time, there are so many ways, potentially, to not...
That's what I said last time I streamed this, Ann. Him doing the this is how you don't play of this, or him playing this, and then EllisNet doing the this is how you don't play of Sly Cooper is how I found out about Phil. I don't even remember what year that was. Probably like 2012 or something.
Directly compete.
He ruined my
which is
favorite
good
PS2
for me,
games.
because as I've said,
and
I'm really
I hated
not good
him
at
for
these
it.
games. If I have to go up against another person, I am not going to win. It's not going to happen. I don't play multiplayer games enough to get good enough at them. Like I can't be better than the average person. It's why like every time a Splatoon game comes out, it's happened 3 times now, I go, I love this game. I think it's really fun. This is the time I'm really gonna get good enough to play online, and I can't. I'll win a match and then I'll never win another match forever. Doesn't matter how much I play. I can't put enough into it. So like, I'm scared of trying in this game, but at the same time, if there's gonna be a competitive multiplayer game that's gonna get me into it, it's gonna be one that gives me a lot of other tools to not just
Okay, I'll do it the
directly
regular way.
compete. If we're trying to secure victory points in all these other ways, and sometimes we're working together,
Yeah, I keep
then
falling for that one.
that's intriguing.
Because I just want to get back into the level, man.
It really, really is. I do still worry about the times when I am forced to just fight someone. I feel like that's going to be inevitable. Especially if it does seem that it is still like mostly about last person standing, and that could still have the potential to kind of ruin the experience for me, where I'm like, yeah, I like it all, but every single time it's like, all right, now kill this person, and I just can't. I don't know if that is doable. At the same time, though, I'm really intrigued, and more from just like a, I don't know, a design philosophy standpoint. I am kind of floored by what I've heard about this game. Because, like, one of Nintendo's whole things is doing something that everyone else is doing, but doing it in their own way, putting a different spin on it. And that is frequently enough to get me to play something that I would not have cared about otherwise. You know, like Splatoon. I don't really care about competitive shooters. It's just not my thing.
But when they got Nintendo's brand on it, holy shit, sign me up. No!
Where now you're also inking the ground and you're moving through it. Like now, I'm
These are the strats, Joe. These are the official strats.
Examples of that, of Nintendo
you can thank
doing
me later.
A little bit differently, and thus capturing my interest, and often, of course, capturing the interest of a lot of other people who are also enamored with this very novel way of playing. And so now here we see a multiplayer game that, yes, I'm kind of intimidated by the idea.
He's intimidated by games. Games give him anxiety.
And I feel like this is not just a FromSoft game on Switch 2, you know? This is not just, hey, you want to make a game
FromSoft games
for
are usually
us?
multiplayer.
Kind of like
I mean,
one
they're
of your
usually
games,
single player.
except it'll be on Switch 2 instead. Miyazaki is really bringing, he's really understanding that Nintendo essence. Like when it comes to multiplayer, Nintendo gets that multiplayer games, those kinds of experiences, it's not just playing a game with multiple people at once. You know, I mean, like it can, obviously, but like for them, they really like to focus on
Did I not grab
that,
the charm?
like, human to human experience. It's why they stuck with local multiplayer.
Oh,
for
yeah,
so
yeah,
long,
they took it away from me when I started
because,
the time
like,
trial.
nothing is better than multiple people playing on one couch in one room. Those are the kinds of experiences that really stick with you. And for me, playing a multiplayer game where I gotta be good enough and beat the other person, I'm really not that interested at all. Again, I like Splatoon because at the very least I can be inking things. I can be helping in some other way. So here, you have a competitive FromSoft game where there's also all of this other stuff to do. Just imagine the kinds of experiences and interactions that are unlocked by all of these weird things, these weird events that can happen suddenly, or these unique roles that completely change the player interaction dynamic. Imagine the stories that are going to be created from this game by having these unique roles. Oh, and then suddenly I was like friends with this guy and we had to like fight together, and I don't know. Those are the kinds of stories that I'm interested in. Those are the kinds of experiences that I'm interested in having. This game seems like it's going to create stories and create the kinds of scenarios where if you come out on top, for me at least, it's gonna feel 100 times better than if I just bested somebody. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated by what I've heard about this game as a multiplayer experience, but then also just how perfect it is as an experience on a Nintendo platform. I get this guy, Miyazaki, like he really knows what's up, and I really do trust him completely, and I'm
yeah, if the game ends up being bad or not what people want it to be, will be fun going back to this video.
To this, he clearly cares so much about like the world and the lore, but then also the experience and it. So on the one hand, yes, it's a bit of a rug pull.
That's so much for the cheese.
It's a bit disappointing, but on the other hand, it also seems kind of perfect, and I'm really curious to see how the game turns out. And you know what, at the very least,
a lot of nothing in fluff. That's much of the rambling channel.
Even if I'm not ever going to be good enough to
which
like
is what
play
we're
with
listening
people
to.
online,
The rambling channel.
Now I'm imagining game chat.
It's not a main channel
playing
video.
With a group of people that I know. I mean, this has incredible potential. Like really. Now I'm imagining playing it with a group of people. And even if I know I'm probably not going to be good enough to win, that still sounds really fun. And if we're like communicating with each other,
basically the game could be good even if it's not what I want it to be personally.
Some real potential.
Even if I feel like they lied to me, even though they never said in the trailer that it would be a single player experience. That was you extrapolating.
Just some real multiplayer fun. So I am really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about it. I think it really could be something special.
Yeah, I gotta apologize to the roll. I said the roll had no purpose last stream. I lied. Anyway, now for something of substance. Arlo's gonna sweep for the Nintendo Switch 2's prices.
So we've had some official word on how Nintendo is justifying the price of the Switch 2 and the games. Not to be like all holier than thou, but I do think some people reporting on this are being slightly disingenuous by kind of framing it as Nintendo responding to the backlash. They're really not. This all comes from multiple interviews.
Bowser said, "Stop
with,
being poor."
Bill Trinan, that all took place on the 3rd, which was only the day after the reveal. So this really, it is them kind of justifying the pricing, but not because everybody's freaking out about it or anything. Whatever the case, though, yeah, Bill Trinan, he did some interviews. It's nice to see him again. We really haven't seen much of Bill. He used to be such a...
Yeah, he became an alchemist or something.
Guy, such a presence in the Nintendo Directs of old. I gotta say, I miss him a bit. But he did a few different interviews. The IGN one has been going around, but really Polygon had a really nice lengthy one with him, and I'm gonna put a link to the full article in the description of this video. But yeah, he kind of talks about the pricing of the system and the games. And I'll read some of what he said here. None of it is like crazy. It's nothing that you wouldn't expect, especially coming from, you know.
Yeah, Bill's a PR guy.
Person, a person of
they
the
bring him out whenever they
persuasion.
need to sweep because he's been with the company for so long.
Much of anything. But you know, I don't know. It's still at least a little bit interesting to hear it coming straight from Nintendo. I'm not going to talk about the console pricing stuff. I want to say for the most part,
I think everyone agrees the console is okay.
Isn't that big of a deal. You know, I mean, I'm
matter,
sure there are some people
who
really had their hearts set on 400 or lower or whatever. I think for the most part,
you were hoping if you thought 400.
The real problem is the games. You know, if I'm going to be buying this console one time, then sure, another $50, whatever. It's $80 games. Like that's the real problem. But yeah, so here's what he has to say. The price of video games has been very stable for a long time. I actually have an ad on my phone that I found from 1993 when Donkey Kong Country released on the SNES at $59. That's a very, very long time where pricing on games has been very stable. And so obviously it would be great if we didn't live in an era when everything is getting more expensive. So there's that reality of it. So yeah, he starts with the obvious one. He's not necessarily wrong, and I don't want to drudge up the entire thing every single time we mention price, but you know, there is that thing that there is that element of it where yes, video games were comparatively a lot more expensive if you consider inflation, all that stuff, but then on the other side, video games as a whole are much bigger, and the whole inflation argument is kind of flawed, but whatever, he is right. Games used to be a lot, and they have been stable for a long time. That is a true thing. And of course, everything is getting more expensive, yada yada. So a lot of it is the same stuff. But then he says, we take an approach of looking at what is the experience and what are players going to enjoy out of this game, what is the length of the game, what's the volume of the experience, and how in-depth is it, and then we price appropriately based on what we think the value of that experience is. And so a good example.
When he says that, here's my sweep. I think what he means is the big boy games will be $80. The big AAA ones that they know are going to do well, those will be the ones that are $80. The next 3D Zelda, the next 3D Mario, the next Mario Kart, or whatever. $70 will otherwise be standard first-party pricing points. How do I know that? Because on Switch 1, the first-party games were $60, except for Tears of the Kingdom, which was $70. So what I think all the habla is about is they think, oh, every game's going to be $80 now. My prediction is Mario Kart will be $80, but 80 isn't the standard. Donkey Kong is 70. I think the actual games, once we get a little bit more of them, we don't really have a good comparison right now because there's only 2 first-party games announced that have prices. But I think most games will be 70, and then the bigger ones will be 80. Because we have the same model right now on the Switch. Oh.
would be something like Tears of the Kingdom on Nintendo Switch. We did price that at a higher price point. That didn't mean all of a sudden that every game on Nintendo Switch was all of a sudden priced at that higher price. And so similarly with something like Mario Kart World, with something like Donkey Kong Bonanza, we're really looking at the experience and saying, okay, this we feel is an appropriate price, taking into account a lot of these other factors that are just
Wow, Bill is basically saying what I'm saying
overall in this day and age. So again, like what he's saying here, it does make sense to a degree. It really just is game by game. And you know what? Like a lot of people are pointing at the fact that Mario Kart World is 80, but I really do think that Donkey Kong Bonanza being 70, it's not as bad. It really could just be the absolute biggest, hugest games are going to be 80 or whatever. So for the most part, this doesn't really reveal anything, and I think it does make sense to a degree. My whole thing is that it would be so much easier to pay these higher prices if Nintendo was more flexible overall with their pricing. And this is nothing new from me either. I went over all this in that video.
Yeah, I could be better with timing
the
slashes.
Of $70 games, which at the time,
I'm impatient.
Which at the time seemed like the worst case scenario. But yeah, the problem is just like, if you're gonna actually be looking at these experiences and charging based on what they offer, it's gotta go both ways. And that's the thing here, is clearly Nintendo is not looking at every case and judging it differently. Sure, maybe you could argue that a game like Mario Kart World or Tears of the Kingdom, it's so big and it's so grand, they just want to charge a little bit extra. You know, if it costs them 5 times more money to make this game versus another one, then like charging an extra 10, 20 bucks, it's really not even as big of a deal. The problem is when those other smaller games that really don't offer a lot are still, they still cost us a lot of money. I'd be happy paying 80 for Mario Kart World if I could get some like very old, very bare bones remaster of a game for like 30 or 40, you know, Luigi's Mansion 2, for instance, if that was like 30 or 40, then yeah, okay.
It isn't the better argument.
That's a lot easier.
The games
to
that
take.
offer less
But
should be
clearly
cheaper.
They're not,
No one's been talking about
looking
that.
at those experiences and pricing down accordingly.
And they've done that
Because
on the Switch one as
I know
well.
I complained about
Mario
it.
vs.
I
Donkey Kong was in full
complained about
price.
it too much, but there are
WarioWare was in full
plenty
price.
of games on Switch that are like
The NES
remasters or
Championships thing
remakes of
was in
old
full
games,
price.
or they're just really small. They're just really small games that you can beat in like a couple sittings, and like that's it. And they're still 60 bucks most often. Sometimes 50. 50 is like the budget price, but for the most part,
Not
even
everything
the
will be
smallest,
80. If we had one more revealed first-party game with a $70 price point,
to it.
I don't think the argument
That's the
would be
issue.
anywhere near
I
as
think the
bad.
problem is not just that Nintendo
Or wouldn't have as much of a
has,
basis,
kind of
rather.
opened Pandora's box. They've broken the ice on $80 games, and you know what?
There
Yeah,
you go.
they're kind of
Sorry that took so
they're
long.
kind of the first company really diving into this idea, and that's scary, and it's got people
Yeah, I paid like
scared.
30 for Mario vs. Donkey Kong.
I just don't think it would be as scary if the other prices were more reasonable, or of course if the prices came down more quickly, or sometimes if they offered better discounts, even if they're not going to bring back Nintendo Selects and start selling old games for like dirt cheap 20 bucks. Even back then, that really just seemed like a crazy blessing, didn't it? It seemed unnecessarily
Desperate Nintendo
cheap.
was more
Even if
generous.
they're not going to do that. I don't
We already
think
knew
they
that.
ever are ever again. At least like, how about some 50% discounts? You know, how about some like pretty okay discounts?
Mario
At
RPG
least
was on sale at every
around,
single
like, the
retailer this week for
holidays
20
or
bucks.
whatever. Can you
Nobody
work
talked
with
about
us
it.
a bit? But I think that $80 thing, it's just so much scarier because people are looking at this and be like, oh, so every single time I want to play anything on my Switch, I'm paying out the nose. Even if it's some teeny little thing, even if it's a remake of a
This
Game
argument is
Boy
disingenuous
game,
coming
even if
from
it's a
him in
remaster
particular
with no
because
extra features
he
that
writes
barely
off
looks
everything on
better,
his
even if it's a
taxes,
game
like every
that
other
I'm
video
gonna beat in
creator.
5 hours and be done with forever. I'm still just
Don't exactly
paying
like
so
when he tries to
much.
relate to the
And
common
right now
man
we're at the
because he
beginning of this
can't relate to the
generation.
common man.
We're
He
at the
won't
very
experience
beginning,
these
and
troubles.
all we're thinking about
Maybe
is,
during
look
the
at all
initial-
these games, and
the initial
Nintendo's
payment.
advertising. Here's all these games. We're revealing all these games. There's going to be all these games in the future, and like in our heads, we're just adding it up, and it's just. It's scary in my mind. I'm like, oh, here's all these games I want, and it's going cha-ching, 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 80, plus 70, plus 70, plus 80, plus 70, plus 70.
Again, you don't have to buy everything.
It's so much. And now Switch 2 edition games, those are all 80 for the most part because, okay, well, Nintendo still charges 60 for the original, and now they're charging 20. You know, I figure sometimes they justify it like, well, 10 for the remaster, and then 10 for the extra content in a lot of cases. So, yeah, most of them are just 80. And so even that. So now, even older games getting like cross-gen stuff. That's supposed to be cheaper, right? But now we're seeing it, and it's just 80. It's like, I know there's a little flexibility there. I know, like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, they're free for NSO members, and then if otherwise, it's 10. But even that, okay. So Breath of the Wild,
it's not just cross-gen; it's adding content
if I want to play
too.
the
So
newest
it's
version,
as though you're
it's
buying a
still
DLC
$70,
pack.
and now Tears of the Kingdom is 80. So even these older games are just cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
The Zelda
80,
ones are
80,
free with
80,
NSO
80.
because they don't add that much
And
content
that's in
besides
US.
the Zelda app.
You know, do I even need to mention that's just here. Other territories where it comes out to
But the
so
Kirby
much
one
more
is
money.
like a whole DLC pack, a whole
So I don't
additional
know.
campaign.
I get what he's saying here. You know, it's nothing that we didn't expect coming from them, and it all makes at least a certain amount of
Not to
sense.
sweet too hard.
But it's still it's still a pretty tough pill to swallow, because Nintendo is not otherwise being flexible enough for us. And then all of that is to not even mention the whole tariff thing that we still
the tariff
just don't
thing.
even know how it's gonna go. We genuinely don't. It could be that we're
That's
going
how
to be
it's
paying
done.
$100 per game, like baseline here in the U.S.
Oh,
because
complete descent into danger without
tariffs
the
could
enemies
potentially
showing
cut
any
so
alarms.
dramatically
Okay.
into their profits. I don't know. Either that, or they're just like, okay, we're not selling physical to U.S. anymore. U.S. is just going all digital. I don't know. I don't know if that's an idea being floated around yet. I don't know if that's even possible. I know Nintendo's historically had a pretty good relationship with retailers, but like if it just costs that much to import game cards, then I don't know. Can they anymore? Perhaps that is a much larger discussion for another day.
And so Arlo will continue to have many discussions. God, we still have so many to go through. But I'm done with the time trials for now. Yeah, but I maintain what I said earlier. It's gonna be real funny if it turns out that it's gonna be like a Switch, Tears of the Kingdom being $70 on Switch 1 situation, where, you know, the standard for Switch 1 is 60, but the big boy games get 70, which was just Tears of the Kingdom. It'd be really funny for Switch 2 if it's the standard gets raised from 60 to 70, and the big boy games get priced at 80, and not every game gets priced at 80, so all of the blah about $80 games is only for very specific games. The other thing that they gotta maintain, that again, I applaud Arlo. Little slow little golf clap for Arlo mentioning this because nobody else has discussing these prices. It'll be really interesting to see if the discounted games stayed discounted or if they get raised up from 50 to 60. So the Mario vs. Donkey Kongs, the WarioWares, the NES Championships, all the other games that released at like $49.99 MSRP. Alright, so yeah, we did all the ones in Raleigh, all the ones in Mugshots, all the ones in Miss Ruby's.
Travel plans to China have all been worked out.
Finally, the long-delayed China adventure.
And then I gotta do the China time trials, but it's only 4 of them. And then the finale world.
The road trip gave me the time I needed to study up on the Panda King.
Hey, Leanna. It's Leanna's dad.
Panda King is not Asian.
Born penniless, he was fascinated by the fireworks rich noblemen set off every New Year's.
That is all.
He spent a decade learning the art. But when he tried to offer his fireworks to the noblemen, they couldn't see past his shabby clothes and chased him away.
He's broke.
Humiliated, the Panda King took revenge on those who shunned him by using the very tools of his art for crime. The Fiendish Five recruited him as their demolitions expert, and from then on, his explosive touch became feared worldwide. He He's rumored to be perfecting some new firework technique high in the unstable Kunlun Mountains of western China.
Panda King's got a good character arc to him. This is not necessarily developed in this game. Get the foundation in this game, but his character arc is perfected to perfection with the chef's kiss in Sly 3. But here we go. World 4. Fire in the sky. The only problem with Sly 3 is that you don't get to play as him too often. Alright, let's fucking do this. Oh, I love the music for this world too. We got 30 clues. Oh, the rolling monkeys. I need banana. Shit. Okay, we're good.
Would you look at that? A fireworks show!
He felt that village.
Oh my gosh, that's awful! That poor village just got buried in freezing snow!
The rocket came from that giant statue, and you can bet the Panda King lit the fuse. I've got to find my way up there and fast before that lunatic squashes another town.
How many small little Chinese villages could there possibly be for him to bury in snow? You'd think he would run out eventually. No, fireworks can't travel that far. No! Wait, that was the game over? Fuck, send me back. I keep my clues though. What's the point of game overs? You keep everything. Bragging rights, maybe? This is not a game overless run. I keep everything. They didn't take anything from me. Besides lives. Probably why the second game got rid of them. Oh shit. Well, it worked out, because I missed one right there. Nice little, you know, panning over here. This is the power of the PS2. The absolute power. You didn't know that you would be going all the way up here, but guess what, idiot, you are. Oh yeah, my invisibility power. Pretty neat. Oh shit. I'm still playing like I'm doing time trials. I'm in normal Sly mode. I don't think I mentioned it, but this was supposed to be the first world of the game, but the playtesters found it to be too hard, so they made it the fourth world. What do we got? Whoa, the power of the PlayStation 2. It's the emotion engine, man. Oh, I gotta sneak around the building, right? They pay this guy. They pay this guy money to just stare over the edge of this building. Not even like outside the entrance, he's paid just to stare over the edge. That's his 9 to 5. Oh, he's not gonna be making money now, right? Alright, there's a safe down there. I think I gotta backtrack to it, though. Oh shit, yeah, I'm short. Yeah, I finished all the time trials up to this point, so now we're doing Panda King. Oh yeah, the sneak segment right here. Optional little area. You can completely skip this. Oh no! Okay, yeah, invisibility doesn't work if they're alerted. General Sal. That's the name of the guy from the third game. Oh, they're all named General Sal. He has hairy palms. He's a monkey, so you would think so. Yeah, these monkeys ain't smart. But you already knew that. Oh, the key's right there. Wait, this was mandatory then. Now, we did it the cool guy way. Obviously, what they wanted you to do was to sneak over here with invisibility, get it, and then, like, sneak out without felting the guards. But we just massacred all of them. Oh, fuck, I'm one short. Watch it be somewhere annoying. Wait, no, I see it. Alright, 220. 220. 220. Come on, 220. 220.
I got a real headache figuring this one out.
220.
Input 578.
Damn. What do we got?
This just gets better and better. I'd always heard that one of your southern ancestors, Huckleberry Cooper,
Huckleberry Cooper, baby.
to move while staying invisible.
Whoa!
Hold down the circle button to turn invisible.
It augments the power I just unlocked.
Analog stick.
There, that's what it does. Getting that ticks a little flag in the game to let you move while staying invisible. I couldn't do this until literally just now. Thank you, Sucker Punch. Alright, let's get out of here. Who is he looking at? It reminds me of Crash when you hop on the polar bear or the warthog. He smiles at the camera. You cheeky little cunt. You know what you're doing. You know you ain't supposed to be doing that, but you're doing it regardless. And so we enter the hub world. Like the last hub in the swamp, I thought the music for this one, very soothing. Soothing style. Also, check out the window frames here. It's the Panda King. One of those little details you might not notice on a first playthrough.
Nice job breaking into the Panda King's compound. I think I figured out a way to get to the top of that giant statue. But unfortunately, it's obstructed by this reinforced ceiling hatch.
Guess what? Even more keys.
Firepower around here. I'll just have to find a few more treasure keys to get at it.
Our sword requires 3. It's the Panda King. So this is the grift of his operation. He's burying the villages in snow that don't pay for avalanche protection. It's like a Family Guy with the volcano insurance, but literally. The pickpocketing mechanic with the guards. I was thinking about either doing 2 or doing Jak and Daxter. I guess it would make sense to just play all the games in a row. It's gonna happen, and it's gotta happen, because the charity goal was to do all the games. Not just the first one. Well, the ones on PS2, at any rate. That was a close one. Can I get this one now? Doesn't look like it. How does he not see the bushy tail? You guys are so dented.
Now you guys are dense.
Never understood what this fucking bitch was supposed to be. But apparently, it's a chimpanzee. Very ugly style. Case in point. Sofa. I thought she was some sort of cat. Parachute Gadget in 2 was peak. Yeah, the HD remasters, they got a glitch where if you're not careful with the paraglider, you can just straight up crash the game. It's a holdover from the Japanese PS2 version, because the PS3 version's based off the Japanese versions. Oh yeah, this room. This room's full of these monkey dudes. They do nothing to you. They're just here to hang out and chill. You can't even spy on them with a binocular. Now, you could just leave them alone, but Billy Dingus never did that. Oh, I think you gotta drop on them from above. Or wait. Nah, that doesn't work either. It's time for Chinese food. Probably a few weeks ago. I know it seems crazy, but you really gotta do this for all of them. Well, you don't have to do it. I'm doing it for my own amusement. Wait, hold on. Did I get extra coins just for doing it that way? I don't think they can hurt you either. Because they're swinging their little nunchucks, but I don't think it does damage to you. There's a trophy for it. Beat all the training Mugu monkeys in the Flaming Temple of Flame. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. You didn't get anything for it on the PS2 version. They're rewarding you for indulging your curiosity. Oh, fuck. We'll run that back. No! My platforming money! You're losing your edge, Sly. It's cause the chandelier keeps tilting, dude. Oh, that's it? The exit's right... No, wait, that's the entrance. Okay. I was about to say. They really want me to go for that, huh? Okay, we're good. Let's fucking go, bud. Yeah, here's how you get the clue bottles from before. And you can't backtrack here either. That was like a one and done. Reset the whole level for 2 clue bottles if you missed that. How would you get past this guy if you didn't have moving while being invisible? Wait, which way is the right way? It's just for clues? I didn't want to miss those. Let's go back up. Oh no! Oh shit! I'm telling you, the bitch is strong. I think we're good. No, 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 no. Where's the save? Oh wait, it's right there. Sorry, I mistook it for one of those little laser things. Not that it matters, I'm missing 4 clue bottles. Now wait a minute, chat. First, I'm lying. Second, I'm missing 4 clue bottles. This is awful. No way is it gonna detect these from this far away. But what if it did? Where haven't I been yet? Watch these be at the start or something. It's getting harder and harder to track down the clue bottles, bud. Alright, so we got the 3 that were over there. We got the 2 over here. See, the issue is I can't go back. Oh wait, this is how you would sneak across that guy. I didn't even notice the blue sparkles here. Can we break the game? No, we can't! Alright, I might have to redo it. This is embarrassing, you guys. Alright, I keep all the clues I've collected so far. So that's fine.
I'm not arguing against that, man.
Gotta keep a more open eye, I suppose. Still not seeing them so far. Maybe they were in the big temple. Is there anywhere here I forgot to look? Oh my god! Okay, that's 2. It's gotta be in here then. Maybe. Question mark? Oh man, what if it's not in here? left side. I need 2, not 3. Might be talking about clues that I have already.
Well, it's hidden pretty good, I'll say that much.
I got the ones that were down here. So the last 2 have to be at this segment, because there's no other area for them to be at.
Felt it, bitch.
Another anti-piracy detection thing that this game had was, if you played on a pirated copy, randomly, every clue bottle in the game had a 20% chance of being invisible. And the ones you've already collected have a 20% chance to be uncollected whenever you reload the level. Imagine that, progress being undone. I think that counts for if you lose lives, too. Dude, I'm going crazy. I'm at the end of the level again. I don't see it.
I never remember having a hard time finding clues in this here level there.
Usually the clues are just... they're all in your fucking face. There's no way for you to not even see them. They're not that well hidden.
I know we're at the end of the game, but come on, you guys. It's a game for children, right?
But yeah, no, for... I never recall, like, any level where I just couldn't find all of the clues. I don't know what's going on here. But I will persevere. As I tend to do. Watch it be like, I don't know, a safe or something. And like an alcove. And I just keep walking by it over and over and over again. It's gotta be a safe. Anything coming up? Oh, you know what? I don't even have the Panda King's clue detector thing. So it wouldn't even show me, even if it wanted to. There's no lucky charm there. Because I already have two. Turn around. Maybe it really is in this room. Like, there was a safe here on one of these sides, and it's like, well, you'd think there would be a safe on the other pillar too, but there isn't. Oh, fuck. Damn it, Sly. You're jumping, but you're not pressing the circle button. No, you're not even jumping. You're getting stuck on things. Fucking safe, man. It's gonna be in the most dented location. Alright, I really gotta accept that it's not in this room. What about down here? There's really well and truly nothing else over here. Apparently so. What about down here? This is an inaccessible area. Is it? Yeah, they do not want me down there. No way. The game thinks I'm playing a pirated copy, so it made those 2 glue bottles disappear. Ooh. This is the secret area. There's nothing else here. Man, could you imagine hidden in the snow? I wouldn't put it past him either. That would mean then that it wouldn't be in a safe. I'm just assuming it's a safe because I'm missing 2. And I'm not hearing the tinka-tink. I got the headset on, I can't hear the tinka-tink. God damn it, Panda King. That would be some real bullshit if they were hidden out here. Okay, I gotta come back to that one. I need the blueprints that tell me where his shit is. Okay, we got a few more levels. One was a Carmelita situation. And it's not this one.
Murray's all fired up to make the run for
Oh
the peak.
shit,
While on the
brother,
left
it's a Murray
extension,
level.
Use the left analog stick to aim and the square button to fire.
Right on. I'll keep him covered.
Let's go, Sly.
Time to move, Sly.
See, now those monkeys are evil. I say they don't care about Sly, but Murray, they can't stand Murray. Got some funky tunes though. Oh, I thought I would have to light that for him. Okay. Alright, we're almost there.
I'm half done.
I'm almost there, Sly.
Alright, we built the bridge for him. Look, it's right there! You got it, Murray. Oh god. Did we set off an alarm? Alright, we good. You got it, Murray. Two right here. Oh! Now what? Oh, right here, right here. We're at, right here. Oh no! We good? Right here. We good now? There's so many! That wasn't so bad for the Murray. Oh, Murray, you're looking at a big glitch there, pal. The power of the PS5, Guntleman. Look, Murray accomplished that all on his own. You know, he can be humble and say it was a team effort. That was all on the Murray. I guess the Carmelita level is in the second segment. This one is the mandated invisibility level. Not too many levels in the game that take advantage of it. The only one being this one.
This looks like a good place to try out your new invisibility move. Hold down the circle button to drop out of sight. While invisible, nothing can see you. Not lasers, not searchlights, not guards. Oh, and if the guards already see you, then the invisibility trick won't work on them.
I said earlier that the fourth world in the game, i.e. this one, China was supposed to be the first world. You'll be pleased to know, or perhaps you won't be pleased. This level was supposed to be another barrel level, you know, because the barrel mechanic was introduced in the first world, with Raleigh. This was supposed to be the first level to use the barrel thing, but because the playtesters found China too hard, they moved it to the end of the game, and then repurposed this level as an invisibility level. The barrel does come back in the next world. This does mean they had to redo the whole stage to work with the invisibility. And on top of that, work with the invisibility without the upgrade. That's why you have all the conveyor belts, that's why the lasers right there were moving lasers, because not every player might have the moving while invisible upgrade. And you get those upgrades in order too. if I recall. So if you haven't gotten all the upgrades to this point, you're not getting that moving ability. But outside of that level that I was just in, the clues are pretty easy to find. Still, you gotta account for the dents of the world. We'll just go through the game without collecting everything that there is to collect. Yeah, it makes sense when you think about it, Joe Blanc. His level is kind of, it's like the only level in the game that focuses on invisibility as a mechanic. The levels coming up, sure as fuck, don't use it. The level we were just in doesn't really use it. Except for that one gird. But the trick with him was that, like, all I had to do was sneak around his gondola. Not that gondola. And I could have got him the normal way. But yeah, see, look, conveyor belt right here. To facilitate movement, if you don't have the walking upgrade. Is that everything? We good. Oh my god, there's the key. Oh, gotta go the long way. I think that's also the reason why this level reuses music from the first world. Because if you listen, this isn't the China music. It's music from Raleigh's area. Maybe a leftover from when this was intended as the first world. It really makes you think. Quite hype for the new summoning salt. I don't watch his stuff, so I don't know. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, because usually, you know, if you're in a world, it will play music relevant to that world, with the exception of just this level. Yeah, the only thing I'm hyped for is Synthetic Man and Arlo rambling nonsense. How do I get over here? Now, wait a minute, Maya. Oh wait, I'll come back to this area later. That's right. It was about Carl Jobs' record for locale, though. I hear he got a PB. Oh, Mario 120 Star Records. I could imagine Sarah's pretty hyped for that. Alright, 3 to go. Woo! Okay. Probably the ones that were over here. Oh my god, no! No, it's happening again! There it is.
Press the circle to enter the vault code.
It was a challenge, but
220.
this vault's combination
220.
has got to be 667.
It's never gonna be 220.
I'm not allowed to have anything in this world, huh?
Super Cooper. Oh, briefly defy gravity technique.
Incredible! I never would have thought this this was possible? Sir Augustine of Cooper's technique to briefly defy gravity. From now on, you should be able to pop right out of those bottomless pits you keep falling into, and you won't even lose a lucky charm.
Well, just like how that earlier page gave us water immunity, now we got gravity immunity. Stuff of bottomless pits. Very amusing because the next world is just all lava, and there's no lava immunity.
Pagoda is some kind of huge gunpowder production plant. Judging by the scale, the Panda King must be making tons of explosives.
Damn, you think so, Bentley? %, we're almost done. Actually, I think there's only one more platforming level to go, and the rest of it is just mini-games. Do everything here? I did. A lot of coins, but very anticlimactic explosion. Alright, next segment.
I calculated the trajectory of these rockets, and I'm 99% sure you'll be able to ride them all the way to the top of that statue before they explode.
What about that other 1%?
Well, in that case, Sly, you will be blown to bits. But the experience will no doubt be spectacular.
Nice.
Now, to unlock these rockets, you're going to need all 7 of the Panda King's treasure keys.
Right on. I'll steal them in no time.
We got 4 already, so we got 3 to go. One is a Carmelita level, one's a shooting level, and the other... oh shit, is another Murray level. That's kind of fucked up of Bentley to say. I thought they were pals. What the... oh shit, speaking of Murray. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go, bro.
Hurry, what are you doing down there?
Well, I'm minding my post when I notice this snow cone stand, and I think to myself, hey Murray, you gotta keep your energy up. So I hurry over here, and then all of a sudden, monkeys are everywhere.
Those damn monkeys.
Them 3 times around this track for a key.
Could use the key. Think you could take them?
Come on, Sly, they're a pack of monkeys. How can I lose?
All right, remember.
Damn.
Steer with the left stick and press square to use any nitro boosts you collect. Keep clear of those icy patches.
Thanks for the advice, Sly, but trust me, I got this under control.
Got it under control, bro. Here I go, Sly. They're already stealing my nitros. Now, I think the icy physics affect them as well, so they drive way more crazy than the dogs from the Mugshots world. I think the dog one gets a worse rep because there are no icy patches for the AI to fuck up on. This is harder for you because of the icy patches, but it's harder for the AI as well. See, look, I'm already in 2nd place. The last race, I was my best performance could only get me in 3rd by the time the 2nd lap started. I just gotta maintain. First try? Yeah, right. Could you imagine? He's gonna fuck up, watch. Oh, he fucked up a little bit. Did he really miss that nitro? Alright, first place fucks up here. Don't get cocky. Don't get cocky. We're winning. We're winning. First try. First try. First try. For the Murray. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it's done. First try. Very quiet, sly voice acting. Again, the dog one is worse because there's no ice for the AI to fuck up on. The ice fucks them up as much as it fucks you up. Easy key! Let's fucking go, bud! Alright, is this the Carmelita level? It is. Let's try this one out. This is the last platforming level in the game. Well, proper platforming level. Review of the Minecraft movie? I haven't watched it. My nieces don't seem too interested. If anything, they seem more interested in the McDonald's meal, which I have not tried for myself, so I've not tried the nether sauce. Anyone here tried it? And you want to try it the next time you go out for lunch? Can we get an elite review of the nether sauce?
Freeze, Raccoon!
Oh shit, she's here.
Freeze when my heart warms at the very sight of you.
Hubba hubba.
I don't know what
Ringtail.
they're doing here in China,
Racist.
but I'm sure it can't be good for whoever owns this place.
You must only have eyes for me if you're too blind to see what's going on around here.
All I see is a pathetic thief who's escaped justice for far too long.
I'm proud to be a thief, especially when I'm stealing from a vicious extortionist like the Panda King. Open your eyes, detective. These quaint temples are a front for an illegal explosives factory.
Don't try to confuse the issue. You criminals are all the same, and none of you can escape justice.
Dumb hoe. Alright, let's get out of here. Overpriced nonsense? That's all of fast food, though. Guys, name the last time you went to any fast food place and you felt like it was a good value proposition for what you paid versus the food that you got. You can't do it. Anyway, we're running away from Lady again. I gotta run away from her while collecting clues.
Get the clues that you can use, Nintendo Power.
P. Terry's double cheeseburger meal for $9. Oh, we don't have that in Dingus land, sadly. Fast food, hard to remember anytime. Burger King, Pokemon first movie. That was the late 90s, man. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough too bad. Oh, Little Caesars is a good argument, though. Little Caesars, a whole ass pizza for $5. You know, large style size. Even mind the taste too much. People like the shit on Little Caesars. It's okay, especially for the price you pay. Got that nice little lunch meal too, like I think it's like $3 or $4. You get a little small little personal pizza with a Pepsi. Oh, right here you gotta wait for her to shoot the shit for you. Literally shooting the shit. Well, Anne's got a local cafe just like the guy. I can't really front, we got a good cafe here too. Everyone's got that little cafe in their town. Oh no, am I missing two? No, okay, we're good. Can we just shoot the fireworks at her? No! bitch! Sorry. I fell for that. Hook, line, and sinker. Alright, gimme. Come on, Bentley! Bentley, come on, I'm in trouble here. 220. 220, 220. 220. Oh, damn it! I got excited when I heard 2.
You found the blueprints for the Panda King's lair.
I wish I had these earlier.
Straight into your binocular.
Big up to the mom and pop place doing omelets. Smokers inside. Imagine you're on a plane. And they still let you smoke. Remember they used to allow smoking on planes? We just didn't know any better, dude. Anyway, we finally get to kill her.
Watch your back, Cooper. When you least expect it, I'll be there.
Softball lady? We actually, I mean, we actually sent her falling. Is she okay? Fly doesn't care. Nah, she'll be back. I'm just having a laugh. She'll be back. It's they got a Looney Tunes thing going on. They got a Roadrunner Wile E. Coyote. She'll be back. Okay, so we're missing... Yeah, rapid fire assault. Ah! You get cucked out of this level too. You have that anti-piracy protection on if you got an illegal copy, because you're supposed to shoot this door to progress. What were you saying, Bentley? I fucking cut you off. I can't replay that. Yeah, it's me. Yeah. They'll try their best, I'm sure. Is the only boss who does this second intercom thing during a vehicle level. A minigame style level. These guys were so nice in the other level, why do they want to kill me now? Alright, let's roll. What's this music? I don't remember this, Steve. This is the only level it plays in? At times, the music does feel like something you would hear out of Crash Bandicoot. Particularly the levels where you're running away from the boulders and shit. Or the polar bear in 2. It's got that same kind of synth going on to it. Like I was saying earlier, it feels like this game's a natural evolution of what the Crash platforming had established on PS1. Like if Crash continued on PS2 with Sony, as the IP guy holding the IP. It probably would play a lot like this. But, you know, Universal had it, so they went multi-plat. They gave us Raccamaggocus, which was just Crash 3 with new levels. It's like a Crash 3 level pack. That's what Raccamaggocus is.
And it was so wonky.
Then they tried to go open world because Jak and Daxter was going open world with Twinsanity, and the results were mixed. I like Twinsanity, but few people think much of it aside from the music. And some people don't even like the music. Is there supposed to be something here to attack me while I get the key? No? What was the point of that? Yeah, the purist. Well, Twinsanity had ideas. It's just, you know, development hell. They didn't have the budget. They were being crunched by, I think it was Vivendi Universal. Those guys got merged into Activision, who owns the IP for Crash to this day, obviously. We got all the keys, so it's time to face off against the Panda King. Nice little visual treat here as you launch up to the temple.
See that ring on the bundle of fireworks?
I'm trying to grab it.
Hook onto it with your cane to hitch a ride.
I'm hooking on it, Bentley.
I'm pressing circle. What? The game glitched. What, I was supposed to whack it? Oh my god. You didn't say that part, Bentley. Alright, boss time.
I see you carry Kane.
I am the guy.
Cooper Thief Clan. Have you come here for revenge? To steal back the Thievius Raccoonus?
That was my plan at
Oh, so we don't have to lore dump you, okay.
I'm more interested in putting an end to your avalanche extortion racket.
Why should you care if I bury a few worthless village in snow? You are a thief, just like me.
No, that's only half right. I am a thief from a long line of master thieves, while you're just a frustrated firework artist turned homicidal pyromaniac.
Insolent child. You shall pay.
Pretty bad thief if you're that big, bro.
Disrespect. Still, to honor your Cooper ancestry, I will send you to your doom with the beauty of my new firework technique.
Flame fool.
This is the only boss in the game where there's no gimmick. You don't have to wait for his weak point. You don't have to do anything. You can just go up to him and smack him with your cane. Most of the bosses in Slide 2 and 3 operate just like this. No gimmick, just whack him. And every now and again, he'll send you back. You can hide behind the statues here, but I don't really see a point to doing it. It's not like this guy's Hadoukens are hard to dodge. If you get hit by the chop, he fucking squashes you. I made the mistake of letting him hit me with it as a Billy Dingus. Last phase. There it is.
Your skill with that cane is unparalleled.
Sly! I did a cross
and always Russia! He'll come back in. He actually gets the best redemption out of all the bosses.
Retrieving the Panda King section of the Thievius Raccoonus gave me a chance to learn about my technically minded ancestor, Otto Van Cooper. Not known for his physical dexterity,
Get it? Because automobile.
Otto relied on vehicles to aid him in his criminal endeavors. Armed with his designs, I was sure Murray would be able to make some cool modifications to the team van.
We got a gun now.
A frustrated Inspector Fox, having missed me coming down.
See, she's alive.
Threw the Panda King in jail, thus putting an end to his
Hot leaded Spitfire puts fiery panda on ice.
Mountain villages throughout China.
Thank you, Amran, the
My
re-up.
gang and I took a little time off and did some shopping in Hong Kong. Thoroughly relaxed, we headed home to plan our next move.
Sly 3 does like an homage to that shot right there with them on the rickshaw. They get more members in Sly 3, so they do an homage to that shot, but with all the members they've gained since the first game. Thank you, Amran, again, the 1 month at tier 1 for 7 months. And he says, "Oh my lord, it's that cat game." No, this is South of Midnight is what you're looking at.
Partner, this is it. A trip to Clockwork's lair.
Well, not exactly. I still got some stuff to look for here. I got the blueprints now, so I gotta figure out where these bottles are hiding. Oh my god, Jobla, it's over there. Okay. What? Almighty Tevin, raid! Thank you, Almighty Tevin, for the raid. The party of 165. Thank you, Erebus, for the follow. We are hot tonight. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. No complaints on my behalf. We're gonna finish the Khet Raccoon game in honor of Khet's wedding anniversary that nobody celebrated tonight. Let's fucking go! I'm almost gonna be on the last world. I just gotta look for some clues. No. All right, everyone, cool it. This is the robbery. Face out on the floor with your dingus is up in the air. Yeah, dingus is up in the air. Nice and swollen. Okay, the game said they were right here. How would you know they were there? How would you know? Wait a minute. Oh, god damn it. I knew there was something fishy about this area. I'm not coping. Okay, we can continue. Yeah, this was on PS2. So, I'm playing it on PS5, the PS Quintuple. There is the PS3 Remastered Collection, but if you're a fucking autist like me, there are a lot of graphical glitches and audio bugs in that version. Just bugs that did not exist in the original PS2 edition. There are some nice quality of life fixtures. I don't mind not having them in this release. This is a emulated PS2 on the PS5 with the power of PS Plus. That's a bad coat, bro. Yeah, it is. I hope everyone's having a good night. I hope you enjoyed DSP not celebrating his wedding anniversary. I opened the stream by saying this, but guys, please consider he canceled the stream. He was not going to celebrate his wedding anniversary at all. He makes his own schedule, he makes his own bed. He decided for himself in that moment. Dark Side Phil, looking at his schedule 2 weeks ahead of time, he makes his schedule. He's like, you know what, I'm gonna work on my wedding anniversary day. I don't care about that fat cunt anyway. So he schedules it so that he works on his anniversary and doesn't do anything with the horse. And then God, taking pity on Phil, has the stars align and like Beardson's mom dies. We're gonna assume Beardson is the co-host for the Last Smart Guys co-host. Beardson mom dies. We're gonna make that up. That's not true. I'm making this up. We're gonna, for the purpose of the scenario, Beardson's mom dies and Beardson is unable to co-host Smart Guys. So Phil gets a second chance. The Lord smiled on Phil and told him, you can have one more chance. You can't spend the whole day with her because you already did your day stream. We're giving you one more chance. Phil, you can at least spend the evening with her. You can sit next to her. You can play WWE Champions while she's also on her phone. And then you guys can go and sleep in separate rooms like you always do. Maybe you can order some fast food because you don't want to take her anywhere on her fucking wedding anniversary.
How you doing, dude?
And Phil looked at the boons, the gift that was given to him. And he looked at that boon and he was like, nah, I think I'm gonna stream anyway. I don't want to talk to that hoe. So he played Schedule 1. Think about this. Consider this, chat. Instead of hanging out with his wife, he would rather sell weed. He would rather sell weed than hang out with Khet, ladies and gentlemen. He would rather commit crimes in certain states. I don't know if it's a crime in his state. I don't want to look it up. He would rather commit federal crimes. Not federal crimes. Crimes in certain states. He would rather commit state-level crimes rather than hang out with his wife. The actual crook. Dark side crook. Dark side crook dealing dark side drugs in a dark side world. Thank you, Gears, for the how you doing, Dingus. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I got a bit of a cough, but it's getting better.
This vault code appears to have been written in owl dialect.
What dialect?
We'll be able to crack the code until we meet and defeat the bird who created it.
Oh, bitch. Come back when you beat the final boss. Get out of here. Thank you, Goki, for the Scam Q game redeem. Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Is that the one that was on PSP? He didn't even sell weed. He just yapped. He didn't even play the game? Canceled the game to do Q&A. He didn't play. Oh, I bigly felt it. He didn't even play he didn't even get gameplay? Ah, it's over. You can't even have the cope that he, played a game and, worked. You can't even say he sat down and played a game and made money, a little bit of extra spending money for his wife for their anniversary. They're going to celebrate the anniversary on a day off. You can't even say he sat down and worked and played a game to make a little bit extra more spending money for the day off that's coming up where they celebrate the anniversary. You can't even say that. You can't even say that. Instead, he just sat and talked to people when he could have just sat down and talked to his wife. Like he does every night. But at least it would have been special because it's their anniversary. Oh, that's so tough. It's your wedding anniversary, you're gonna talk wrestling. So now cancel that and just waste time. That's what I'm saying. He had a plan. He had a fucking operation. The intention was to talk wrestling rather than hang out with the hoe. And then everything falls into place for him to just cancel everything because the co-host canceled on him. And it's you just take the L on it and don't stream at all. But no, he had to stream. He had to still stream, dude. Yeah, he couldn't not stream, basically. Big ups to Kawaii Rob. A big fan, been watching you since Heavy Rain. Whoa, really? Holy shit. Most people here have been watching since Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Ek. And says, Dingus, imagine this for a moment. Kid has to take a day off to cook for him on his B-Day. He doesn't take a day off for her birthday. True. Valentine's Day or the anniversary. He's got to work, dude. He's a working man. Really visualizing that head for any normal couple how that would have turned out after 5 years. What really fucks with me is that, again, he creates his own schedule. He could have given himself the day off. And that's kind of a cope, too, because I'm sure, come on. I know you guys have probably had some yucky bosses or whatever. But for the most part, if you bring it up some weeks in advance, most bosses can be accommodating, right? It's hey, I got this thing going on. My birthday's on this date. Hey, my anniversary's coming up on this date. If you bring it up at least 2 to 3 weeks in advance, you can probably get a day off, right? It's not crazy, right? They're not going to cry about it, right? There's other employees that can take the shift or whatever. So even that hope is oh, if Phil, if Phil wasn't his own boss, he wouldn't be able to take the day off. But even if he had his own boss, if he had just asked, he probably could get the day off. Still, he's his own boss. He is his own boss. And still can't give himself the day off. He just has to work. And if you want to argue that it's like, oh, he can't give himself more than like 1 day off, 2 days off is ridiculous. Despite the fact that he made $3,000 this week. He made $3,000 and can't spend anything on his wife? Nothing at all? Really? Question mark? Apologize, apologies if I gotta press X to doubt here, That's what really gets me, is that he always talks to us about how he needs to make a certain amount of money to justify his second day off. What does $3,000 look? Oh wait, 2K of that went to champions or whatever. But he doesn't want us to know that. He said only detractors were talking about that. That's completely made up. He doesn't spend $2,000 on a mobile game, even though we have all the evidence to suggest otherwise. But it's like, you abide to his own logic, and then he can't even stay consistent with his own logic. He absolutely made enough money today to justify a second day off, and then he still didn't want to take one. And even if you want to like follow him on his logic about, oh, he doesn't make enough for 2 days off, why didn't he just move his Saturday day off to today? Why didn't he just swap the days off and work Saturday but have today off? Think about it. Why didn't he do it that way? That way he still only has 1 day off. It makes no sense when you parse it. And that's how it's done. It's just real... I don't know, I don't want to sound too soy, but it's kind of gross. it's kind of... Like, how little do you love your fat wife, bro? Do you actually... do detractor memes about Khet actually make him look at her in a worse light or something? Did the memes sour her in his point of view, in his perspective? His perspective on her is sour because he actually takes all the memes too close to heart. They hit too close to home. Big up Triple D Ook.
Hello, longtime fan. Been a fan since Birth by Sleep playthrough from 2008. Here's $100.
Big ups GPM and DD Duke. Switch 2 sold out. I didn't know that our stores breached conduct. Started selling them right after the direct. Really? You should sue them, GPM. When I worked retail, they laughed in my face when I requested my B day off. I quit. I wasn't good enough. Teehee. Oh, Manager Dingus could give himself a day off whenever he needed to. But. Of course, the ESP doesn't spend 3K on a mobile game. Some of the time you spend 3K collectively on a mobile game, on stream, in front of a live viewing audience. And then said they still had, and then he said he still had to make money. He still had to make money to justify the money he was spending on that game during the streams that he was doing that on. What's sour to her is the fact that she has fat rolls not getting clean. It's probably what's sour. Ugh. Probably smells like sour milk in there. She's fat! Worked at a casino. Certain days are called blackout days. Those are all hands. No one gets time off. You don't show you're fired. Yeah, it exists in retail too. Like, for example, Black Friday. Get it? Blackout day, Black Friday. But those are usually, they inform you of that shit well in advance. It's not sprung up on you. And if we want to talk about Khet's work schedule, it's like, bro, she works 2 days out of the week. Phil's days off are no longer scheduled around Khet's absences from work. That's why his days off have been so malleable as of late. They can be whatever day he fucking wants it to be, as long as it's not one of her 2 days that she's working. But remember those spiels he would have about, oh, it's got to be on Khet's day off. I don't know when my day off will be. It's whenever Khet's day off is. He doesn't really talk like that anymore because Khet's working fewer days now. He used to talk about that constantly.
I don't know when my day off is gonna be.
Whoops. I mean, she just doesn't want to. No, he does. He just doesn't want to hang out with her. He's afraid. He's afraid of her. Yeah, he won't do anything for anybody else unless it benefits him. I mean, you guys saw the Triple P DMs.
I don't want to go on Locale Live. What's in it for me?
Bitch, you're gonna be on Locale Live. What are you talking about? You see how many views they get nowadays?
What's in it for me?
You know what was in it for you? $50,000, but you told him no, because you thought you were worth more than that. He's gonna end up doing a thing with Keemstar anyway. I maintain that. I've said it before. This whole poetry, this fucking epic that began with side-scrollers, it's gonna come to a head. And it's gonna conclude with Phil ultimately works with Keemstar, except it's not for $50,000. And everybody's gonna laugh. And the joke will be on Phil. You're gonna work for free, bish. Turn around. There's a skip right here. I don't think I could do it though. Oh. If I don't make it by like 10 seconds, I gotta restart. I know I'm gonna lose, I just want to see if I'm capable of doing it. There it is. Oh, so I don't need to jump on a thing. And then it just teleports you up here. Yeah, Becky Boop. Yeah, I heard that. I didn't just hear it, I saw it when he showed it, that he was in Becky Boop's DMs. But he doesn't care about drama, though. If he took it from the start, easy money, it would have been easy money for Phil. But you're right, Keem would have gotten sick of him. Just like everybody else that tries to work with him.
Becky, why you lying to yourself?
Becky lied.
Becky, why'd you lie, man?
Becky lied. Becky cried. People died. Did they really bring back Wingo? I'm not caught up with that storyline. I was watching Kino Casino earlier this week. Not restreaming it, watching it on my own time. And they had mentioned that Wingo was brought back. And they said, yo, man, I feel foolish for even believing it from the start, bud. It was fake the whole time. Oh my god, okay, it was a script. My initial thesis was that it was real at first and then it got out of hand. You know, real and then shit got too real. I can't remember who said it, but there was a good explanation. Like they were riding off the coattails of the Boogie Cancer thing, but that was last year. Now they need a new thing going on. So, okay, we can't just do it with Boogie again. We gotta do it with Wings now. And what can we do with Wings? You know, it can't be a health issue again, or people are gonna call that out. So what do we do? Oh, domestic violence! Yes! Oh, come on. I had it earlier. What's the angle for this? I'll get it.
I need the skip, baby.
Yeah, the only person who got fired for real was fucking RTU. For reasons that would probably be similar to Phil getting fired in the timeline where Phil took the 50K because he was too annoying to work with. Really just goes to show that RTU and Phil are two sides of the same coin. Corn? Coin. RTU was sacrificed to the corn. And then he was replaced by the fucking Twisted Metal Man, which I still don't understand how that works, because that guy is like on the complete opposite political spectrum compared to Keem and everybody else on that society. The Society of Locale Live. You know, Sony's not calling him anymore. You know, he didn't work on the new God of Wars. You know, they're not making Twisted Metal anymore. They're only making a Twisted Metal show, which is kind of dented. Why are they making a Twisted Metal show, but they don't have a game to go along with it? They were working on a games and service free-to-play Twisted Metal game. I'm not gonna lie, it's not like it doesn't fit that model, kinda? As depressing as that, you know, realization is, it's not like it wouldn't fit that model, but it got canceled. Am I the Garfield guy, or is Juzzy that? I can't remember if I did Garfield first or if Juzzy did Garfield first. I think if you asked Juzzy, he would be nice and say that I did it first, but I don't have that confirmation. It's been too long. The E-girl dressed as a clown? See, I haven't watched enough. I don't know who that is. Can we get the skip? Skip juice. It's like I gotta position Sly facing forward. Is he trying to aim for the apes? Need to hit the rocket. He hit it last time without standing on anything. Oh, wait. Was I at the wrong angle? They're right here. Alright, I'll do it the right way now. I just really wanted that skip, dude. Thank you, Anne, for the 10-bit cheer. That's me trying to get the skip in this game. Look, a lot of the shortcuts I tried on those other levels actually worked out. Honestly, if you want to really shoot yourself to like a game with time trials, a platforming game with time trials, the Crash games are worse for that. Get a platinum on every Crash level, I dare you. Alright, we Gucci. I really gotta apologize for calling the roll trash. I said there was no purpose for it, dude. I was wrong. Thank you, Tevin the Giant emote. Mod love! We do love our mods here. Mini Ninjas? I did not play Mini Ninjas. Playing through Sekiro right now. Sekiro's a good game. Because it made Phil Sieve with the Guardian 8. It and Ghost of Tsushima inspired a generation's worth of ninja styles. We love our mods, our law enforcement. We love our sword icons, they're important. This is the run, I swear. D&B in this level got me pumped, dude. Oh shit, no. I thought that was gonna knock me off the ledge, dude. It's always this guy killing time. Come on. Get out of here. Let me try it once. No. Oh well. Yeah, what was I saying? We got like like several dozen ninja samurai sword style games coming out this year. And a lot came out within the past 2 years as well. Thank you, Ghost Tsushima. Another Sucker Punch classic. And even they got a sequel to that game coming out. And of course, you gotta thank Sekiro too. Okay, take out those guys. That one takes out the door. And I don't have to go to that other area, I go straight to the exit. If I can get over there in time. That's crazy! How do I do that fast? That's with the shortcut. Mandatory shortcuts? Ah! Thank you, Bashe, for the 4 months at tier 1 for 30 months. Autopay is belting him again. Dingus bleeding me dry with the autopay. Hey, it's like Phil always said, you gotta keep autopay on, dude. Why not jump from the lamppost? I tried that. You mean to get the skip? The one time I got the skip, it was without me jumping from the lamppost. Or you mean jump off the tower? It was blocking the invisible wall. Yeah, Anne's been doing non-stop anime. A week of anime. His computer constantly restarting, can't stop him. Damn it! Where's my Lucky Charm money at? But thank you again, Bashe, for the re-up. How you doing, Bashe? Bashe, I'm playing Sly Cooper because Phil said the black girl game. That's right, the woke game with a black girl in it. Plays just like this game that stars a talking raccoon. And I gotta play it anyway for charity. I actually gotta play all the games in the trilogy. So I might play Sly 2 next, while balancing that with Xenoblade. But it's been a nice romp down a memory lane. The game's just as fun as I remember. The comparisons to Crash become a lot more apparent now that I'm older. Big ups, Roachbait. Hello, Roachbait. Big ups, Charity Gamer. Yeah, it's one of my overdue Extra Life things. We do the Extra Life every year. We do a little Extra Life. Sure, Anne owes some Extra Life things that he has not fulfilled because he's too busy playing Persona. Just wonderful. Just checking out Twitch and doing some Monster Hunter weekly quests before I die. Why don't you ever play Monster Hunter with Anne? I unironically don't know if Anne owes anything for Extra Life. I'm just calling him out for no reason. Because I'm evil. Okay, I got like 10 seconds to get down there. So if you're talking, I can't jump out from the window in that tower. Invisible wall, so I just gotta sprint. No! No, you don't. You can't roll uphill. Rolling uphill doesn't work. On that run, I didn't roll during that open field area, so that's why I lost time. I'm never invited to play with my best friend. He's too high in demand. True. Most of the time by me. Damn it! We're not getting out of here! "5 years of nonstop begging and lies. I nearly lost all interest." Yeah, we were talking earlier, Roachbait. He could have spent his wedding anniversary with Khet. Instead, he decided to talk to his audience. Didn't even play the game that he said he was going to play. Even though yesterday he was talking about, oh, everyone wants me to do everything. I can't play South of Midnight because so many people are asking me, when are you going to play Call of Duty? When are you going to play Street Fighter? When are you going to go back to Schedule 1? And then he goes back to Schedule 1 and doesn't play Schedule 1. Instead, he talks at us for 2 hours, apparently. Very cool. Doesn't want to hang out with his wife. Cat, eternally felted. Not even her husband wants to talk to this big bitch. She's just gonna yell at him. He fears Cat. He fears Cat. Remember the DMs? You fucking idiot, Phil. You fucking cocksucker. You said you weren't gonna do interviews again. Because not after what happened with side scrollers, you fucking moron.
I had to eat a lot of shit from my wife.
He's terrified of her. Think about it. She's so big. He's such a pussy. He probably fears that she'll sit on him. He opened his birthday stream by saying he wouldn't do a podcast a day. Turns out the whole day was a podcast. Yeah. He bragged about not doing a podcast too on a daily route. Big up Saru. New Noida PB, 63rd place worldwide for any percent. Yes! Let's get a big shout out. Let's get a big shout out for Saru. Mods!
I'm doing a very important speed run here.
Big ups Saru. I'm almost done with Sly. I gotta do some speed runs in this world. Whoa, the thing that you like. I'm doing speed runs while you're doing speed runs. And then I gotta fight the final boss. These guys eat up so much time. Okay, 16 seconds to get to the exit. Man, Sarah, have you seen the skips I had to do to save time on these levels? So, that was me doing it with a skip. With a big skip that cut like half the sneaking portion of the level. I save only 6 seconds. That's why I was trying to do the rocket skip, hitting the rocket earlier, because that saves the time of you going around that little mini tower. So yeah, this game has speedruns for all the main platforming levels. The minigames don't have speedruns. And, Saru, if you complete the speedrun in a level, if you beat the time trial, you get developer bonus commentary. Oh my god. For example, if I go back. Press L1 for bonus commentary.
This level is in many ways, in my opinion, the most sort of evolved from the standpoint of gameplay mechanics in the game. We do some really crazy things with the camera, like when you're sneaking around the edge and the icicles are falling at you. Where
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot.
To a simple decision-making process, being left or right with the danger coming down on them. But because they're so constrained, you can do totally whack things with the camera and give you this image that you don't normally see in video games as a result. It's more cinematic, and it helps highlight the danger in the case of this level from the guards looking down on you when you sneak around the guard tower or the falling icicles. It's a nice change of pace
when
from just
devs
having
cared
a
about their
top-down playable
games.
camera all the time.
You get a bizarre perspective.
Let me ask you this. Okay, so we were recording the voices for the game.
Yes.
And how weird
Oh,
is
I
it
think
to
this
get
is
the
Bentley's
script?
voice actor.
And the game is it's kind of interesting.
It's a
to know
Dev and
that
Bentley's voice
we're
actor,
not
I
trying
think.
to make a cartoon with the voices. everybody's supposed to be pretty straight-laced, and you're one of the weirder voices in the game.
Oh yeah, Bentley.
But a lot of people are very, very dry. Not hammy at all.
Sly Cooper.
Sly Cooper, if he was hammy, we would be in big trouble. But he takes it all seriously. How hard is it to take it seriously or even understand what's going on from the script?
Well, I would say it's actually pretty simple.
Dude, it's Bentley's speaking voice.
You get a character and you figure out what this character sounds like and what who they are.
Bentley sounds like a dingus.
This is what it is, and you just say the lines like the character would say them. And fortunately, the lines are not too difficult to manage. A lot of them are, wow, press the circle button and you'll jump.
It sounds just like him.
What you need to say, what you need to do.
You gotta jump and press the circle button, Sly.
About, I think on this other level about, she's making a disgusting soup out of guts and bones. It's just a matter of just going along with the lines and trying to be scared.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you, I don't think.
Well, this makes me wonder, my next question, how old were they when they recorded the voice? He sounds like he's in his early 20s, like college age.
As a turtle freaked out by a voodoo creation soup.
Well, it's all just the magic of make-believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, well, you say.
There's like a behind-the-scenes video in Sly 3. I think they said they found this guy from a record shop.
You know exactly what you're trying to get across.
He worked in a record shop by Sucker Punch's HQ.
And I use that term loosely in my.
They liked his voice, so they brought him in to do Bentley.
Just to try and make sure that everything makes sense is coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, well, there you go. Every platforming level has commentary, just like that. That was very good. Again, you really don't get shit like that anymore. Stuff like that in video games is now like on the YouTube channel and shit. It's not unlockable in the game. Or if it is in the game, you gotta get the special edition, you gotta pay $120. And now games are like $90. The minigame levels have commentary too, but they're just not unlockable in the game. They're in the game data, but they're not unlockable. You gotta go digging for those. But yeah, almost every level has got commentary just like that. And it's just a real shame you don't see stuff like that anymore. Oh wait, I gotta beat Clockwork for that. So I gotta come back to that level. Let's do the Carmelita level. Infamous games? I didn't play the Infamous games. If it was on PS3, I didn't play it. Because I didn't have a PS3. We were broke! But every so often, I'll mention it, and it gets a good rep here. Oh yeah, Infamous. I wish they would bring Infamous back. That's why I was saying, last time I played this, you got Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog's gone down the shitter. Insomniac's gone down the shitter too. It's really unfortunate. I love Ratchet and Clank, but holy shit, Insomniac, why? And then you got everything else that they want to do that isn't Ratchet and Clank. But Sucker Punch. I think you can argue that Sucker Punch has stayed of consistent quality ever since Sly Cooper. People liked Infamous. People liked Ghost of Tsushima. They haven't been ruined as a studio yet. Now, obviously, that's gonna change with Ghosts of Yotei. They're gonna get woke! Big ups Leo Kira. Now, games can star women and be based. If that wasn't true, if that was not the case, nobody would like Metroid. Correct? We just gotta see, dude. Though I'm not holding my breath. I think the reason Ghost of Tsushima was so good was because it started development before, everything got too fucked. Just because of the developmental life cycles. That probably started development 2015, 2014. So, at a conceptual level, it wasn't paused yet. Wait, I spent too much time here. But now you have Ghost of Yotei, which undoubtedly started development long after everything got fucked. So I guess this will be the real test for Sucker Punch. And if it ends up sucking or just not being as good as what came before, will Sony have any studios left of prestige? I don't think so. No! I'm getting too excited. I gotta calm down. They need to revoke Sony USA's power. They do have a Japanese person as their president again. But just like with Trump coming into office and making everything based in Red Pill again, game life cycles, development cycles take years, 4 to 5 years, and even 6 years to get a game off the fucking conveyor belt. So we probably won't see the ramifications of them having a Japanese president for who knows how long. Take Intergalactic, Naughty Dog's latest pile of slop. That was probably greenlit years ago, and we're only just now seeing it. And it looks the way it does because of the era it was commissioned in. Gamers have rejected wokeness. However, it matters not, because development's life cycles don't work like that. Oh shit. Okay, come on, come on, come on. I really appreciate... now, Nintendo isn't super consistent on this, but I do appreciate that they only ever announce their games when they're ready to come out. Now, Metroid Prime 4 is an outlier, but come on, it was a unique situation. Development on the game literally got restarted because of Bandai Namco. It's, Namco's fault. I said typically, Goki. Oh, did I make it? I got lucky with the RNG here. Oh, not yet. Alright, I made it. I'd play a port of Star Fox Zero. I'd play a lazy port of it. I don't care what you guys say. Alright, big ups. We did it. There's 2 more to go. Yeah, Flaming Temple of Flame. Oh wait, no. Is it one more? Okay, it's only one more. My bad. It's a Flaming Temple of Flame. Did he rage quit Zero? I don't think that's true. I think he did beat it. Why does my phone keep turning off? There we go. Wait, did I miss the hourglass because I was looking away? God damn it. Loads of trouble on the final boss? So did I! Fox, you gotta trust your view from the cockpit, you guys.
Cock this, you fucking cocksucker.
Oh, I guess I didn't miss the hourglass. It's just further away. Where's the hourglass at? Am I blind? Wait, do you have to... is it because I don't have the save? That's probably why. Let me double check that. Okay, it is because I don't have the vault. I just never realized that because I always open the vault every time I complete a level. I never finish a level without opening the vault, except for that one. So I can't do the vault or the time trial until I beat the final boss. Well, if that's the case, chat, then it's your lucky day. Because we're going to do the final boss.
Okay, partner, this is it! A trip to Clockwork's lair!
We were on our way to the Krakarov volcano in Russia. While looking over what little information I had on the final member of the Fiendish Five, I began to notice something.
That guy.
In the 4 parts of the Thievius Raccoonus recovered so far, several of the pictures depict a shadowy owl-like figure, which looks very similar to the police images of the mysterious Clockwork. Is this a strange coincidence, or is there something I'm missing?
The cold. King of hate, baby! Suffocate logs! So much about this character doesn't make any sense, but fuck it. It's cool.
Hey,
Sly, I'm the guy.
Fortress is blocked. Do me a favor, shoot out that lock for me, would you, pal?
Alright, here we go. Auto scroller.
Check out all those mines. Think you can blow them away and clear a safe path for us?
They had pictures in Egypt. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions you aren't prepared to handle the answer to.
Bingo! My scanners indicate the Clockwork is holed up in that owl-shaped tower.
What a narcissist.
We've got hostile robo-falcons at 12 o'clock, Sly.
We gotta shoot down the bird, Sly. I gotta kill 2 birds with 1 giant-ass turret. It's not as... It's multiple birds, not 2. Ah! Okay, we're good. I can take 2 hits. Alright, back to the mines. No hub area for this world, it's just a non-stop gauntlet of stages until you get to the end of the game. A home stretch style, if you will. Oh, that one's preparing to attack. When I get those sparks, that means they're ready to... They're revving up the strike. We good. Damn, that's it! I remember this level being longer. Billy Dingus falsehood memories.
The cave doesn't look tall enough for the turret to make it all the way through.
No subtitles for it, but we lost the turret. Thank you, Roach Bait.
It would have been easy to get at them if Murray hadn't thrashed a new turret.
Yeah, won't be a problem. I can hack the computer's connection coupling so they'll fall to the ground. Then Murray will have to run over them with the van.
Okay, and Murray, remember to use our new battering ram by hitting the square button if anyone tries to keep you from those computers.
Murray, there are only 190 computers up there. Now these fire plugs seem intent on getting to them before us.
One of the first games you beat. For me, it was like Spyro. Because we had the Genesis, but my dumbass wasn't beating any games on that. But this is up there too. This is also one of the first games I beat. After Brother Dingus let me play on his PS2. When he got done with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, baby. Anyway, I gotta run over computers or the door won't open or something. Who cares? They just wanted to give Murray something to do. How does running over computers open the door? If I want to get into my own lair, I don't run over the MSI with the Dingus mobile, you know? Honestly, this isn't as bad as the racing levels. Alright, 9 more. 9 more. 6 more. Alright, we got it. We got it. We got it. Belted. Oh yeah, Jack and Daxter as well. And Ratchet and all of them.
Careful, Sly! Those tiles are booby-trapped! You better get out of there!
Hold on. That's Carmelita.
How'd she get here? We left her in China.
Right. She's been dogging us from the start.
It's just a misunderstanding. We've got to free her.
Are you crazy, Sly? Clockwork probably stuck her there to trap you.
But if I don't do anything, Carmelita's doomed. Besides, stealing just won't be any fun without her.
Sly, your ridiculous raccoon logic sends shivers up my shell. But if you're determined to go through with this, that barrel will undoubtedly help, though I have no idea how you'll get up there.
Dude, a spire jump here, a rail slide there. I've done this a million times.
Oh my god, Sly. Now, okay. If she's a trap for Sly, how does the owl know Sly's a horn dog for cop pussy? Whoops. I promise you I jumped. I pressed jump! It's a hologram? Worse. Ah, it's the real thing. Easy. Look at that, Bentley, you were scared for nothing. Now, this brings back the barrel mechanic from the first world, along with the statues that shoot you. Let's hop on in, baby. Yeah, Sly's got a Latina fetish. Obviously. No! No! I got too cocky. The barrel's just supposed to show off that the PS2 can handle so many darts being shot into it. The power of the PlayStation 2, chat. You have a working PS2? So do I. Now, it's not my OG PS2. The one that Brother Dingus gave to me. That one, Brother Dingus's side hoe, baby mama, broke. Years ago, she wanted to watch Winnie the Pooh with her son, and they fucking busted it, fucked up the disc tray. The Dingus household family PlayStation 2, purchased in 2001, destroyed by baby mama. To make up for it, though, she gave me her brother's PS2, which is the one I have now. No! Those last two searchlights suck. But yeah, a little Dingus lore for you. The PS2 I got now is a fraud. It ain't the OG. They're both fat models too. The one we had and the one that she gave me. I've never had a PS2 Slim. Though I hear that one can't emulate PS1 games, can it? Or it's got something, like... It's got something that it can't do that the fat model can do. I forget what. I know it has, it's got the Ethernet port built in. Whereas on the fat one, you need the adapter. Which we do have. I played Up Your Arsenal online back in the day. When I say back in the day, I mean like right as they were about to close it in favor of the PS3 version. Which also had online till like mid-2010s. And it's a trap.
Sly Cooper. I should have known you were behind this.
You dumb cunt!
I'm here to rescue you.
You sentimental fool. Empathy has always been the downfall of the Cooper clan.
I knew this was a trap. Looks like I'm going to have to do some fast and furious hacking to shut down that gas before Sly's brain is turned to cheese.
Alright, brother. Bentley comes through.
Okay, I use the left analog.
What the hell? What are we even doing anymore, Sucker Punch?
Looks like I triggered one of Clockwork's security algorithms. Stay sharp, Bentley.
Big ups to OMG Zelda. We're gonna finish Sly Cooper 1 tonight. And then, I guess I'll watch the Daily Wrap. I'm disappointed that he didn't hang out with his wife. Why? Instead, he talked to the audience.
We didn't even play the game. We had a nice time. Just talking for 2 hours, talking with chat, a little Q&A.
You could have did that with your lady, though. Music for this is terrible. I like it.
Level 2.
Forgot these segments. This is the only time hacking is done in Sly 1. It becomes a more common occurrence in 2 and 3.
Level 3.
It does give Bentley a way to contribute beyond just being the tutorial man. No! That's one shot? Really, DD Duke? I didn't know that about the Slim. It's got issues with widescreen? Jack X doesn't work on it. Need to have the older model to play Jack X? Good thing they remastered it. Ooh! Oh! No!
It's tougher than it looks, man.
Big ups Worms. Was it Saru that said he wanted to play a Worms game recently? Only online PS2 ever game that I ever had was Siphon Filter. Didn't have the ability to go online with it, so it was very lackluster. Yeah, I think a couple of Brother Dingus's car racing games had online, but I wasn't allowed to play those. I couldn't play his games. I hope your Arsenal was the only one that I had that could do online. Later on, I got Deadlocked, Ratchet Deadlocked, which also had online, but the servers were dead by the time I got a copy. And Jack X also had online, but I never had a copy of it. Probably for the best, though. I heard it had a very bad memory card glitch. Oh, fuck. Deadlocked was the go. I love Deadlocked. I don't get why people hated it. Just because it wasn't another platformer style after they had done 3 planetary platforming exploration style games. It was trying something different, you guys. I do see more appreciation for it now. It's got that perfect balance of, you know, Ratchet humor, but with that mid-2000s edge Kino. Ooh, okay. Dodge that. If I remember correctly, at the end, they give you like 2 of these clockwork guys to dodge. Ow! Ooh, okay. That was bad. Okay, last level is up next. Oh! I'm gamer moding! I'm gamer moding! Wait, no, this is the last level. Is it? I don't even know! Come on, come on, come on. Thank you, Jesse51. Scam key game redeem. Alright, we did it. Frog Remaster, it's on the Switch. Well, buddy. This is the PlayStation game originally. I think I would play it on the 5. Or I think it was on the Saturn first.
Break me out of this force field by smashing its base, and I'll make it up to you somehow.
Well, I guess I got no other choice.
And so the journey continues. Have a big up, Jesse. Welcome in.
I don't get it, Cooper. I've hunted you for years, tried to throw you behind bars, but when you get a chance to leave me in a cage, you set me free. Why?
Carmelita.
You wanna smash?
You may be on opposite sides of the law, but you're not my enemy. Now, the homicidal robotic owl that built this death ray and nearly gassed us to death, that guy's on my list.
I see your point. All right. Until Clockwork and his evil schemes are destroyed, I suggest we work together.
Together?
Whoa, bigger jaws. Nice going, Sly.
I need that cane. It's been in my family for generations.
Don't worry, Ringtail. I'll cover you while you get it back. If you can, make your way to the top of the death ring. I stashed my jetpack there before Clockwork nabbed me.
Now that we're a team and all, I need to leave your side.
Hold on. This truce is only temporary. Once we beat Clockwork, I'm coming after you.
Really?
Well, maybe I'll give you a 10-second head start.
Whoa, buddy.
What a sundere, as they say.
Alright, it's a Murray-style level, but with Sly. Very cool. See? Okay, I got a charm. It's okay, it's okay. We win. We're still winning. We're still winning. We're still cooking. See, Sly's quicker than Murray, so you gotta keep up with them. No! Xander? Xander? Nergo's trying to fuck with me. not gonna work. It might work.
It's time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you everyone for that. Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate that.
Oh, fuck. Snipe, bitch.
Perfect. Perfect.
You know, Joe Blah, I felt like one was gonna sneak up behind Sly on that first little obstruction, but when that didn't happen, I thought I had misremembered. And then it happens on the second one. Fuck. Thank you, Snow, for the ad. I was blocked. Alright, show me birdie. Belted. Belted. Damn, I was shooting at him. I gotta aim higher? Maybe I try to shoot at it early. Alright, I want to shoot Sly now. Okay, he's gonna be fine until like right here. Alright, go for it. Got it. Get me out of here!
Nice job, Raccoon.
I mean, she kind of did all the work, though.
There's Carmelita's jetpack right where she said it would be. The magnetronic support field for the death ray got destroyed as you were making a run for your cane. You'd better hurry. This whole thing is about to fall apart.
I'm on it.
Alright, time to fuck up this part. It ain't that bad. Oh, this is automatic. Cinematic set piece style cutscene.
It's sinking fast. Climb, Sly, climb.
With me and my circle button, there's nothing I can't climb, buddy. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I press circle. This is how you dong play. This is how you dong play. Oh. Right here. Alright, let's go. No, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, ow! No! The lava lowers, assuming that you got a lucky charm. But I don't have one! And if you game over here, it should just send you back to the start of the world. There's no drawback, you guys. So why not just leave? That's what we're trying to do. We gotta go get our jetpack. And then we gotta defeat the big owl guy. I mean, he can fly, so the whole place sinking doesn't really matter to him. But it does matter to Rydrake with the raid, with the party of 9. Thank you, Rydrake. We're about to beat Sly Koopa and the Thievius Raccoonus, aka Khet Raccoon and the Dingus Raccamaggocus. I got too cocky. A perfect time to give Rydrake a shout out. Whoa, thank you, Capital Lego Man. The re-up. 4 months at tier 1 for 10 months. And he says, whoa, the epic finale, you got that right. We're doing Sly 1 because Phil said South of Midnight plays just like Sly Cooper. And I don't know what the fuck he meant when he said that, so I had to refresh my memory. And also I owe it for Extra Life charity, along with the other games in the series. Also, it's 100% style, so I'm doing all the vaults and all the time trials, which I initially wasn't going to do the time trials, but I'm nutting up and doing the time trials because I never did them, even as a Billy. We're making up for past L's. No! You got me wanting to play old style games, so I may do Lost Planet. Big ups SCP. But yeah, I'll do 2 next. And then I also owe Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank. It's a big PS2 hootenanny. And I'm doing this via the PS5 with its amazing PS2 emulation. I know the remaster is out there, but it's got some bugs that I don't appreciate. Like the entire third boss battle, which is a rhythm situation, the music's out of sync with the PS3 version, and they never patched it. And on top of that, if you want to play the PS3 version, you either got to get yourself a disc version, which is fair enough, or you have to stream it, because it's a PS3 game. And Sony doesn't want you playing PS3 games because the cell architecture is just so powerful, guys. We can't emulate it at all because Sony... Ooh, I love Sony so much, guys. I love streaming games, guys. Give me a trophy as though I beat the game when I didn't.
Jetpack is easy to fly. Use the left analog stick to aim and steer, and press the square button to fire its rockets.
No, this is through PS Plus Premium.
Sly Cooper, you have Searched my gas chamber and destroyed my death ray. Remarkable. You Coopers
I hate streaming games on PlayStation, Capital. I try not to do it.
So that was you in the background of all those old pictures in the Thievius Raccoonus. How old are you?
Perfection has no age.
What?
Kino line.
Mortal?
Revenge is the prime ingredient in the fountain of youth. I've kept myself alive for hundreds of years with a steady diet of jealousy and hate, awaiting a day
Remind you of anyone we know?
eclipse your family's thieving reputation.
Sly! My missiles don't hurt him but seem to create holes in his armor. Shoot into the gaps I create!
Alright, final boss.
I've kept myself alive with years of jealousy and hatred, Cooper. It was me, Howard. I've kept myself alive for years of jealousy and hatred. It was me, Rambo. My jokes were funny. They were my jokes, not yours.
Alright, he's dead. Game's over. We won. We won. We beat the game, Capital. It's over. We won. We won. Haha. Roll credits. He King K ruled me.
You're so familiar with my family. You must have known my father had a son. If you hated the Coopers so much, why did you let me live when you stole the Thievius Raccoonus?
Because I wanted to show the world that without your precious book, the Cooper line was nothing.
Ah, well, there's where you're wrong. The Thievius Raccoonus doesn't create great thieves. It takes great thieves to create the Thievius Raccoonus.
Enough, Sly Cooper. It ends here.
I did buy the emblems.
Thank you, Sangers, for the raid. There's so many raids coming in. We're at the final boss. Thank you for the out of nowhere raid. We're playing Sly Cooper. Why am I playing it? Because it was part of my charity goal. So I had to play it eventually. I like it's overdue. It's an overdue run. I'm almost done with it. But I got some extra shit I gotta do after this final boss here. 97% complete. Very fun game. And I grew up with it too. So it was like a walk down memory lane. I'm a Sly Cooper. Get out of here. Everyone go follow this dork. He plays gacha games. Guess what? I got someone on Brown Dust too. Because I invoked your name earlier. Because another viewer was talking about Brown Dust. So I looked at his chat and I'm like, oh, Brown Dust. I know a streamer, the gacha streamer I watch plays that game. And they were assuming I was talking about someone else. So that someone else in question thought that they were being talked about. So they ended up downloading the game. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about someone else. Yeah, it's Pancake Mix. Pancake Mix brought up Brown Dust. And I was like, you know what? Ann plays... No, I didn't say Ann. I said the gacha streamer guy I watch plays Brown Dust. And Pancake Mix thought I was talking about Ann. And then Ann downloaded Brown Dust. And I think he went to sleep. Anyway, follow this nerd if you want gacha gameplay. I don't have decades of my life to sign away to MiHoYo. So at least I can watch other people play. And live vicariously through them. Are we done? Alright, he's dead. We win. There's no round 3. He's done. He's done. He's done. He's done.
Now's your only chance, Sly. You've got to get to his head and destroy it before his auto...
I am. 7.
So he's going cuckoo right now. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. His programming is shot. He's just saying random shit. Oh shit. Okay. Right here is usually where Billy Dingus Triggers the lasers. Almost there. Right here.
Clockwork is superior.
And there it is.
It took some tricky maneuvering, but I managed to snatch that last piece of the Thievius Raccoonus from Clockwork's claw. I had taken down each member of the Fiendish Five: Raleigh, Mugshot, Ms. Ruby, the
Thank you, Noodles.
and finally Clockwork. I'd beaten them all one by one and reclaimed my birthright.
But what about your conquest
No way I could have gotten
and your
here without the
revelation?
help of my pals. I know this hasn't been easy for them, but they stuck with me through it all. Murray, boy, it took a lot of guts for him to get out in the field with me. I know he was scared, but he's got more heart than anyone I've ever known. And thank goodness for Bentley. Without his expertise, I'd have never found
Who's
my
that on
way
the
off the
monitor?
rooftop in Paris.
Was that Sanger's on the monitor there?
I couldn't ask
It's like a
for
cameo by the
better team of
developers.
Who could ever forget the lovely Carmelita?
Ah, yes.
Looks like we're not going to be friends anymore. Now that Clockwork's death ray is out of commission, we're back to playing
It was
cops and
Derek.
robbers. I thought for sure she was going to slap the handcuffs on me right then and there. But instead, she was true to her word and gave me that 10-second head start.
Kino incoming.
10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking go.
5, 4, 3, 2. One.
Yes. No.
I felt bad leaving.
It wasn't
stranded
meant
on
to
that
be.
giant rock, but I knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see each other again.
What a dick. He left her in a volcano to die. That's supposed to be funny? It was kind of funny. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Sly Cooper, and the Dingus Raccamaggocus. Yeah, Trezno, bish. A very great game. We're gonna give it a hard 8 out of 10. Now, it is undoubtedly mogged by the sequel. It's mogged by both 2 and 3, but undoubtedly mogged the hardest by the second game. The second game just improves upon the formula every which way and the other. What the fuck? What are these? Why is there a giant hot dog? But as I was saying throughout the playthrough, game's a lot like Crash on PS1, a natural evolution of the Crash Bandicoot corridor platforming formula. Like if it had stayed with Sony going into the PS2, and they had given, you know, an official Sony approved, Sony published Crash game on PS2, it probably would have played a lot like this. But I think it was because Crash had gone multi-plat. Sony had like a first-party, a gaping platforming hole in their first-party department, which Sucker Punch stepped in to fulfill. Oh, they've come a long way, Sucker Punch. That first game they published, of Rocket Robot on Wheels, they were almost gonna self-publish that at first until Ubisoft stepped in. They pitched that game to Nintendo, but then they got rejected. And the bird is still alive to tease the sequel. Thank you, Singers. Yeah, I know you were lurking the whole way, obviously.
But the Thievius Raccoonus isn't fully restored. You're gonna have to go back and unlock all the vaults to find the pages you're missing.
No.
There is some good news though. A friend of mine in Japan just sent me this really cool movie. And guess what? It's all about us.
Oh, it's the Japanese intro. Mate. It's got a different art style, dude. Data file.
あれはまだ俺が子供の頃だ。よく父ちゃんの膝の上で遊んでたっけ。俺様の一族は代々伝わる義族の家系。
Hello, Shroom.
そして受け継がれた技をまとめたのがこのラクーナの遺伝書。 その洗練を極めた忍びの技。
そうなの、そうなの、そうなの。
必ず守らなければいけない厳しい掟があった。貴族たる者、名誉にかけて狙うは悪党のみ。善人からは奪わない。ところが、俺様が秘伝書を受け継ぐことになった夜、突然5人のギャングがやってきた。奴らは俺を守ろうと
It's like a weird mix of the American intro with some unique animation for the Japanese version here.
大切なラクーナの秘伝書を。奴らは俺様の全てを奪いやがった。きっと中に書かれた技を使って悪いことをしでかすに違いねえ。
Yeah, see, like this part's taken from the American intro.
そして俺様は一人
And this is like the Japanese intro here.
素晴らしい仲間に出会ったんだ。天才発明家、頼れる相棒。
And this is taken like from the American intro again. It's like a weird hodgepodge.
仲間と一緒に俺様は父ちゃんの敵を。
Ah, yes, my 仲間。
秘伝書を取り返す。クーパーの名前に恥じない義族になれるか、それとも失敗してご先祖の顔に泥を塗るのか。
Some good animation right there.
俺様たちの運命は
I like this shot too. So I think because of licensing issues, they removed the commercials and outtakes from the PS5 version. So that just stays locked. So we're eternally felted for that. Now, the Japanese intro we just saw made me think that like, oh, what if every cutscene in the Japanese version is different? But no, it's only the intro and the ending. The ending cutscene that we just watched. Which isn't even in the American version to unlock, it's only in the European version. So we just won't get to see that. Demand a refund? Yeah, you're so familiar and established with demanding refunds. Okay, we gotta go open a safe. Yeah, I saw the Sly CG trailer back in the day. I really thought they were gonna make that shit, and then they didn't. It got canceled. No. How would you even do a Sly movie anyway? Would it be an adaptation? A new tale? Okay, we gotta open a last save and then last time trial, and then we'll see what goodies we get. I've never 100%ed the game. Just because of the time trials, which I never did. I never did. Yeah, it could have been a heist movie. We'll never know now. Then that same studio ended up doing the Ratchet & Clank movie. And the less we talk about that, the better. But yeah, welcome in, Shroom. I just finished Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus to celebrate Khet Raccoon's wedding anniversary that nobody else wanted to celebrate. Least of all, her husband, who nobody likes. Hello, Shiki. Yeah, Sangers sent you here, sorry. Don't worry, my stream's just as fun, if not a little bit better, because we actually play real games over here. Not waifu gacha games. Yes! That's right, I went there. Sangers still has to play Xenoblade. Don't you guys know Sangers has been promising Xenoblade since launch day? He still hasn't played it. Meanwhile, I've done like 7 streams of it. Thank you, Noodles, for the follow. Why is Sangers doing this to his audience? Why is he doing this? You guys deserve real games. Not games you can play for free on your phone. Why would I watch him play games that I can play for free on my phone with no monetary investment? Think about it. At least for a game like this, you know, you gotta pay for it. So it's like, you know, maybe you can't play it yourself because you don't want to spend the money to emulate it. You are a Nintendo pleb, nothing you say has meaning. This is another thing with him. If you guys watch him a lot, to the Sangers Raiders that are still awake, if you watch him a lot, you'll notice he always talks about stuff mattering. It's his little verbal tick, it's his little catchphrase that I've noticed watching his streams. He always talks about how shit doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, it does matter. It doesn't matter. He's like, who cares? It doesn't matter, Diggy. It doesn't matter. That's not a thing. It is so a thing. I challenge the people listening. On the next Sanger's stream, listen to the amount of times that he will tell you if something matters or does not matter. He's coping right now. He's embarrassed because he doesn't like that I'm pointing him out. I'm exposing the flaws of his stream in real time. This is just a dedicated show campaign. I'm just having a little bit of fun. I'm literally saying people go check out his stream. I'm redirecting more people over to the Sanger's Union. All I hear is politics, this and that. Yeah, this is like politics week on the Sanger's channel. Remember when Sanger's promised the politics channel? He said, yeah, guys, we're gonna have the politics channel. We're gonna do political videos, guys. And he never brought it up again after the first time he brought it up. And then when I bring up that, oh yeah, you should do a politics channel, he acts like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. But I swear to God, he teased a politics channel and then just didn't do it. He's afraid. He fears that people will not like him anymore if he exposes his politics. And what are the Sanger's politics? The Sanger's politics that he's afraid he's gonna get canceled for? The Sanger's politics that he's afraid he's gonna get canceled for are that he doesn't think Trump is that bad. Whoa. That's how different our audiences are. Over there in Canada, in Sanger's land, they'll fucking lynch him if he says he doesn't think Trump is that bad. If you say that over here, they throw you a parade. Alright, here's the last save.
Press the circle to enter the vault code. Lucky for you, I burst in chaos theory. Otherwise, this code would have been unsolvable. Input 932.
We didn't get a single 220 code. It's tough. Hey, trophy for getting all the saves. Oh, big ups Obama. I didn't see it.
Amazing! Colonel Reed Cooper's time stopper technique. Press the triangle button. And
gotta press the triangle button, bud.
Will stun all guards in the world for a few seconds. I can see how this might be useful and entertaining too.
The game's already done. What would I even use that for? The game's finished.
At long last, the Thievius Raccoonus restored to its original state. The first time I held the whole thing under my arm since I was 8 years old. The same weight that all my ancestors had felt beneath their arms as they had passed it on.
Thank you, Sankers.
While other family members may have been great thieves, they all inherited the book. I got a chance to earn it.
Don't take what I'm saying too harshly. I'm just cocky when I'm on the mic. I don't mean it.
Become a master thief along the way. The time had come for me to
we need to see the politics channel though, for
great book.
And we need to see more real games.
This is gonna be fun.
And so the book was restored, yada yada, and they went on to have more positive style adventures. Challenge him in Street Fighter and he'll be humbled. I accept no challenges in Street Fighter. Maybe in Mario Kart. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, before Sangers leaves. Sangers has confirmed to me that despite the fact that he hates Nintendo, Sangers is kneeling. He is kneeling. He's gonna get on his knees. And he's gonna say, yes, Daddy Shigeru Miyamoto. Yes, yes, come in my mouth, Shigeru Miyamoto. And he's gonna buy a Switch 2 for $700 Canadian with the Mario Kart bundle. He's getting on his knees. Shiggy's gonna teabag him in the mouth, and he's gonna say, yes, yes, Daddy Nintendo, I love you. I love Daddy Trump and his tariffs. And he's gonna buy the Switch 2. And he's gonna buy Mario Kart World for 120 Canadian for a physical copy. And he told me, Dingus, I'm gonna challenge you in Mario Kart, and this will be our collab of the century. So it is locked in. It's locked in. At some point when the game releases, we're gonna do Mario Kart World, the Dingus and Sangers collab. And I'm gonna title it The Sanguine Fight. Get it? Get it? Maybe Noodles gets it. Nobody else gets it. Because his channel name used to be Sanguine Knight, but I'm calling it Sanguine Fight because we're going to be facing off. Why did we get delayed too? We're not America. Because we don't want freaking New Yorkers crossing the border to the Niagara Falls to pre-order one from the Canadian GameStop. Yeah, Sangers is gonna kneel and get the Switch too. Even though he complains about Nintendo, he's gonna write it off on his taxes.
Now, try beating all the Master Thief sprints to unlock the designer's commentary. Once you've unlocked them all, I've got a special behind-the-scenes movie to show you.
Oh, I've never unlocked that. All right, well, we got one more time trial to do. Where is it? Right here. Noodles! Well, thank you very much, Noodles. 1 month at tier 1. Appreciate it. You got all my amazing emotes now? That puts Sanger's emotes to shame. Sangers has nothing now. No Switch 2, nothing. No Mario Kart. He's over there in Canada. Raging his little fist at the Orange Man. Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. I'll use the monetary gains you have provided me in order to do well in this time trial. Orange Man also has little fists? True. Oh fuck, I fucked that up. I should have said I should have set the roll on. Right here. No! Oops. Look, but this is why. It's why I'm saying Canadians can't pre-order it because America's a world leader. Americans would complain if Canadians could pre-order it. And we would have New Yorkers and everyone traveling up north to pre-order a Canadian one. We know how this works. We can't have New Yorkers doing that. So we had to delay them over there too. Now, Mexico, I don't think people would risk going to Mexico for a Switch pre-order. Did they even announce anything for Mexico? We're gonna pretend like they did. Now, Europeans got their pre-orders in. Where are the Europeans at? GPM tried to get his pre-order in, he couldn't. Yeah, the Canadians felt it on the Switch. It's because, you know, the Switch is... America's just too strong, baby. No! I fell off. I got a PS5, bish. I got a PS5 bundled with Horizon, bish. You know, I'm not going to play that game anyway, and that's how the game has high sales, is because they bundle it with all the fucking consoles, but I got a free game, bish. Yeah, you fell off. You know, you made the joke that I wanted to make, but didn't want to make. Very funny. You're gonna fall off once I beat you in Mario Kart. Now, I would challenge Sangers in Smash with my shitty-ass Pac-Man, but apparently this guy's actually really good at Smash. He's like the #1 Rosalina player or something. Now, I've never seen any gameplay, so I'll just take his word for it. Remember when Sangers would do Smash lobby nights? Bullying people in the chat.
He's so good at the game, but he's like, oh, guys, I need you guys to play me in Smash. I know you guys suck and you're not as good as me, but you guys gotta play me in Smash, guys. No! Look at this. I can shit talk him while doing the time trial. Sorta. No, I'm terrible in Smash. You would beat me. This is how I trained my muscle memory on Smash Sangers. So first of all, I didn't play Smash 64 or Melee or Brawl growing up. You know, we skipped all those fucking consoles, or they're consoles I didn't get till much later. And even when I got them, I didn't have the Smash game that was released for those consoles. So the first Dingus Smash game was fucking Smash 3DS, the one that nobody plays even for a fun novelty. And on top of that, my Smash 3DS, my 3DS had a busted up L button. So I couldn't shield. No, wait, I couldn't grab. Yeah, I couldn't grab with the L button. So the only way I could grab was out of a shield, where you like hold R and then A. I could have remapped the controls. I think the 3DS version allowed for that. But I was dumb and I didn't do that. So I just could not grab unless I was grabbing out of shield. And this muscle memory, as a result of my broken 3DS training me the wrong way, it groomed me into, like that continued on to when I played Smash Wii U and Smash Ultimate. I have this tick, this tism tick. I can't grab unless I'm grabbing out of shield, even with a working L button, just because I spent so long grabbing out of shield on 3DS. Does that make sense? My fucking L button never worked. Affected me in other games too. I tried to grab. It didn't work. No, Sangers is in bed already. He's listening to me on his phone. The dulcet Dingus tones, lulling him to dreamland? What a weirdo. He's got the earbuds on? I'm the weird. I'm speaking the truth. All right, look at that. I got too cocky. I should have hit the gorilla first. This is the last thing in the game I gotta do. What's wrong with me? If you're lucky, you can go to sleep literally right now and you won't miss a damn thing. I'm trapped here until I can beat this level. And then we gotta watch the daily wrap on top of that. I still have to watch the wrap? You're still gonna make me watch the daily wrap, guys? Of course you are. Guess what, Sangers? It was Darkside Phil's wedding anniversary. You know what he did for his wedding anniversary? He live streamed. That's why. That's right. He didn't spend it with his wife, and everyone made fun of him for it. Now you may be asking yourself, how did his trolls find out about his anniversary date? Did they dox him? Did they find out his information by looking up his old social media accounts? No. He told us. He told us what his anniversary date was in previous years. So he tells us willingly what his anniversary day is in previous years. And because people remember that today, because people remember that information that he willingly told us in the past, because we remember it in the present, he calls us stalker weirdos. But it's like, you voluntarily chose to disclose that information to us. So why are we getting in trouble for remembering it currently? Now that's bad enough that he decides to stream twice. He streams 2 times every day that he does stream. He streams twice. So he streamed twice on his wedding anniversary instead of hanging out with his lovely wife. But guess what? On the second stream, he was supposed to do a wrestling commentary show with a co-host, but the co-host canceled on him. The co-host was not able to do the wrestling show. So,
you know, this gives him an opportunity. I was saying, like, it's like God gave him a second chance, you know. He was an asshole for not doing anything with his wife, but, you know, now he gets a second chance to do so, since the guest co-host canceled on him. And you know what he did? He still streamed anyway! He was supposed to play a game, but he turned on the stream, and he did not play a game. He didn't even play a game. He just talked to his audience for 2 hours. He sat in a chair, and he did just chatting for 2 hours. He could have spent those 2 hours with his wife. He did not. It was very depressing. Why did you ignore your wife, Ding SB? Because I had to play the Raccoon game. Anyway, it was getting real salty at people bringing it up. I maintain that all of his problems stem from issues that he himself created. The bed of his own making that he refuses to lie in. Oh yeah, boasted about making $200. He made $3,000 because his birthday stream was also this week, so it's a 1-2. You have his birthday stream, and he makes $3,000 in super chats and tips and whatever, total. And then you have his wedding anniversary, and it's like, okay, you made all this money, surely you can do something cool with your wife, right? He's like, no. No, I'm just gonna do a regular stream on my anniversary day. And that's how it's done. 100% completion. It's the first time I've done it. What do I get for this? What do we get? What do we get?
Excellent, Sly! You've beaten all the Master Thief sprints and unlocked all the designer's commentary. Check out this fascinating behind-the-scenes movie.
Whoa!
How should I describe Sly Cooper?
Oh, behind-the-scenes situation?
He's charismatic, suave,
He's the guy.
debonair, cool, slick, fast, stealthy, athletic. He's a daredevil.
Sly Cooper is charming thievery.
Oh, this is the beta logo.
We started with the idea that we wanted to do an action game where the primary character was a thief. The choice of a raccoon was a pretty natural fit in terms of, you know, obviously the mask being in place, being
We'll get cozy, get your popcorn.
a creature of the night. We very early on wanted to make a game that looked and felt like a cartoon, but was one step closer to realism rather than flat and graphic. We started experimenting with different ways we could bring this character to life, cell shading, how to make it feel like a cartoon but still feel like a great 3D game.
We want it to actually look like it was inked and painted.
A lot of beta shit
we want
here.
The backgrounds to be, you know, really lush and have a painted look, so it looks like it's a living animated episode that you've been thrown into.
When you look at the game initially, the first thing that
They
draws you
definitely
in
nailed that
is
aesthetic.
The beautiful art style and lush, very, very lush look of the environments. But when you actually play the gameplay itself is lush as well.
The original conception of the Sly character was a much more realistic raccoon, chubby and not quite as lithe as the character is now, and it kind of evolved as we went along.
Once we got to that part,
Never seen this concept art before.
He is now.
The inspiration for Sly comes from the antagonists of the Rocket Robot on Wheels game, which they made before Sly 1.
He's kind of tiptoeing, and he's really like rearing back to like ease his foot forward, trying to keep all his weight back, so his foot falls softly on
Early
the ground.
3D model for
And
Sly
we
right
try
there.
To hone his personality through subtleties in the movement and really try to push the thiefiness.
Is we wanted Sly to feel really agile. We wanted him to feel like Sly could do the most amazing physical feats.
Yeah, Sarah was talking about the animations earlier. The animations are very good for the game,
Feel
especially
like
for its
they're a
time,
thief.
too.
Not like a real thief, like you wish thieves were.
Sly Cooper's story is really cool. He comes from a long line of super raccoon thieves. And the source of their kind of thieving greatness is this book called the Thievius, Raccoonus. It's this incredibly valuable heirloom that is stolen from Sly's family when he's very young.
He has come of age, and now he feels it's his noble duty to take back the Thievius Raccoonus.
Sly has two buddies, Bentley and Murray.
Bentley provides a lot of the plans for their missions.
Sly, jump and press the circle button, dude.
For Sly to complete his missions. Murray has a huge case of Sly envy. He wants to be Sly in the worst possible way, and he has absolutely none of the capabilities to do it.
A hero's only as good as his villains. We wanted to create villains, making them dangerous, making them menacing, making them goofy.
The villains need a bit more screen
Giving them
time,
as much
I would
personality
say.
as Sly Cooper.
Especially Clockwork. You see so little of him, but you're supposed to fear him
It's
bigly.
a super high bar, being in the action-adventure category.
It works to an
all
extent.
Of the greatest games, the best games
You
that
just
are out
needed a
there
few
are all
more
action
scenes.
adventures.
The genre is such that you have to really excel in every.
Because like
single
it's
phase
also
of
about the
game.
mystery surrounding
Going from
Clockwork
saying
too.
Sly should be sneaky to actually having him feel sneaky in the game is hard. You have to start and you have
What
to
the
get
fuck is he?
animation
How did he
right, and
become a
figure out how
robot?
The engine's going to play the animation and how it gets affected by where he is and what he's doing, and how the player can feel in control at the same time.
People are doing shoot 'em ups and things with big weapons and things like that. And this had
We're like the only
all about
woman on the
character.
team, you think?
So you can get the feeling of I am Sly and I'm sneaking around.
Kinda-
Anytime we
kinda
can exploit anything in
looking
the
a bit
environment,
mannish, so.
build it in a way that as Sly's running over, it might seem more stealthy. We completely exploit that.
And our golden rule is whatever is thiefier wins.
If you want to make a game that looks different, the PS2 gives you the opportunity to do that.
As a programmer,
power of the
it has a
PS2.
ton of tools for solving all sorts of different types of
The emotion
A big focus
engine,
for us,
ladies
has
and
been
gentlemen.
getting our tool set to the point where the artists were really unconstrained.
Artists will come to us with, they want the game to look this way, or boy, can we have a line around all the characters, the cell shading that we do, or how can we do the lighting models so that things that are bright have certain colors on them. And they have a lot of really
Cell
cool
shading was
ideas,
perfect for this
and,
game. Everything
I and
really
the other
pops out,
people
very
in the programming
vibrant.
team work on trying to get
The second and third
technology
game,
in place
third
so
third
that,
game improved upon it a lot.
so that we
It feels
can,
like you're playing
those
a
ideas
a
happen.
comic book.
What we were able to do was put together our own lighting algorithm in vector units and then do the same thing for the cell borders that we put around all our characters. We could get it to all run super fast and have it all look different than other games. That was really our goal from the start, was to have a game which looked different.
It's been an interesting process building a team to build a game like this.
It's been great working with such a dedicated group.
If I recall, development started around 2000, so it took about 2 years for the turnaround for the game to come
It
out.
really does require unbelievably talented artists.
Oh, we had 2
unbelievably
ladies on the
talented
team? Hubba
programmers,
hubba.
And unbelievably talented.
Oh god, look at that guy, Norwooded. We even had Derek on the team.
The designers, I think, have done a wonderful job.
How many of these devs do you think are
giving
dead?
players the experience of sneaking and being a thief,
How
and
many-
at the same time,
How many do you think just aren't with us anymore?
to people.
It was about
so
20 years
that
ago.
You don't need to be a super gamer in order to play it, although there are tons of things that are in the game for those people.
We're making a game that anyone can play.
You can't just have great art. You can't just have
Yeah, I
great
like
code.
the
You can't
cozy
just have great
2000s
characters. You
atmosphere
gotta have
of
it all.
those
It's not
development
about
offices.
just how the game looks, it's about how the game plays and how the player experiences it. And it's all about having fun.
You can make a really cool character, but if he's not fun to play, it's not worth doing.
Sly is cool, he's collected, he's adventurous.
Sly is Sly. It is not a misnomer.
Sly is it's Sly. He's the guy. Very cool video. Again, I never did the time trials as a Billy, so I never got full 100%, and I never saw that before. Yes, there it is. So that means this one at the top right, this top right one is supposed to be commercials and outtakes. That was locked in this version. It just doesn't exist. Now, if you swap to the European version of this emulated thing, if you just change your region to any European country, and you play the European English version or whatever, this top right block becomes the Japanese version's outro. But in this version I'm playing, it's just nothing. It just felt it. No commercials and outtakes for you, sir. Dingus, we have bad news. Windbreaker Season 2 episode has been delayed. Oh, that's tough. The season just started. We're already delaying episodes. Guess what, Saru? I just 100%ed Sly Cooper. A Billy Dingus first. Billy Dingus Redemption. Because we did all the time trials. Holy shit. Now, I do owe the rap, so... Oh, I guess we can do the daily rap. Where is it? What am I looking at? What am I looking for? Where is it?
Blueprints is uniquely fun. Smart Guy's delayed, so we chill instead.
The Daily Rap, April 10, 2025. Why didn't he just play Minecraft? Didn't he promise Minecraft?
I didn't want to play Minecraft because people weren't going to know that I was going to play Minecraft, so like people would get upset.
Early clock out. Maybe if this rap is 20 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the
10 minutes. Okay, it's not 20 minutes, it's 10 minutes. So I still clock out past 2 a.m.
10th of April, 2025. A good streaming day, but a day when we had to pull an audible. That's actually why my background's different. That's why I did a weird stream tonight. So let's talk all about it. I think a lot of things about today were weird. First off, the fact that I was wearing this shirt. A lot of people were like, Phil, it's still kind of spring. You were wearing long sleeve clothing still. It's not.
They were gaslighting him about his Hawaiian shirt, as they always do.
And I said, well, number one, it is supposed to be like 60 plus degrees outside.
Time to bring the gamer shirts back
here in
out,
Washington,
I bet.
and if it happens to be sunny today, which they said there's a chance of partial clouds, partial sun, this office usually heats up in the afternoon. So number one, it might get hot in here.
Why do we need to know this?
My neighbors are doing renovations, and they have a guy out there cutting wood. I might have to close my window. And number three,
oh, those damn landscapers, right?
There's been a lot of pollen, so I'm nervous about that too. And I
well,
might
the
have to close
pollen
my
shit,
window.
the pollen
so
shit's coming back.
I'll just wear
my
light
nose.
clothes. And people were like, "Are you aware you're wearing the Tommy Vercetti shirt?" And I looked and I was like, "Yeah, this is." I didn't even realize it. This is the Tommy Vercetti. You know, Hawaii.
You notice that? If it's cool, if you tell him... Okay, I'm moving the video by accident. If you tell him he's wearing a thing, but it's like a cool thing, he's like, yeah, I am wearing that. So like, Vice City, cool, based. You tell him he's wearing the Tommy shirt, he's like, oh my god, yes, I am. But if you tell him he's wearing a Chris Chan shirt, then he spurs that at you. Very cool.
It's not a Chris Chan shirt.
In Vice City. I was like,
I had this for years, long before Chris Chan ever started wearing it.
That I have this shirt now. Okay, so we started off today with a Chill Level 1 podcast talking about various topics.
Oh yeah, the various topics.
You know, a lot of chill vibes today. Nothing too crazy to talk about.
So
simply
chill.
Because there was really no game news or anything too crazy going on. But we talked about how this new game that I was going to play today, Blueprints, is a relatively unknown game that a lot of people had not really been talking about until just recently. And now all of a sudden people think it may be a Game of the Year contender. And I talked about how unique it's been the last few years where it seems like a lot of the games that are the high profile ones that everyone thinks are going to be AAA blockbusters either are games that I end up not being interested in or you guys don't care about me playing, like, for example, Monster Hunter recently, or they end up being flops, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, and how different it is today to be a
no one thought Assassin's Creed Shadows was the Game of the Year contender. Moving on.
Creator trying to figure out what to make for you guys and what gameplay dudes to do when these games aren't consistently good like they used to be. So we had a chill show, and then we jumped into Blueprints. And let me tell you guys something. It's fun. It's a very unique game.
Whoa, he likes it? Holy shit.
I'll talk more about this tomorrow. You are going into a mansion, and in said mansion, there's 46 rooms that randomly are going to be generated via RNG. As you enter each room, it lets you choose between 3, and the goal is to try to have corridors aligned so you can keep entering rooms. Game? If you misalign them, then they'll just hit walls, the doors won't open, and you're done. And then you basically, it's a roguelike, where if that happens and you can't move any further, you have to reset your day and start over. But also there's a stamina meter of how long you can walk. Now, of course, there's ways you can regenerate your stamina. There's items like keys to open hidden or locked doors. There's gems to go into certain rooms. There's currency that you can buy items with. There's a lot of puzzles.
Okay, but did you hit the goal?
Definitely
We know
the
that's what
first
you really care about. Did you hit
roguelike
the goal?
puzzle game that I've ever played in my life. I really enjoyed it. I thought the atmosphere, the music was great. The puzzles were interesting. Everything. Unique game. Never really experienced a game like that before.
What do you say?
It was great. The puzzles were interesting. Everything. Unique game.
Unique game.
Never really experienced a game like that before. The audience in general liked it, but half the people left. Not surprised, because people just want action, 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 and to see something that actually like needs intelligent thought and exploration and stuff. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I very much enjoyed it. So
So I'm guessing the money wasn't too bad. Therefore, despite the fact that half the audience left, he can continue playing this. But like the Black Girl game, South of Midnight, he didn't make the money and half the audience left. But he dropped it because the money wasn't made. The money was allegedly made here, so the game could continue.
It's like it's because it's a game that makes you think. So you're fucking dented if you don't like it. I'm gonna continue playing it.
That's why he has to like it. He can't force himself to hate it, because if he says he doesn't like it, people will make fun of him and call him stupid. He doesn't understand how the puzzles work and whatnot.
thanks to those who did attend that stream, and thanks to those who supported it, because we hit and exceeded the goal, getting to 12 goals overall now. Out of 20. And everyone had a really good time. I uploaded the videos already. I hope you're enjoying them. Let me know what you think. I'd love to hear your feedback on this new playthrough and this new kind of game. Okay? Now, about an hour before the end of my stream, sadly, I got some bad news. My third and final mystery guest host for Smart Guys, my wrestling commentary show, couldn't make it due to an emergency. And so because of that,
he was seething
I was faced
eternally
with a dilemma. If I
Hang out
just
with your
decide
wife.
to do
Hang out with your
Smart
wife.
Guys by myself,
Hang out with your wife.
chances
You know
are
nobody
I'm gonna get
cares.
way less
You know nobody
attendance,
cares.
way less interest, way less support, and people are going to...
Interesting. Phil is conceding. Phil is kneeling and conceding that he isn't enough to carry the show. He knows the novelty right now is the guest host, and that's the only reason why people are tuning in, because they want to hope to see someone on the level of Ralph go on there and say the hard R or call him an F slur. It's the only reason why people are going on. It's the only reason why people tuned in before is because Triple P was on there. Nobody cares about the wrestling.
And be upset.
Basically admitting that no one would show up if he did the show solo, which is why the show is going to be canceled after WrestleMania.
I didn't have a third and final guest as I had promised. So I talked to them about the possibility of rescheduling, and the good news is they are actually totally cool with coming back next week on Thursday and doing the show then. In fact, they were very upset because they really were looking forward to doing the show with me.
I'm sure they were.
And so that's what we're going to do. So Smart Guys did not happen tonight. We are delaying the show a week until next Thursday, April 17th.
He's so transparent.
It will then be my late night stream, and we'll talk about not only this week's Raw and SmackDown, but next week's Raw and SmackDown leading into WrestleMania. So there you go. All right, it's going to be like a big show covering a lot. And again, I think you're really going to enjoy the show. This guest host was a really, really good one. Like I said, it was going to be a crazy show. I know it is.
What did he
I'm
mean by
sad
that?
we
Was
didn't
it
get the chance
rich?
to do it today.
Was it
All right,
Keemstar?
but you know what they say? Good things come to those who wait. So I'm looking forward to doing it. So
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it'll be the
basically,
bee's
on a whim,
knees,
I
man.
asked people on stream, what should we do? Should we play this? Should we play that? And we kind of came up on the fly with a quick idea. Maybe I'll play some Schedule 1 on the late stream tonight. So I
That
was
did
like,
not happen.
Okay, fair enough. So, finished that first stream, uploaded, set up the second stream impromptu. Oh, it'll be Schedule 1. So tonight I start the stream and a whole bunch of people show up. And I was like, wow, we had like 300 plus people watching.
Nobody
I was
wants to
shocked.
fucking
I didn't think we would
watch
have
him play
that many
Schedule
for just
1.
an impromptu stream. And lo and behold, people start tagging me and asking me questions.
So disingenuous. That's like, it's an impromptu stream. Like, you were going to stream no matter what. The stream was canceled, but you still maintained that you were going to stream no matter what. You just changed what you were going to do on the stream. That doesn't make the stream impromptu. The stream was still scheduled. You just changed what you were going to do on the stream.
Questions. So I started answering, and I realized, I should just start recording, because it seems like people want to do a Q&A session. So we did, and the night just took us, and that was it. Like, we didn't play Schedule 1. It would have been fine if we did, but I think people just enjoyed kind of hanging out and having one of these Q&A sessions, because I haven't done one in a while, and it went really well, in my opinion. We talked about pro wrestling. We talked about collectibles. We talked about the fighting games and fighting game community and Street Fighter 6. We talked about food. We talked about all kinds of stuff. It was over 2 hours of just chill interaction. And get this, since I wasn't doing Smart Guys, I said to everyone, hey, I had 2 loose packs of cards left of the WWE Topps Chrome cards. If we hit $100 tonight, I'll open one. So we did.
And I was told he did. Yeah,
I
did.
There was one left, and that one was the guaranteed pack to actually have a chase card in. And I said, well, if we hit 200, we'll open this one. And we did. So I opened a second pack. In fact, we had, by the end of the night, it was like $220-some, I think, of support for just a stream where I sat around talking with people for 2 hours. That's better than entire episodes of Smart Guys that I've done, including last week's. So go figure. Sometimes people just want to hang out and shoot the shit and don't really care about gameplay and don't really care what else you're doing. And it was that kind of night. Now you might say, why is your background different? Because wasn't it super blue for blueprints earlier? It was. And I said, you know, what should we do to set up for Minecraft tomorrow? Because that is tomorrow. And we found a Minecraft background, and that's what I'm using right now. This is supposed to be colors from Minecraft. This is supposed to be Savannah, so it alternates between green, sky blue, white, probably for like water, and
he's already losing me.
So that's what it looks like. And
in one ear, out the other.
They have the nether, they have like the ocean, coral, all kinds of stuff. So tomorrow for my podcast, maybe we'll mess around with these and pick a few different ones and see which one you guys like and find common, okay? Anyway. So, Smart Guys is next week, April 17th, on the late stream, on DSP Reacts, and on Kick. Sorry we didn't do it tonight, but I think it'll be better with the co-host next week. Tomorrow, Friday, my final consecutive streaming day of the week, we'll have a chill podcast in the morning with 2 things to figure out. Thing number 1, what should we do when we hit 20 goals of a reward? Because we're already at 13. We already got a great head start. We got to figure out what it's going to be next week. And then number 2, I want to get ideas for merch. We haven't talked about merchandise in a long time, and I haven't been pushing it, and I've had almost no sales this year because of it. If we can brainstorm some new ideas of things that you guys would like to see for merch, we could design it and the sky's the limit. I'm totally okay with hanging out tomorrow on the show, brainstorming ideas. Do you like a certain slogan? Would you like a certain piece of art? Maybe one of my emotes could be applied. Let's brainstorm and try to figure out ideas, and then I'll present those and any art or whatever that I have to the company and see if we can actually get something going. Okay? Cool. So that's the podcast tomorrow. And then after that, it is Minecraft. I've got the launcher ready to go. We're going to do Bedrock version, and I actually have codes for all 6 McDonald's
straight up with the homework
things
assignments
in the game. We're going to have those implemented in there.
At least he's playing
awesome
Minecraft.
To have those McDonald's special things in there. And we're just going to play for a full stream and see how it goes.
It's like when he played Fallout 4 again because of the Fallout TV show. He's trying to do that brand synergy thing.
Keep in mind, I haven't played Minecraft in 5 years, so I'm going to need all of your help to remember how to do stuff. You know,
man, we're going to have to raise Papa Vera from the dead or something. Papa Vera.
It's going to be a challenging and interesting thing,
shit.
but I think it'll be fun to figure out. Okay? Then tomorrow night, it's Friday Night Fights, retro gaming. It's going to be Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and possibly Super Turbo, again against my old companions and compatriots from my fighting game days. They're
doesn't talk with them on the mic
to play some more. So it's going to be some awesome challenge sets, and I hope that you guys will join me for them tomorrow. It should be a good time.
So weird how he treats his old friends.
So the final streaming day of the week is Chill Fun
Imagine
on the
if I did a
podcast,
collab at a
the return
century
of
with
Minecraft, and
Blooper,
Friday Night
but
Fights.
we weren't in a Discord call.
Thank you all.
Imagine
Great
if I played
streaming
Mario
day
Party with
today.
Ann and
See you
Sarah,
tomorrow
but
for
they
the
weren't
end of my
allowed to be in a
streaming
call
week.
with me.
Have a good night. Peace out. See you in the morning.
I don't know, it's like he's flexing. He's either flexing on them by not allowing them to speak with the king, to have an audience with the king in the king's chamber, or he's just straight up afraid. He's a weird fella, ain't he? Alright, well, chat. There it is. Yeah, friends in quotations. They're not even his friends. They probably make fun of them on their own streams, because they gotta stream on their own time, or else you won't be able to know, what commentary they got. One of those guys who he was playing with did their own stream, and that was the only way you'd be able to hear the commentary from his side, because Phil didn't want to be in a call with him. So for no reason at all, you had to have 2 streams open, even though he's demonstrated via the Kino Casino collabs and the Brian collabs that he's able to do gameplay with people on the same mic in the Discord call. Fuck it, he can't do it. Fuck these people from his past. He hates all of them anyway. Is tomorrow finally the return of Xenoblade X? If the stream actually happens and I don't feel and I don't feel sick enough that I don't want to do it. I'm not even that sick anymore. It's just it's the coughing. I don't want to use the word sick anymore. It's just that I keep coughing. A simple cough isn't enough to say, "Oh my God, I'm feeling sick, you guys." No. I don't feel like that anymore. But just the cough won't go away. It wasn't that bad tonight, but I did have to mute at times in order to, hack a lung out. But that's why there were some streams this week that were supposed to happen, but then didn't happen. And why I haven't played Xenoblade since Sunday. Yeah, Dingus lied and people died, but guess what? Despite the fact that I lied, I gave you a surprise playthrough out of nowhere. In return, Sly Cooper 100%ed. We jumped, we pressed the circle button, and we conquered. 100%. The first time ever in Dingus history. Let's give it a big fat save right there. 8 hours for 100%. That's with the streamer bonus. I think it's like 7 hours 100%. If you're a cool guy doing it on your own. Yeah, but I got work in the morning, and I've been here for 6 hours as is. You guys gotta go to bed. Get out of here. We're gonna raid. But yeah, it'll be Xenoblade tomorrow. If indeed the stream does happen. And I don't feel fucked up enough that I decide that I don't want to do it. Will there be a Saturday or Sunday stream? Hopefully a Sunday stream at minimum. Alright, Pablo. Sayonara, Raccoon. Oh, the music's very quiet. How awkward. There we go. Bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. What a trip down memory lane, right? And we were able to beat it before my controller started cringing and spurging out about low battery. And take shots. I don't drink. You drink, but I don't drink. But yeah, big ups, everybody. Stop by for Dingus childhood memory game from your childhood and my childhood, dominated through the power of the internet, as Boogie says. Fat fuck. I don't have anything else for you. It's a good game. If for some reason you haven't played Sly Cooper yet, what the fuck are you waiting for? It's on PS5 right now. Right now! Or you can just get yourself a PS2 and go eBay yourself a copy. Or you can just emulate it on your PC. You fucking thief. Well, the whole point is stealing anyway. You know, the game's about a thief, so I guess it's fair. But yeah, still a good game. The sequel is going a different direction, you know. This is the era of GTA 3 doing bangers and causing everybody to rethink their game's development cycles. So, like, Jack turned into Grand Theft Auto. Sly turned into Grand Theft Auto. Fucking The Simpsons turned into Grand Theft Auto. Everything was Grand Theft Auto. But I think we'll if you guys want it, as the guy would say, if you want it, we could do Sly 2 next week. It's a much longer game, much longer. But I enjoy it the most out of all the games in the trilogy. We don't count the PS3 game. We don't talk about that one. But yeah, I think we'll get around to it. I gotta do it anyway for the charity. It'll be on PC soon. That's the Sony way. It's true. It's true. Sony doesn't care about exclusives anymore. Exclusives are not the way forward. Xbox has admitted this too. We hate exclusives. They suck. The way forward is your Switch 2 and your PC. Yes. I say that, but this laptop can't play. This laptop can't play fucking PlayStation games. I don't think we're running God of War Ragnarok on the Dingus MSI. It's not happening. Okay, let's pull up the Streamlabs. Who do I have to thank for this disastrous stream? Thank you to Drunk Noodles, the follow, and the tier 1 sub. Whoa! Sangers, the rate with a party of 38. Capital, re-up tier 1 for 10 months. Rydrake, rated with a party of 9. Bache, re-up tier 1 for 6 months in a row, 30 months total. Erebus Nox for the follow. Tevin, rated with a party of 165. Amran, re-up tier 1. Tier 1 for 7 months. DJ Filthy Rich, re-up tier 1 for 38 months in a row. Flippy 4Man, the re-up tier 1 for 5 months. And he's talking about Phil. He almost canceled the stream because he thought he was drunk, but he won't cancel it for his anniversary. Yeah, the divorce arc is coming. I forgot to bring that up earlier when I was going over the recap about that. Yeah, Phil will cancel a stream for a hangover, but he won't cancel a stream for his anniversary. It really makes you think. But if you take a vacation from your streams because you hit a certain level of support, he makes fun of you and calls you lazy and says you don't have the same work ethic that he does. But then he makes all the money and then immediately takes the next stream off. And then makes a lot of money tonight, but then doesn't take the night stream off to be with his wife? Make it make sense. He's afraid of this walrus-looking hoe. He's scared of her. Can't wait to play DK on PC soon. Now that's not happening. That ain't happening, buddy. Tevin's on BRB right now, but he is watching cat content if you want to celebrate the wedding anniversary by watching the cat stream. So we're gonna raid Zuki Wookie. Hey Coggers. I 100%ed Sly Cooper. I did everything there is to do in that game. And I still don't understand why it's like south of midnight. But bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see ya when we see ya. And if we didn't see ya, then we didn't see ya. But if we did see ya, then we saw ya. And if we didn't see ya, hopefully we will see ya next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. But we still got so many Arlo videos to watch. We're never gonna get through them all. Why does he make like 20 videos a day, dude? Thank you, Coggers. And thank you, Noodles. What's the Zuki Wookie raid message? There we go. He was here earlier, so he knows I was playing Sly. He's a detractor. You can bring up DSP stuff to him. Bye-bye. Xenoblade tomorrow.